Hi guys, it's Momo. I have to be very quiet because my family is sleeping right now. And before we start this episode, I just wanted to catch you up a little bit. So we decided that we wanted to turn Realms into a podcast in the middle of playing our private campaign. So because we were already playing and we didn't want to stop because, it's fun, we started recording right away. But we had some people that were waiting on mics Lucy's crawling all over my keyboard and making this very hard. Lucy is my cat, by the way. Anyway, so we were waiting on some Amazon orders for people to receive mics, and I was figuring out my editing style, so if the next few episodes sound a little different, that is why. And then once we got all settled, we decided that we wanted to give people an onboard to the story and provide them some exposition that they had missed. So that's what the last few episodes were. Anyway, I just wanted to explain, if the audio sounds super different, that's why. Lucy, can you not crawl over everything, please? Just wanted to provide some explanation. I hope you enjoy. Okay, bye.
The children that were scattered about the floor of the common room looked at the old man, waiting for a tale of faraway lands and heroic exploits. I suppose we were at the beginning then. The underdark, the grove, the sea, the palace, they all converged right there.
Harold, have you ever seen so many different kinds of people in such a big place? How hard could it be to find somebody that knows where Tailwind is?
You're a miracle, boy.
I shake my head and quietly to myself say, there's no such thing as miracles.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you a running start. I'll count to 30. 1, 2.
30, and then I'm gonna run at him and attack him.
You told me your history. I was born on that boat. Huh? That ship that your friend is dissecting.
I absolutely hate how chipper you always are.
And it'd be a good look on you, though.
If it's a riddle, I want to solve it. If it's a lock, I want to open it.
I'm a holy woman, and I'm looking for things that were taken from me and my people.
They could not begin to fathom the situation that they found themselves in. The grove is empty of all forms of sentient life. Birds in the trees sing a sweet song, oblivious of the pain and anguish of the figure kneeling in the stone circle below. The rocks of this circle are without age. They have existed here long before anyone had walked this space. Before the buildings and the cities of the humans and elves and dwarves had risen, this circle stood. Each of the stones juts out from the earth like a hand, holding, cradling a small circle of stone in the center. Each of the rocks is inlaid with glyphs and runes, and those glyphs and runes in this moment are faintly glowing with a green light that illuminates the speckled lighting from the trees above. The sun in rays shoots down bars of light that illuminate the motes of dust that float suspended in this place. Pain in the center of this circle as the young druid sits, her arms before her, her hands open, the stone glaive laying before her, blood pouring from the open wounds on her hands. The self-inflicted wounds are creating a pool before her. Small bones, leaves, and herbs are scattered here, and the remnants of a small fire, a bundle of flowers that has been burnt in offering. The young druid prays. to a force older than any of the gods. A force that does not answer with a voice or commands from on high, but with intuition and understanding. The pool that has formed on this stone begins to swirl, and Juniper's eyes go completely white. This is the vision. There is a small figure in a crystal tower. There is a man split in half, wandering from the dark. There is a stranger surrounded by metal, locked away from the gods. There is an outsider in the dark. She wanders alone, but holds the key to something great. Together, they will be in the city of Waterdeep. And the young druid intuitively understands where she must go. In the crowded hallway of the jail cell, a burst of magical light emanates across the stones. The slick, wet surface bounces that light across the space and illuminates June as she whips past the large, rotund figure. Bristling, his beard and balding head whips towards her, and from her outstretched hand, a tangle of vines emerge and wrap themselves around his legs. Behind this figure, in a closed-off cell, huddled in a corner, is the small form of Doddle, the goblin, wearing clothes that are far too large for her, burlap and other wear that has been given to her from the prison keepers, is huddled in the corner as two other figures stand by the door. One is a large figure with a shaved head and a very well-kept, long, drooping mustache. The other figure is a pompously dressed man in a red cloak with a large feathered hat. I need both of you, Juniper and Doddle, to roll initiative.
Go. It's 9.
18.
All right. Juniper, you're going to be acting first. What would you like to do?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and try to make it through the door. And if I do, I'd like to cast Spike Growth in the room.
Okay. And the restraints that were placed upon you that prevented you from being able to cast have been removed. And the same goes for you, Doddle. You remember you had the collar on. It is now no longer functioning. So that means that it's going to require a saving throw. And what is the area of effect there?
The ground, 20-foot radius.
Okay, so that is going to fill up the entire room.
Yeah.
You will be able to cast it. It takes one action. Your movement action then can be to dart through the doorway into the hallway. There is a burning torch off to the side, but you cannot quite see through the doorway as it's only open halfway. So you'll be darting into the hall when you do this. You do need a material component here, but I'm going to say that since it says that you need small twigs as that material component, that it's something that you've managed to pick little pieces out of the straw bedding that was in your cell.
Beautiful.
So the ground in a 20-foot radius centered on a point within range twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels. So I am assuming that you're not casting this underneath yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's in front of you, and immediately the ground, the stones of the prison cell kind of rumble for a moment as the grout in between each of these old worn stones that are slick with slime immediately sprout this amazing growth of thick, black, twisted vines that spread immediately across the entire space. And they move all the way across to the back wall and then creep their way up along the back. Doddle, you are now surrounded by spiky vines, and the other individuals in the room react accordingly. It is now your action, Doddle.
Oh my god. Okay. What can I do? Because you said that the collar thing isn't preventing me from casting spells anymore?
That's correct. You are no longer hampered in your spellcasting ability.
Alrighty then. And Juniper has gone out into the hallway, or she can go out into the hallway?
She is currently running into the hallway right now.
Into the hallway. Is she in the hallway?
June, is it your intention to be fully gone at this moment?
Yes, fully out of the room.
Get out of here!
She's gone, yeah,
Okay.
she's gone. And you see the door fly open as June runs into a darkened hallway.
Amazing. Alright. Dope. Cool. How big is this door, would we say?
The door is probably about 4 feet in width, and it's about 8 feet tall. It's a very massive, thick door. It has bars in the center with a small window.
8 feet tall. Great. Alright. I was gonna cast an illusion of, like, the door shutting, but it would be about half the door. We could have, like, a western swinging door.
You could make a new door.
Could make a new door. I could also just attack. I could also do message change. There's a lot of things that I could do. I'm just wondering what I can do while still not dying is the question. Make a color, a non-magical trinket. Yeah, remember what I said since we last left off? I have been thinking about what I could be doing.
Mm-hmm.
This, I shit you not, is my best. I still have no idea. Instantaneous. Oh, lighter's not. Character smoke. Oh, do we got lights in here?
There are a number of torches that are on braziers that are lining the outside of the cells. The inside of the cells do not obviously have torches inside of them. That would be dumb. But they are on the outside.
Well, don't have a better idea. So, yeah, we're just gonna try and help June out, and I'd like to. My hands are still like clasped together, right?
Yeah.
This is voice and somatic, so I'm gonna like. This might be dumb, but I'm gonna like throw my hands against the side of the wall, hoping to create like a singing bowl type effect with the metal on my arms, and then I'm gonna like whisper some stuff in Elvish, and I'm gonna make the torch that would be most useful in being snuffed out right now, so probably one by the door, or like trying to conceal Juniper's escape.
So immediately the torch extinguishes, and there's a thick black smoke that emanates from the charred end of the torch as the light from that area of the room is eliminated. And as you do so, speaking those words, Inquisitor Sternward looks to you, and his eyes narrow.
I'm gonna look scared.
So still surrounded by this spiky growth, the strange blue-robed mage that has been part of this interrogation is first of all like pulling himself away from the vines that have ensnared him, and looks back to where Juniper has run through the door, and turns to the captain of the guard that is standing next to him, the bald man with the long mustache, and he immediately barks at him. "You fool! She's getting away!" And points backwards through the doorway. It is at this moment that Sternward mutters something and opens a vial and breaks it onto the ground, and a thick, viscous green fluid explodes outward, and it sparks with light as all of the vines in the immediate area surrounding him disintegrate, and all of the thorns also dissipate, and anything that was created in that space returns back to as it was before, just stone. So that's just his area, though. So that's only a 10-foot circle around him, and the mage that was here is still entrapped by that, as is the captain of the guard. Now, Doddle, Sternward is closer to you, and he begins moving closer in towards you. As he does so, and his from that one single torch that's still lit off inside of the hallway of the prison cell, you see his shadow as it starts to wash over you as he gets closer and closer. And he's reaching into his coat, and he's pulling something out. I'm going to go ahead and make a perception check for you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you are too frightened to pay much attention to anything but the look that's in his eyes. And that's when you hear. And the wall behind you, Doddle, explodes outward. Meanwhile, Hawk, MacLeod, Saray, each of you are standing in a semicircle around a very colorfully painted pastel countertop, adorned with small glass bottles that are filled with every shade and hue of the rainbow. Hanging from the ceiling are sparkling bits of metal and tubes and bits of glass that distill into larger braziers as there's boiling liquid on a stove, and the entire space that you're standing within smells of candy and maybe whiskey. It's a strange, acrid smell, but it's very, very sweet. And behind you at the doorway, this enormous, massive half-orc stands, and his braided hair is pulled back tight, and all of the scarification and tattoos that are a lattice work of art across his bare chest is blocking you better than any door ever could. You wouldn't be able to walk out of this space, this shop, very easily, even if you chose to. However, the figure that's sitting on top of the brightly colored, painted countertop is very small, very slight. She couldn't weigh more than maybe 55 or 60 pounds in total. She has a shock of enormous hair that shoots outward. It's brilliant, voluminous, and it's glowing almost pink. And her big, giant, inquisitive blue eyes are studying the object that Saray has put down in front of her. It's the Orb of Glass, filled with water. That Orb of Glass contains a single object, magically suspended and cared for within this glass orb. A beautiful goldfish swims circles around and around in the magical fish tank. The look upon Rosie's face is one that you're not accustomed to with her. She's quiet. She's not speaking. Her eyes are enormous saucers that threaten to overtake her entire face in this moment. Her jaw is slack and her mouth is open. But nothing, not a word, is emanated in this moment. And the very strange alchemist, the shopkeeper of this space that Saray has led you to, turns from the fish and looks back to all of you. Before we go any further, I would ask each of you to describe yourselves.
So Saray is a pretty average size elf, so taller than I would assume most of the people in the room. She wears dark gray and dark blue kind of robe top and carries a long spear. She has dark hair that's kind of like messy in the front, but then turns into like a long braid. She's very stern and very strong. That's her. That's her.
All right.
Hawk is a tall, lanky young man in his early 20s. Pale skin with a shock of white hair. He's wearing kind of this dull, battered plate armor and dark clothes underneath. And lashed on his back is a greatsword with some kind of silvery runes on it and chain wrapped around the hilt. Hazel eyes. Very, very shrimpy looking dude.
Maglo Mandorian is, I mean, if everyone's like 6 foot, I think he'd be slightly smaller than everyone else. He's like late 5 foot. Maglo has heterochromia, just like he has 1 blue eye and 1 green. He is kind of a lean, kind of half scrawny looking guy with glasses. He has very messy hair, a lot of soot-ridden face, and he's wearing old, what kind of looks like World War II medic gear, with a sling messenger bag. He has, I guess he doesn't have a little clockwork friend at the minute. He has a rifle over his shoulder, as well as a little holster for a pistol. Also, his left arm is a wash of burns and scarring that goes all the way to his hand, and he has a slight tremor in his left hand, which is almost consistently prominent. He also has a little yellow bandana around his neck, looking very exasperated all the time.
Rosie, the gnome, looks from the fish to each of you in turn. Her enormous blue eyes move across each of you momentarily, and then stop back to the goldfish.
Is everything okay, Rosie?
She takes a deep breath.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I know it's really kind of strange for me not to talk, but this is really bad. I don't know where you got this or what you're doing or how you found it, but I have to tell you right now that this is not going to end well. Do you know what this is? Do you know where it came from? Where did you get it? How did you get it? Where did you do this? Why did you do this? I don't even understand. First of all and foremost, we need to talk about the dangers of magic. Magic is a very dangerous thing, and if you misuse it, it sometimes has really bad reactions, and these reactions are going to cause all sorts
Rosie,
of bad
Rosie,
results, and I don't even know how to begin to tell you.
This item has put a tracker on my friend Hawk here, as well as our other friend Doddle. Do you know how to get rid of that?
Answering a question with another question isn't very kind. By the way, we're best friends, and you need to be a little bit more clear about how you answer questions. First of all, what I said to you was, where did you get this? Why did you get this? What did you do? What are you doing right now? Why would you do this? Magic is something that's very responsible that you have to be very careful with, and you're not being clearly careful. This is a very magical goldfish, and by the way, it's also very dangerous. Did I mention that?
Well, we figured it was dangerous. How is it dangerous? Can you tell us? Because we don't know.
It's not so much the goldfish that's dangerous, it's actually what happens when somebody has the goldfish. And by the way, it's not in any sort of protective case right now, and a protective case might be able to mute the efforts. But now, anybody who wants to find this goldfish will be able to do so, because it's radiating a certain amount of enchantment magic that's preventing anybody else from...
Can you make something to keep it close, to keep...
Look, I'm obviously flustered right now, but please do not disparage my abilities as an alchemist. I have to be very, very clear about this. I'm the best alchemist that you're ever going to meet. And right now, if any of you have any chance at all of surviving, I'm going to need some pinky promises right now.
I immediately hold up a pinky.
And she wraps her little pinky around yours, and then she pulls you close with like startling amounts of strength. And so you're like nose to nose with her, and she goes like this.
Tell me your full name.
Damon Evan Moore. I'm Hawk. My name's Hawk.
I didn't hear a full name there. It sounded like you were saying something and then you stopped saying it. Do you have secrets? Because best friends don't have secrets.
I had a name. My new name is Hawk.
Hawk, I need you to make a promise to me right now, and it's going to be a promise that's more important to you and more important to me than any promise that's ever been made in the whole history of all of Abertorel.
Okay.
I promise.
I promise.
To write Rosie 3 letters. And each letter is going to tell Rosie how absolutely great she is and what a great alchemist she is and what a good friend she is to everyone. And you're going to write those letters 1, 2, 3. And each letter is going to come to me one day, second day, third day. And each letter is going to be delivered. And if they're not delivered, then you're going to be real sorry because actually I'm a very good alchemist, as I think I've already mentioned. And as a good alchemist, I could do things that would make you really, really sorry.
Saray's going to stand behind Rosie and just be like, like try and convince him to like, don't do it. No.
Just like glance back. I promise to write Rosie 3
Okay,
letters.
wait. Before you do that, I need Saray and Hawk to make deception checks to see if your little communication is noticed by Rosie, because Rosie is not joking around with these pinky promises.
Oh boy. All right, I'm rolling it. Don't fail me. Roll 20.
Don't fail me. Roll
18 plus 4, so that's 22.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to stay cool, even though you're noticing what Saray's doing. You're like a statue in this pinky promise right now. You both do fine. So even though like Rosie's very intent on this promise. So what do you say, Hawk?
I, Hawk, promise to write Rosie, you, 3 letters over the course of 3 days to tell you what a good friend you are, what a great alchemist you are, and how grateful I am for your friendship.
And if you don't, I'm going to send Bone Spitter right over to you, and he's going to deliver something from me to you, and he's going to force you to drink it, and it's going to be horrible, and you're going to probably smell bad forever.
I mean, I already smell pretty corpsey, so I don't want to imagine how bad.
Trust me, I've noticed. One problem at a time.
And she like waddles over to you, MacLeod.
Pinky! Put your pinky out. Pinky!
Oh, fuck.
Pinky!
All right.
You link pinkies with this gnome, and she pulls you close again with a startling amount of strength, and you're just like pulled right in, face to face with Rosie.
I need you to make the exact same promise that your friend over there, Mr. Damien Everhawk, has made for everybody else. I need you to tell me that you're going to write me 3 letters, not 1, not 2, but 3 letters, and each one's going to come one day after the other, and it's going to tell me how great I am as an alchemist and how wonderful my hair is and how big my eyes are and how I could find any gem anywhere, anytime, anyone ever asked, and it's going to be amazing, okay? Do you promise?
Yeah, fine.
I don't know if you really mean this because I
just don't know how.
I'm very good with people, and right now it seems like you're being really...
Do you want me to physically come here and deliver it? Do you want me to like send it by like first class or something?
I mean, I always love visitors. We could have tea and we could have crumpets and I could make special little cakes and we could sit around and we could have a party and then you could be the princess and I'll be the handsome knight. And together we could form adventures together and we could play some games. And do you like games? And do you ever play cards? Have you ever played dice? You're not a gambler, are you? If you have a gambling problem, I could make a potion that would help you with that.
No, I'm all right. I mean, I'm down to learn some alchemy stuff.
I don't teach alchemy. I'm sorry. That's something very special to me, and I don't want to just share it with just anybody. But if we're best friends, maybe I'll consider it. But you have to prove yourself, and you're going to have to write a lot of letters, and you're going to have to prove that you're a good letter writer.
All right. No, sure. Yeah, okay. I've written letters.
That doesn't sound like a promise. That just sounds like you're saying, yeah, okay. And as far as pinky promises go, you have to be contractually correct.
I promise to write you letters, 3 letters, 7 letters, 1 a day for a week. I'll write them, and just to prove.
The promise is only for 3, but I'll take 7.
Yeah, just to prove how serious I am with this, I'll do that.
Okay, so I need both Hawk and MacLeod to make charisma saves.
Oh no.
Oh, we're rolling this in roll 20 here. Let's take a look.
Oh no.
18.
18. And Hawk, you're right below my. Oh, that's a natural 1 there, Hawk. You rolled a natural 1 on a pinky promise.
Yep.
Well, as per house rule within this game, you are now going to roll to confirm, and if you get 2 natural 1s, something horrible is going to happen. And now that scales based on what the roll is for. But if you roll 3 in a row, you will alter the campaign for the worse. So let's see if you roll another natural 1.
Here we go.
Yeah.
18. So.
18. Okay, so you're free. All right. So each of you feels a slight little spark of electricity run through your body in a moment. And for just a brief moment, Rosie's eyes get a little brighter as she smiles and turns back around to to Saray, who's behind the counter right now, waving.
Behind the counter? Oh.
If you were standing so that they could see behind Rosie, you walk behind the counter.
Yep, I'm back behind the counter.
So
I'm just gonna turn and like look at the vials and be like, oh yeah, this is really interesting. Like,
make a deception check.
where's my roll 20? Okay. Oh fuck me!
Oh dear.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So yeah, Rosie flips around and looks at you, and then looks at you doing a horrible job of trying to look innocent. And her eyes narrow for a moment, and then she kind of smirks. Listen, obviously you can't read well because that sign right there says employees only, and I don't believe you're an employee, but you are my best friend. So if you're gonna be my best friend, then maybe I could hire you here at the shop, and you can do work for me, and you can sweep the floors, and you can polish the brass, and you can polish the glass. And by the way, I have a lot of potions that sometimes need a lot of work, and we're gonna have to do that together, and we can be best friends together. And then we can have tea breaks, and then we can have coffee breaks, and then we can have lunch breaks, and then we can have second lunch breaks, and then we can have a party, and that party could be after work. Yeah, I can't pay you.
Oh, phenomenal.
I'm sorry, Rosie. There were so many interesting things back here.
Get out from behind my counter!
Sorry. I walk back.
Yeah, so you step away, and like for this whole time, Bone Splitter has been just standing by the door, scowling. I mean, he's a living wall, and his arms crossed, and just standing there. So she very carefully wraps up the goldfish, and she hands it back to you, Saray.
Now, I want to be very serious about this. The first and foremost thing is that while I can prepare a few alchemical components that will be able to maybe help you and your friends, it's very important that you understand how crucial it is that you not allow anyone to get this goldfish. And by the way, you also need to make sure that whatever you're doing, the most important rule with this is never keep it in one place unless that place is magically guarded.
Okay, so if I keep it in my bag...
What I'm saying is you're endangering my shop.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'll leave. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You could just write one more letter, and now you have to write 4 letters. Before you had to write 3, and you'd already written 1, so we're back to 3 now. Okay, Saray? So now you're going to write me 3 letters, and each letter is going to determine exactly how I'm able to help you. And by the way, I need you to be as honest as possible about how wonderful I am, and how good of an alchemist I am, and how bright my hair is, and how big my eyes are, and how shiny my shoes are, and my buckles and my buttons, and everything else about me, and how swell I am.
I will do that, Rosie. Thanks. But, is there anything... You can't do anything now to help our friends?
I can do a little bit of something. It's not going to be a lot. It's not going to be the full result, but I can make a small result right now. But I'm not sure if it's going to work exceptionally well. There's a slight chance that there might be some off-putting side effects, but I'm sure that you're not worried about side effects, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay, so she takes a couple vials and she starts mixing them up, and she wraps the goldfish back up and hands it to you. And she shakes 2 vials in either hand, and it seems like she's ambidextrous because she keeps grabbing things and not even looking at them, and she's mixing things into other little potion vials, and there's an explosion of puff of smoke that shoots out of the top of one, and she looks at it, and it's bubbling like acid. Ah, perfect! And she corks it and hands it over to Hawk, and then she does that again, and she gets a different reaction from another one where it actually shoots a little bit of electricity out of the top, and she corks that, and she hands it to you.
Okay. What do these do?
You're a scientific one,
and she points to you, Maglo.
So I'll let you explain to them exactly what I've been doing. I right now don't have the time because I'm going to be researching exactly how to help you with your goldfish problem. By the way, don't tell anybody that you've got it, even though they can sense it if they already know. But if they know how to find it, they're going to be able to find you, and they're probably looking for it right now. So I really would like it if you left the shop. Bone Splitter, show them out. And you Hawk and MacLeod, you feel this giant pair of hands on the scruff of your coats, and you get picked up and carried out of this shop. And you get dropped onto the cobblestone sidewalk of the alleyway of the Court of Stars, which is the market center that you're in. And there are flags and tents and brightly colored signs that are waving in the breeze. And there's just a little bit of sunlight that's coming through. You're outside of the Magister's Keep in the southern ward. And this is just a couple blocks away from the area where Dottle was being held from the prison. And as you're being dropped onto the cobblestone floor, off in the distance, you hear an explosion. Juniper. You skid into the hallway. The enormous door flings open. Make a dexterity save, please.
Eight.
Okay. So, as soon as you skid through this doorway, the first thing that you see is another doorway, and it's a metal grate, and it seems to be closed. And there are 2 guards on either side of it holding halberds, and they are heavily armored, and they immediately whip their heads around to you as you burst through the door. What would you like to do? It's your initiative.
They're standing directly in front of the other door?
They're standing on either side of the metal gate. And you do, however, I've rolled your perception for you, another of my house rules. You do notice that there is a large set of keys on a ring on the belt of one of the guards.
At this point, would I have any more little vines and trinkets on me?
Yeah, you have plenty of little sticks. Anything natural that wouldn't be considered man-made, I'm going to allow you to have. So
right.
you would have picked up little twigs or pieces of straw or bits of moss. So any of your material components that fall in that general area, I'll allow you to have.
Alrighty, friends. It's time for another cantrip. She's gonna... Are there any rocks around me, like, in this space?
The entire cell is made from giant stones. Some of them look looser than others. There are small rocks that are scattered about from the ground, which are probably pieces of stone that have kind of worn off over time. While it's fairly well maintained for a dank prison, it is obviously deteriorating.
All right, while she's standing there, I'm gonna yell over to the one on the right. Hey,
All
doofus. And I'm gonna kick one of the stones on the ground towards him to distract both of them.
All right, so the guard that you've just insulted does not move out of the way from the rock. The rock does hit him, does no damage, but it does immediately strike him in the shin as you kick this rock forward. Go ahead and make an intimidation check just to see how we do.
All right, let's see. What is that?
I believe you have a... Oh, that's Dottle. Sorry.
Oh, well, 17.
17? Okay. Yeah, so you definitely catch their attention. You don't think that they're frightened of you, but they're definitely... You've made an imposing figure out of yourself, busting through this door and then kicking a rock. Obviously, you're someone to be taken seriously, and they immediately straighten up, hold their weapons forward, and prepare themselves. What do you do after getting their attention?
After getting their attention, I'm going to... She's gonna yell, "Hope you can catch me," and she's gonna run straight towards them. And... God Damn it. She's gonna run towards them and try to thorn whip while running into the one that does not have the keys.
I love this decision making. It's amazing. No, seriously. I love when you preface your action with "damn it." It's perfect. Okay, so you run forward, and as you're running, you're going to cast Thorn Whip. Okay, well, let's see if you strike. So go ahead and make a attack roll. So 17? Okay. Well, 17 does beat the AC of the guard. So go ahead and roll your damage.
4 and a 6.
Okay, so you reach out your hand and another vine sprouts out from underneath your sleeves, and this thorny whip lashes across the first guard as you charge forward. And the guard, what was the total damage again?
10?
10, and how much of that was piercing?
4.
And you did 46?
Yeah.
Okay. So 4 of that is piercing. So you don't do an enormous amount of damage as the thorns kind of rake across the armor, but you do see gouts of blood spring up across his exposed face underneath this enormous bell helmet that he's wearing. He looks surprised as he stumbles backwards and kind of trips back and catches himself on the wall as the second guard rushes forward to try to strike you. That definitely beats your AC of 14, and the guard striking you with his halberd hits you for 7 points of damage. And are you currently at 30 from the previous fight, right? So okay, so you are going to take that additional damage, 7 more, and that puts you to 23 points of damage. 23 hit points left. And you're bleeding, and you're heavily bruised and battered as you continue forward. But from behind you, in the cell that you just exploded out of, shooting this vine and catching these guards unaware, there's an explosion, and dust and debris pushes out from the doorway that you've left open. Doddle, make a Constitution save.
That's 5, 6, 7.
7.
Yep.
You get pushed forward, and your head hits rock forcibly as you feel a blast of hotness across your back, and everything goes dark. You fall unconscious. Juniper, what do you do when this explosion happens? Both of the guards are no longer paying attention to you, despite the fact that you're right in front of them.
When you say right in front of, where am I standing at this point? Am I closer to the exit than they are, or still?
They haven't really moved. They are still standing by the exit. You have moved into their space. So one is on either side of you, and there's about 5 feet between you on either side.
And the exit's right behind me?
The gated exit is right in front of you. The cell that you've just left is behind you.
All right. Well, this girl's gonna swirl on her heel and lunge back and let me see. And I'm gonna cast Wind Wall between them and I.
Ooh, that is interesting. Okay, so if you've got Wind Wall open, go ahead and read it to me.
Let's see where it was. A wall of strong wind rises from the ground at a point you choose within range. You can make the wall up to 50 feet long, 15 feet high, 1 foot thick. You can shape the wall in any way you want, as long as it makes a continuous path on the ground, lasts for the duration. When the wall appears, each creature in the area must make a strength saving throw. Creatures take 3d8 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. It keeps fog, smoke, and other gases away, and any small objects basically are going to...
arrows and things like that. Yeah. Okay, so you use a handful of strange feathers that you pull out of your hair and just kind of toss, and immediately the wind kicks up. Now, this is a very important question. how are you placing this wall around you and your two opponents?
I was kind of thinking she would has to be continuous, so she would put it in a loop so that the two of them are kind of trapped on the inside.
Okay, so you're trapped on the inside or the outside?
The inside. And so I'm like on the outside, they're on the inside.
Uh-huh. And so where are you in relation to either the gate or the doorway to the other room?
Closer to the gate.
Okay. So they're going to be locked away from the gate.
Yes.
Okay. So immediately this wind erupts, and they're going to make their strength saving throws to see if they can take half damage from this bludgeoning damage.
I'm going to throw up.
Both of them fail horribly. Yeah, so I really probably should have given them disadvantage because they were so distracted by the explosion, but they don't need it. I couldn't really roll much worse. They didn't get natural ones, but they did do really badly. So with that, I want you to go ahead and roll the full 3d8, as each of them is going to take that much damage.
Oh. Come on, 8, where are you? There you go.
How did you do?
17.
17.
Yeah.
So the guard that you've already struck is battered across the room, pushed away from the gate, and the other guard who you haven't harmed seems to kind of dig himself down a little bit, but he is still like the heels of his shoes skid across the stone as he's also pushed back, and one of them actually falls and tumbles. The one that you've wounded tumbles backward and is going to have to spend an action standing back up. The other one is still remaining, but isn't able quite to do much of anything other than fight against this insane burst of wind that's just kind of pushed out in front of them. Now then, you have a move action. What would you like to use that, or a bonus action, or anything like that?
Depends. Is there anything else in this room? Any other entrances or exits?
This is a hallway.
It's just a hallway.
The metal gate that leads into what looks like, you can see through it. There's a couple of torches and a stone spiral staircase that leads downward. And there's another set of stairs that lead upward. And on the behind you is this blast of wind and the door that you ran out of, and all of the smoke and debris that actually kind of runs up to your gust of wind and then stops. So while everyone within that wall of wind is unable to see, they're blinded, you are not.
Is this a wooden door like the entrance?
It is a metal gate. So you are now like standing in front of bars, and you're looking out, and it is locked.
Son of a monkey.
Hold that
It's
thought.
like we're in a prison.
Yeah, hold that thought. So as Juniper runs up and grabs onto the bars shake, and they're visibly very locked. And the dust is being held back by your gust of wind behind you. You lose sight of the two guards. They become these strange kind of shadows in that dusty mess that's behind the wall of wind. And Doddle, there's a darkness, and you're within it. It's deep and empty. And then there's a spark of light. And rain hits the roof. You can hear it as it splatters on the balcony outside of your window. The sky is dark. There's a crack of lightning, a flash, and then the pound of thunder rolling as more lightning sparks from the darkness outside your window. You're lying in your bed, back in Evermeet. The land that you know, in your native tongue, as Teowin du Vesfir, the island outside. This is the home of the Tel Quasar, the High Elves, an ancient and proud race that has lived on this island after they have rescinded from the mortal realms, locking their border through an enormous amount of sea and magic building their timeless and beautiful structures. This is the home and the seat of the power of the Eleran, ancient rulers of elven kind. There are many royal houses, a network of intrigue, but a calm and peaceful existence, one that stretches much longer than mortal memory can contain. These High Elves exist in a constant state of slow moving progression. They grow as any race does, but they do so at a much, much slower rate. An event or an evening meal can take hours. A conversation could take days. Here, the High Elves do not fear time, as all other races do. But there is something about your homeland that doesn't feel right. This storm is unnatural. It does not rain this way in Evermeet. You're surrounded by the warmth of your bed. A thick, down comforter smothers you, and a pillow stuffed with the softest feathers able to be found on this island cushions you from all sides, and still you are chilled to the bone as you open your eyes. What do you do?
So, this rain is mysterious to me?
You've seen rain before on this island, but it's always gentle spring rain. It's soft and without malice. The sky, while gray, is not ominous. Outside your window, there's nothing but blackness, as if it were night, but you can see looming billowy clouds and this spark of strange electrical energy outside of it. The water, the waves of the ocean beyond, out facing the Sword Coast of the mortal land, is broken with choppy waves. A storm like this has never been seen, not by you.
Alright, I'd like to leave my bedroom and maybe find one of my elders, maybe ask them if they've ever seen a storm like this in Taywin before.
You step out from your bed and your feet hit the ground, and as you're looking down, you don't even consider the fact that these are the same frail, elven feet that you've known your entire life. Delicate and small, you stand and you catch a glimpse of yourself in the full-length mirror off to the side by your dressing room. You see yourself in a gown, the elven princess that you once were. Would you describe yourself?
Dodalia has very, very long, dark black hair, long ears, which is a staple of elves of higher descent in Taywin. I'm imagining she's wearing a nightgown, so it's very clean, surprisingly clean for living amongst the fauna she does, and very pale skin, little white freckles. And she looks like she hasn't seen the sun in a while. She looks very delicate and frail, and yeah, she's gonna go maybe look for her mother and see if her mother's awake.
Your bare feet move across the highly polished marble floor. It is white and gleaming as you approach the doorway, inset in these beautiful crystalline sculptures that weave and flow like air or water had crafted them. There are no jagged edges to this. They seem to glow with a very slight internal light, providing you illumination where otherwise there would be none. There are no torches here. There is no need for them. Magic provides you and your family with all that you need. You reach out and grasp on the handle of the door and fling it open as you step carefully into the hallway. Your bare feet again touching this very cold marble. The chill runs through you again, and you get the sense that there's someone standing directly behind you. What do you do?
I'd like to turn around, please.
As you whip around, you see nothing. Just the hallway leading off to the other quarters. Your mother's room is to your right.
I'd like to take a deep breath and realize that there is probably nowhere safer I could be right now. And I'd like to continue on to my mother's room and knock, if I can.
You step across the hallway. There are statues of your ancestors here that are finely carved and polished. Each of them seem to look down at you with a haughty disinterest. Their faces are devoid of any emotion whatsoever. They feel frozen in time, standing here, staring at you as you walk down the hall. It's in. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, as I do that, I just want to smile at one of the portraits that has a very strange discoloration around their mouth, and I'd like to smile as I remember the time I drew a mustache on one of them as a child, and I'd like to continue on to my mother's room.
That portrait that hangs there seems to glower at you more strongly than the others. And you continue down the hallway, and it's at this moment that you notice a flit of white as it turns the corner further past your mother's hallway towards her entrance. A small foot disappears around the corner with it. Do you knock at your mother's door, or do you pursue the figure?
Does the figure look like they're fleeing? Like, do they look suspicious in any way?
It is very suspicious.
I am going to hold my hand up to the door as if to knock, and then I'm going to clench my fist a little and follow the figure instead.
You almost knock, but you stop, and you turn and move further down the hallway. You enter into a grand chamber that has an enormous, beautifully wrought staircase that winds itself down to one of the main common areas. Here there are crystals that are beautifully and organically placed in a circle around the roof of the space, and they glow brilliantly. And there are interworked clear panes of glass, and on the top you see all of the water and the rain and the flashes from the lightning, but you do not hear the thunder any longer. You don't hear the danger. It all is silent around you. And you see a figure dressed in a white gown running away from you down the stairs. As she turns around, she looks up at you from the staircase. She looks exactly like you. Outside of the shop that Rosie's guard, Bone Splitter, has forcibly removed you all from, off in the distance, in the direction of the keep of the magistrate, an explosion is heard off in the distance, and all of the bustling that is happening within the Court of Stars stops as everyone immediately looks that direction. Hawk, MacLeod, Saray, what do you do?
I look at MacLeod and Saray. You don't think that's...
Oh, fuck. That's not, is it?
It might be.
Oh, fuck hell.
Does it seem like it's coming from the area on the map that I was given? Like...
Yeah, I'll let you make a roll right now, because you're reading a map for an interior of the... By the way, this map that you have is very much a coded situation. It's something that the Thieves Guild passes around. If anybody else looked at it, it wouldn't look like a map. It looks more like a series of notations and lines that make very little sense. So I need you to kind of...
I assume it tells me where the entrance to this.
It tells you a great number of things. I just want to have you make a roll. So let's have you make a... How did you do?
Horrible. I have no idea. I look at this map and I'm like,
It's an insight check.
great. Yeah, my insight's the best.
What was your roll?
It's 3. Oh, +5. Okay, so it's better than that.
So you got an 8. It's going to take you a moment. You're distracted by the explosion, and you're starting to kind of sort out which direction it would be in. But what you do know for certain, Saray, is that is definitely the prison that just exploded, or part of it.
Great.
Also, knowing what you do know, Maglo, I'd like for you to make an investigation roll, please. I'm not watching these rolls, and I feel like I'm missing the most entertaining part of the section.
That's a 10.
I mean, it could be worse. Yeah, and you're great at investigation, by the way. So, you again are just kind of shocked by the explosion, and you weren't prepared for it. But as it happens, you start to calculate exactly the size of the report of the explosion and how much black powder that would require, and if it were magically based, what sort of magical system would be used to cause that sort of explosion. And you're starting to figure out exactly how bad it is just from the sound of it, but you're going to need more time to figure that out.
But I know that it's pretty bad.
I mean, it is
there
an
anything
explosion.
that I can discern from it? Aside from quite large plumes of smoke, I imagine.
Yeah, you can't. You're still kind of in shock at the situation. So you can try again here shortly.
Right, so, wait, first things first. Can I see if I can remember the concoctions that they've been given? Remember anything about that? Because she was like, your alchemist friend, he's smart, he'll be able to figure it out. And now Maglo wants nothing more than to immediately know.
Go ahead and make an Arcana roll. And I'll allow you to
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. You don't need it. That's a natural 20. I was going to say roll with advantage, but you do not need that advantage. Roll one more time. Let's see if you get another natural 20. Okay. Well, yeah, you're the king of good and bad luck, but it doesn't matter. The one on that roll doesn't really affect you. You still have a natural 20. So with the natural 20, you realize that what Rosie has created from an alchemical perspective is a series of concoctions that are going to disrupt any sort of magical aura that anyone who drinks them currently has on them. Now that means beneficial as well as negative. So if there's any sort of magical aura that they're using to protect themselves or to conceal themselves, it's going to disrupt that. It's effectively a vial of dispel magic, but that magic is only temporarily dispelled. It's going to wear off. And also the way that she was mixing them and the speed that she did it with, you're not certain. Actually, you got a natural 20. You're certain. Each of them has been given an intentional side effect.
They also have very specific a tang in it, and I don't know what the tang is. Like a side effect of
They
some
have a
sort.
side effect?
I don't know what it is, but they definitely have a specific tang in it. So Hawk, you drink that now, and we'll find out.
Wait.
Now Hawk, we gotta go deal with the tang. We gotta do this.
I just chug it.
You feel sort of strange, Hawk, and you stumble for a moment, and everything kind of spins, and then you belch really loudly. And immediately, Maglo and Saray, you notice that Hawk's skin color has turned bright pink, and he is glittery.
Right, so we're not gonna do a stealth mission then.
No,
You're very sparkly and pink, and your hair, your eyes, everything is just this really vivid, bright pink color.
I don't think this is gonna be my look going forward, you guys.
It suits you perfect.
Guys, is my hair pink?
Yeah, everything's pink. Maglo, do you have to drink this?
I don't think that. For
drunk
me?
enough
I have
work.
to drink this?
I think one of them's for Doddle.
No.
Yeah, Doddle was in the room when we opened the box and was trackable.
Right, but
Oh.
so this orb is also trackable. I'm wondering maybe if we rub some on it, will it work, or is it you'd have to ingest this?
Well, maybe there. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to waste Doddle's
Sure.
potion. Should I? Maybe there's some potion left in I can spit on it.
Can I make a roll to think about the thing that Saray has just said? Would it be feasible?
Go ahead and make another Arcana check.
That is a 13.
You think that it has to be ingested, but you're not sure.
No, I don't think it'll work. I think you gotta drink it. I don't like the alchemical properties ain't made for that type of thing. Its own.
All right.
It's not topical.
Do we feed it to the fish? Can we?
No, we give it to Doddle.
Yeah,
We
we're
can't-
gonna give it to Doddle. So here, and I pull out the orb that's now wrapped in whatever the fabric, and I hand it to MacLeod. I'm gonna go and try and get Doddle out. Whatever you guys are going to do, take care of this.
Should we go investigate that explosion though?
Well, if the explosion is where the jail is, then I'm gonna go investigate it.
Yeah, we
Do
should
you guys
go.
have to get to a dock?
Fuck, should we be anywhere near it? Like, your lass said that we have a job to do, and if we're caught next to the jail, I don't think that's going to be good things for any of us.
I mean, true, but
also it's not like you're not going to be found in the lineup.
Well, we don't have a time limit on when we can do the dock job.
That's true, but like,
We just
if
go-
we're next to it and then bad stuff happens, like obviously we're gonna do a fucking jailbreak. It looks like, or someone's doing a jailbreak. Like, if we do it and we get our way, and then the general public, someone's like, "Oh yeah, I have information." They were fucking bright pink and sparkly. Like, you're gonna be found pretty quick.
Yeah, but the bright pink and wait, is the bright pink and sparkly permanent, MacLeod?
I don't know, bud. Maybe.
My thought is, we go there, we'll just take a look, we'll take a gander, maybe this is somebody else's issue because it's a big city and lots of things are probably going on, but we take a look, and if Doll's in trouble, we help, and if it's none of our business, we go to the dock. Does that sound like a fair compromise?
Alright, fine. Alright. We will stay like 20 feet behind you, Saray, just so there's some type of distance between us in case someone kicks off.
I just nod. I'm like, all right.
Saray begins walking down the mercantile alley in the Court of Stars, and everything, all the activity of this space kind of resumes a moment after it was paused, as if nothing had happened. Merchants are selling and shouting about the discounts that they have on their various wares. Individuals are grasping at you, trying to show you bolts of fabric or strange small wooden toys. Other items that are sold within this kind of mishmash of culture that has kind of cropped up around this enormous fountain and statue in the center of the southern ward, outside of the Way of the Dragon, on the main road, facing the Magistrate's Keep. And as you walk out from this Court of Stars, you see in the distance this enormous stone building. In the front of it, the courthouse, which was meticulously kept and very, very finely crafted, heavy wooden and stone structure, with a courtyard in the front that has additional proceedings that usually happen here. There's a gallows, as well as a number of locks and stocks for criminals. Other practices are kept here in the open air, but the magistrate's office itself is a very large, well-appointed building. And like many of the buildings in this area, it has enormous arches and spires that stretch out far deeper into the city. It's a massive building. Behind it is where the prison is kept, and that is a more squat affair. It is not a building that is built for any sort of aesthetic pleasure. It is hard angles and small, sharp, slitted windows and barred gates and patrols of guards and flags that hang above that warn that within it are held the criminals of the southern ward of Waterdeep. At the top of this structure is a plume of smoke, and a small section of that stone structure has collapsed downward into the main part of the main Way of the Dragon street. It has the sharp edges now come to a slight slope, and one entire corner seems to have been shattered. Immediately, you see above head, flying, city guard mounted on griffins as they circle the wreckage of what has just happened. And you hear the cries of these griffins in the distance as they shriek out like birds of prey across the city. And you hear trumpets and the calls of the watch as all are alerted to what has just occurred. Juniper, you are standing in front of a metal grate. It is locked. Behind you, the wind whips up from your spell. You've lost sight of the two guards in the debris behind you. You, however, are free from this and can see clearly. Off in the distance, you hear footsteps, armored, running up the staircase.
How clearly can I see the dudes in my little wind tunnel?
You cannot see them clearly at all. They are dark figures that seem to be stumbling about.
But I can see the figures.
Yes. Yeah, you can make out where they are generally, but you can't see them clearly.
Would I have remembered which of the dudes were carrying the set of keys?
You do. It was the one that you did not damage. The one to when you turn back and face the doorway that you fled from, the one to the left.
All right. I'm going to turn around away from the gates, sadly. And here goes nothing. I'm going to use Grasping Vine to have it shoot out at the figure, the blurred out figure that I remembered had the keys, so that I can lift him out and throw him out of the tunnel.
Okay. I'm going to have you make your strike roll with a disadvantage because there's a lot of debris and the wind is whipping around, but I will allow you to make the roll. Roll with a disadvantage.
All right. Okay, lowest 15.
Well done. So you focus, and for a moment, you find an inner calmness in the midst of all of this chaos. And for the briefest of moments, your eyes go completely white, and you're back in that grove surrounded by the stones. And you reach out your hand, and a vine grasps outward, wrapping itself around the guard. I need you to make an athletics check now, please.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Hold on.
I like that reaction.
Oh, snap. Okay, yeah. 22?
22. With this you don't even try. You just whip your hand backwards without exerting any strength whatsoever. And the guard comes skidding out from the wind wall and is on the ground, weaponless, staring up at you. The keys dangling from his belt. He immediately looks to you and reaches for a dagger. He grabs onto it and flings it outward, and it shoots through the air and into your shoulder. You take 4 points of damage as you are stabbed by the dagger.
Jerk face.
If I'm correct in this, you have 19 hit points left? Is that correct? You were wounded and bleeding and bruised, and you've been half starved in this cell, but you are resolute. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go for my handy dandy thorn whip, flick that out real quick, and I'm going to try to, oh man, this sounds awful. I'm going to wrap it around his neck if I can.
I love it. If you'd like to make a called shot with it, I'm going to have you roll with disadvantage.
Okay. That is a 13 on my lowest.
Okay, so you do not wrap it around the guard's neck, but you do wrap it around the guard. You can roll damage. He is going to be taking half of it as he rolls out of the way, trying to escape. Having seen you do this before, he seems very cautious and frightened by you.
Good. All right, damage is a 10, so he'll take 5, yeah?
Yeah, and so how much of that was piercing? 3? Okay. So immediately he calls out, "Ugh!" as blood kind of issues forth and bleeds across the tunic underneath his armor. He bats away the vines just in time as he rolls out of the way and looks at you glaringly. It's a very tight space. The two of you have nowhere to go. Both of you are right up against each other with the wind wall behind you. So he is struggling to stand, and he without having a weapon, he lunges at you, trying to take the dagger out of your shoulder so that he can stab you again. I'm going to need you to make either an acrobatics or an athletics check, your choice.
All right.
Never mind.
No? Oh.
Yeah, never mind. He immediately stumbles as he stands and falls flat back onto his face as the wind catches him as he gets too close to the wind wall, and it shoves him back down at your feet.
Yes.
You can attack now, and you will have an advantage on your attack as he is completely prone.
Is this goon wearing any head armor?
He is wearing a helmet.
All right. I'm just gonna kick up my foot and try to kick him in the chin there. Try to knock him out.
You're going to try to knock him out. Okay, so go ahead and make an unarmed strike.
We got 13.
13. Okay, so you kick outward, and he moves, and your kick just brushes across his helmet as he turns and looks at you, and then attempts to grab your ankle, but he is rolling with disadvantage because he is currently prone, and he fails as he grasps futilely at your feet, grabbing at your sandals. You only have one sandal on because you threw the other one to Donald. Okay, so it is now your attack. What would you like to do?
Gonna rip out the dagger and try to plunge it into him.
Okay, so you pull the dagger out and you take 1 additional point of damage as you now hold a bloody dagger and you stab down at him. Go ahead and roll to strike.
Yep. 15?
You have an advantage as well.
Oh.
So if you'd like to roll again, if you think you might get better.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, 15 still beats his AC, so you do strike. You can roll 1d4 plus 2.
5.
Okay, so you stab downward, and blood gouts out from his shoulder as now he is the one who is sheathing this dagger, as it were. He looks to you in anger and is going to try to tackle you. You can make an acrobatics or a athletics roll as you see fit.
That's my lucky number, 15.
Okay, so he does manage to, even with his disadvantage, grab you and push you up against the bars of the gate. I'm going to make a perception check for you. Yeah, you do hear footsteps getting closer from the stairwell, the stone stairwell behind you on the other side of the gate. You are now grappling with him face to face. He does no damage with you, but he is now standing and is no longer taking a disadvantage on his attack roll. And the two of you are locked together. What would you like to do, Juniper?
Well, Sacred Flame on this dude.
Okay. You're going to straight up throw a Sacred Flame.
Straight up.
So his dexterity save is at a disadvantage because of the lack of space. And it's verbal somatic, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. It is going to cause 2d8 damage. And he fails. So he takes the full damage. As you spark forward, you concentrate, and the power of nature surges through you as brilliant green flame ignites from your hands as the two of you are locked together.
Boss.
What was your damage?
It is 3.
3. From 2d8, I get it. Rolling great on the strikes, not so great on the damage. So this flame shoots out, and he seems startled, but he kind of, like, his face is charred, and you see this blackened boils kind of raise up on his face as he screams at you and is going to try to throw you into your own wind wall. So he is at a disadvantage, and he seems to be completely inept as he grabs onto you and is trying to pull you away, but he's distracted by the flames that have just shot out. He pulls you closer, and your hair pulls into your own wind wall and starts whipping crazily. What would you like to do?
Can I see the keys on him?
You can, yeah. They're hanging from his belt.
All right. My hair is whipping into it. And he's still holding me?
Both of you are just on the edge of this wind wall, yeah.
Oh, Lord. Okay, June's gonna go ahead and try to kick his ankles and turn to push him into the wall while trying to also grab the keys with her other hand.
Oh, my friend, that is a lot of rolls, but let's do it.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so the first thing that I need you to do is to roll to strike him. And so this is going to be a grappling move. So I will have you make an either acrobatics or an athletics check of your choice. And he will do the same. Not that I'm for the villains here, but if they could do something correct, that would be outstanding, you know? How'd you do?
Oh, not good. How'd you do?
How bad is not good? You get a 1?
Like a 1.
You got a natural 1?
Yeah.
So he did 2. And here's what happens. Both of you grappled together. You start fighting as you're close to this wind wall, and you both go in. Everybody within the wind wall is taking, is it 46 or 3d6 damage?
I think it's 3d8.
It's 3d8. You're right. It's d8. So 3d8 for the wind wall as you both have re-entered it. Well, this is the first time that you've entered it, Juniper. I'm going to roll the damage for you.
Okay.
So here's your damage first.
Oh.
How many hit points do you have left?
Like 18?
You take 12 points of damage.
Oh.
As you immediately hit the ground forcibly, your head cracking against the stone, everything is ringing as the wind whips across you, and you lose sight of the guard as he spins over top of you, and you hear a crunching noise. And you see his helmet blow past you, bloody. Doddle. You're standing at the top of the stairs of your family's keep, your palace, looking down at this enormous, well-appointed crystalline and marble staircase. Illumination is glowing from the crystal magics, but it's dim, and the light from above is peppered with these bright flashes from the lightning outside, and the rain on the side of the panes of glass create a wavering, dreamlike wash across everything. The figure looking at you, 60 feet away down this staircase, looks exactly like you. And when you lock eyes, she turns and begins running further down the stairs. What would you like to do?
Say wait, and then chase after her.
All right. Make an athletics roll, please.
Do I have different stats?
That's a great question. I'm going to have you use your same stats for this moment, just to make things simple.
I'm sorry, what am I rolling for again?
This would be your athletics.
Athletics, okay. 5, that's 6.
6. Okay, so you kind of stumble in your bare feet as you work your way down these large stairs, and the figure seems to be very, very quick and is moving further and further down, and no matter how you try, you seem to she seems to be staying further and further away from you. She's running, and you lose sight of her as she spins around the spiral stair, and then you hear the slamming of a door in the alcove below. Do you keep descending down the stairs?
Yeah, I head toward that slamming door.
As you work your way down, you enter into one of the grand chambers, one of the alcoves that greet guests who step into this palace, the palace of your family. And here are more statues, perfectly crafted white marble figures, the High Elves of old that stand eternally down many of the corridors here. Your entire family lineage can be found, and on small, beautifully wrought platinum plaques, there are, in perfect Elvish script, the names of all of your family and every individual. The door slams right next to a pedestal that's empty without a statue upon it. You don't recall that pedestal ever being there before.
All right, I want to run up to the door and try to open it just to see if it's locked. And I just want to yell, like, wait, I just want to talk to you.
You bust through the door as it opens immediately upon your touch, and you enter into what looks like an enormous library. You're not familiar with this place. It seems different than anything that's ever been in your palace home before. There were, of course, libraries, but you spent many hours in those libraries. You knew every corner, you knew every desk, every shelf. The scrolls and books and tomes were well known to you. This place is different, and it's more rough, and it isn't elvish. There's thick, heavy wood, and the floors are old and they creak underneath your bare feet. And standing by the fire on a bare rug, it's stretched out with an enormous grisly head, with a small set of cushioned couches that are kind of tattered and older. You see a figure standing by a lantern light, working furiously. You hear the sound of gears fit together and tools that are clanking metal on metal. And you don't know this individual. There's something about them, though, that is very familiar. And the smell of oil and grease fills your nostrils. The figure is not looking to you. They're working intently. There are blueprints and plans spread out on the table in front of them as this fire crackles in the hearth. What would you like to do?
Hello?
The figure turns, and it's a young man. He has tousled hair and a pair of spectacles that sit upon his nose, and a bright yellow cravat that's tied around his neck. His face has smears of grease upon them, and as the figure turns, immediately there is a flash of yellow as a mechanical construct raises itself up, and the light of it blinds you for a moment. And everything around you shifts, and you stumble backwards. And you hear, and you fall. And you land on a patch of wet rock. You're in a cavern. It's dark, but there's the glow of strange moss on the walls and ceiling. You hear screams. What do you do?
Shake my head a little bit and then head towards the screaming, I guess. Is there anywhere else I can go?
You could go away from it.
What exactly did the screaming sound like? Is it someone screaming for help? Is it screaming in anger?
They sounded like people, and it sounded like they were terrified and in pain. You hear, Damien! Damien! Help!
I'm going to, if I'm still on the ground, move away from it, as if that's the direction I'm gonna run, and then instead, as I stand up, I'm gonna close my eyes for a second and then just start running towards the screaming.
And you break out into an enormous cavern. There are bodies strewn here, mercenaries wearing various forms of leather armor, scattered dead on the ground. And there is a strange creature that you've never seen before, surrounded by smaller creatures. These twisted little horrible-looking toad-like creatures, but the one in the center is the one that catches your eye immediately. Flowing black robes with pointed armor made of the strange shimmering metal, and in this darkness you make out the shadow and the silhouette of this figure. Your elven eyes immediately adjust to the darkness as you see the figure turn towards you. In one hand, it has a young girl, blonde hair, who looks very familiar to you. She's wearing the robes of a cleric. You don't know the faith. It seems to be mortal in make, but there is clearly the symbol of what looks like a rising sun, and it stands out to you as the woman, the girl, looks to you in terror, and her mouth, without uttering a word, forms run, and the figure turns, and you see a mass of tentacles splay out as dark black eyes pierce through you. And in your head, in your very being in this moment, there is an echo.
Hello, little creature. Feast. Yes.
What do you do?
Can I run?
You can.
I'm just gonna say I'm dreaming, and I'm gonna run.
And as you turn, immediately the cave dissipates around you, and the smell of strange cooked meat and boiling slop assails you, and this stink of animal, like a stable, washes across you, and the sounds around you are cacophonous as they ring in your ears. It's the sound of bells and horses and carts and wood and hammers. As all of this happens around you, you've never been anywhere like this before, and you realize that this is a human city, and you stumble back and you fall across a pile of crates and roll deeper into an alley. There, you see a figure standing in the dark. She's removed her cowl and her hood, and you see ears that denote she's an elf. There's a stack of coins in front of her and a small pile of goods that have been laid out. The figure turns and looks to you. Saray, what do you do?
I take the coins.
A figure is standing behind you. What do you do?
I turn and look at the figure with the coins in my hand.
You see a young elven girl dressed in a nightgown, no shoes. She looks frightened.
I put the coins back.
So Dahlia, what do you do?
Just gonna stay frozen for just a little bit, and then I'm gonna say, "Are you real?"
Of course I am. Aren't you?
In this moment, I'm unsure. I am going to continue on in my behavior as if I am real and you are real until something leads me to believe that all of this is untrue and a dream. So I'm going to stand up and with shaky hands brush off my nightgown a little bit, and I'm going to reach a hand forward and say, "Hello, my name is Dahlia."
Out of the way. You're the one who took our coin.
And two figures emerge, bursting into the alley. Daggers fly at your feet, Saray.
I'm going to move out of the way and throw my darts at them.
Dodalia, you're pushed aside by a large human male who shoves you to one side. What do you do?
I certainly hope this is a dream. But if it's not, I would like to punch the man in front of me, please.
Roll your unarmed strike, please.
All right. Well, that's 13. And I'm going. Do I add anything to that?
Do you have? I believe you have unarmed strike under your actions. So
I do, and it's +4. So that's wow. That's not entirely bad.
It certainly is not. You hit the man. So yeah, you hit and you cause 2 points of damage as this large, imposing man stops where he was standing, and then slowly turns towards you. And you can see this scar that works across his face, and this one dead eye. And he smells and reeks like a wild animal. And to you, he seems more like a bear than a man, as he reaches out for you. And there is immediately this gust of wind. And you feel as he looms over you, everything changes. And you're standing in a circle of stones. And there is a druid. Her hands are bleeding. June, this is your prayer. The trees around you shake. They move with purpose. You know that some of them have not moved this way in hundreds and hundreds of years. Time does not work the same for them. It never has. There's the creaking and groaning of leaves as they come closer. And they begin to hum. Their humming is a sound that only the druids can hear. And it is timeless, open, comforting. And they are singing you a song. That song reverberates through the circle. And you see her, an elven princess, standing before you. What do you do?
I walk to the princess.
Are your hands still bleeding?
They are.
Can I try and grab them and say, "Are you all right?"
Juniper, would you please describe yourself?
In this moment, Juniper has dark, midnight black hair, curly, deep ebony skin. Her robes are in white and gold, covering her body modestly. She has many rags folded into her belt, almost like it's there for precaution. Her eyes are normally the color of gold. And she is roughly about 5'8", 5'9". Very slender. You have my hands, right?
Yeah. Or I went to go grab them if you'd allow me to.
I allow you, but I don't say a thing.
What happened?
You do what you gotta do.
What did you have to do?
I don't feel comfortable answering that question, thanks.
Oh, I apologize. It's been a little bit of a strange night for me, and I'm afraid I've thrown all etiquette out the window. My name is Dodalia, and I suppose it's a pleasure to meet you.
June is going to take her hands gently from yours and kind of flow back the bottom of her clothing as she takes a knee to you. And I'm sorry for my rash behavior. It's very hard for me to behave sometimes.
I'm gonna kneel down too and say it's okay. If it's been a strange night for me, I'm sure it's been a strange night for you.
I would be very careful, friend. She's a liar.
On the other side of the circle, outside of it, is an exact duplicate of Daedalus, standing in the tree line.
A liar. June's gonna stand up and back away just a little bit.
A liar and a thief.
And immediately there's a wave, and you feel, Juniper, the pressing energies of this place around you, and you know that something that you've tapped into is intrinsically tied to all of this. All of the figures that you've seen, all of the prophecy that has been unfurled before you. You feel looming darkness of the Shadowfell. There is a flock of ravens overhead that block out the sky, and there is a cry. As ravens, one by one, begin falling dead around you. Black feathers fill the air. Daedalus, the figure outside the circle, is walking around as the trees begin to drop their leaves and die.
Liar. Thief. Liar. Thief. Liar.
Wait, who's a liar? Are you calling her a liar and a thief? Or are you calling me a liar and a thief?
Your voice cracks. Your hand begins to shake, and slowly it twists into a green-gray claw. Your ears ring as they unfurl larger and larger, and your eyes grow big, and in front of you, Juniper, this elven princess turns into a small, scared-looking goblin.
Stop!
Liar. Thief. Liar. Thief. Liar. Thief.
Stop it!
June's gonna walk forward and sink back down. She's gonna offer a bloody hand. Daedalus?
I'm gonna look at her.
Maybe we were meant to meet.
With those words, the feathers continue to fall and everything turns black. Your head is ringing, Dottle, as you feel your body being carried away. Small hands grasping you, pulling you through rocks and rubble. And when you open your eyes, you see a goblin staring down at you.
Can I immediately struggle and try to get away?
We'll come back to you.
All right.
Saray, you are currently standing in the courtyard of the Magistrate's Keep. Hawk, MacLeod, you are directly behind. What would you like to do?
I'm going to continue following Saray.
I'm gonna keep going to where the explosion was, see if I can get a better look of what part of the jail exploded, if there's a hole in the jail wall, if anything like that.
Make me an intelligence roll, please.
Ah, yes. Intelligence. I have that.
How'd you do?
8.
Okay. So you begin moving off to the side of the prison keep. The griffins and the skyriders are above you in the air, and off in the distance you see the enormous stone giant statue that kind of dots throughout Waterdeep. They don't move, but the griffins are circling around the prison, and you see a number of city watch moving in strict patrols, keeping the crowds away from that general area. Would you like to do something else to try to get closer?
Is there roofs nearby?
Yes, there's an abundance of roofs. Waterdeep is much like a fantasy version of New York City. Everything is stacked on top of itself.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna look I presume there's those gallows and all that stuff, and then the buildings. Are there like merchants in this? Is this place bustling with people, or is it like?
Yeah. This is the Way of the Dragon. So this is a main thoroughfare, and it passes by the prison, but the prison is inset deeper through a number of smaller side streets. So you actually can kind of move into less populated areas because the part that you're talking about with the gallows and the public court are in an open area in front of the magistrate's keep. This is off to the side.
Okay, so we're not in the gallows area. We're not in the...
You're not.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
Then, cool. I guess I'm just gonna climb up on a roof then.
Okay.
I was hoping that if we were in the bustling area still, I could, like, hide within the crowd and, you know, scurry up a roof and no one will notice. But if we're in already an empty area, then
You can find moments here. You can find places to hide. I do need you to make a stealth roll to be able to do this without being seen.
Yay! That was pretty good. 20, 21, 22, 23.
Okay, Maglo, Hawk, you both witness Saray kind of turn around a corner quickly, and then you lose sight of her as there's like a very slight creak from the roof above.
Oh, well, she's gone. Do you want to join her? Not on the roof, but toward the smoke.
Yeah, probably. Should we get up on the roof, or should we find our own way through?
I feel like I would definitely die if I tried to get onto the roof, so I'm good with just walking.
Alright. I mean, I could probably teleport up there, but...
Alright, weird flex, that's fine. Do you want to try and teleport up there then, big guy?
No, that would kind of wreck me in case there's any sort of emergency, so...
Oh, no, sure, no, totally, yeah, you gotta keep that in your back pocket, alright.
Just shut up already, let's go to the smoke. Smart asshole.
Just already walking off.
Okay, so where exactly are the two? You two are walking towards the area that has been cordoned off by the city guard?
Yeah.
Okay, so the two of you begin walking up, and you see city guards that have already formed a perimeter around the crime scene, as it were.
While we're walking, is there any chance I can keep my eye open for something that can function as a makeshift cloak, since I'm very pink right now?
Yeah, there's a number of tarps and things that are laid out by some of the fruit vendors. So you could take like a tarp off of one of these stalls that have been used to kind of protect the fruit, and you could wrap it around yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I just grab one and throw it over my shoulders and kind of cinch it there.
Okay, make a stealth roll.
Good thing I'm great at that, because I...
With a disadvantage because you're pink and sparkly.
Yep, well, also because I'm in plate armor, too.
There's that, too. There's a lot of not great there. Sorry.
9 stealth is +0, so that's just a flat 9.
So you grab it, and some apples kind of roll off the cart, and this old man is like, "Hey, what? Hey, that's my tarp. You know, you that."
As I'm walking without looking, I toss him a copper.
Okay.
And keep moving.
You throw the coin at the old man, and he kind of stops grousing, but is like, "Well, the young people don't appreciate good apples and fine fruit and roughage these days. It's always very upsetting." As you continue on, the two of you approach the city guard. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Can I inspect the smoke again to see if I can infer anything else?
Yeah, so enough time has passed and you have a closer view of this. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay, yeah, that's like 23.
Okay, so with a 23, which is an exceptional roll, not surprising for you, but exceptional nonetheless, you sort of deduce everything that's happening around you, and you're looking at the plume of smoke, the color of it, the way that the wind is whipping it, you're looking at the damage, you're noticing that there's not a lot of char around the edge of this explosion, and you deduce that this is magical in nature and that it was very controlled. You think that the smoke might actually have been a separate spell to create a distraction. A number of griffins circle, and one of them has landed on the roof. There's a number of other guards that are up there. Down below, there's a number of griffins that have landed, and they're very they're very disquiet. They're moving, they're looking about with their giant bird-like eyes that are set with these enormous beaks. And the town guard is taking their job very seriously. As the two of you come a little closer, one of them steps forward. Halt, right there. There'll be no further movement from this point. Order of the city guard.
Mago puts his hand up, and I'd like to cast magical tinkering on a piece of card with a static visual effect, including 25 words of Specialist Maglo Mandorian first response unit.
Okay.
And you're like, sorry, I'm Specialist Maglo Mandorian. I'm just here to check to see the surrounding area, and my associate. Where the fuck is he gone? My associate, you'll see him. He's like pink and sparkly. We're just here just to give a once over around the surrounding area, make sure there's no casualties or nothing, and dispatch anyone who is trying to get away.
Make a deception check with an advantage because of the clever use of your magic.
Deception is +1, so that's 16 altogether.
Yeah, okay. So he looks at you. Who did you say sent you again?
The Lords of Waterdeep.
Am I...
You're right there. You're right behind him.
Specifically through Inquisitor Sternwald?
Oh, well, yes, far be it from us to stand in the way of the Inquisitors. Sternward is quite... Well, please don't. Pardon me. And he stands aside and makes an opening for the two of you to pass.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. You don't want to anger the great Inquisitor Sternwald.
Don't do that.
No. Make an intimidation check, please.
For my so that's a 14 overall.
Yeah, he's effectively terrified of you, and is standing back. He's sweating. He's straightening himself up, and he starts whispering to the other guards, and they all start standing a little taller, and being a little more aggressive with the crowd.
Right. So what happened here?
We do not know yet. We were just...
Yeah, I got it, bud. Come here. Stop being a dickhead.
I'm not being... Thank you for
you're being a bother, and come on. Sorry, sir. You keep doing your job. You're doing very good.
Thank you, sir.
Talk here now. Get to me, bud. Let's go.
Right.
The smoke there, that's a separate spell. What the explosion was inherently magical. The smoke is being used to distract or make it seem like it's not a magical property or something like that. So we know we're dealing with somebody who's planned this out. So I don't know if it's Ordoddle or who they're trying to break out, but this was planned. Unless these people are incredible improvisers, but
Do you think it's...
There's no way Doddle has planned.
No. Do you think it's the people looking for Doddle?
I don't know. I don't know. Right, let's figure it out.
Is the smoke making it so that we can't see what's going on in that area, or like how thick is the smoke?
The smoke is thick enough that you cannot see the top of the building. It's still billowing far more, this Maglo, far more than it should be, unless there was a fire, but you don't see any flames. It just seems to be billowing out of the debris. And what you can see of the structural damage, it's just a slight slope on the corner of the structure. It actually seems fairly controlled, and a lot of it seems to be external, almost facade. The damage doesn't seem to be structural or intentionally destructive. It feels very, very intentional.
How high up is the explosion?
Well, currently the top of that building is probably about 80 feet off the ground. So you're looking at, 8 or 9 stories. It's a very big prison.
This either don't concern us at all, or it does nothing but concern us. So as much as I want to bail out, I don't think that's an option. Where the fuck is Saray?
Speaking of which, Saray, you're on the roof, and you see both Maglo and Hawk walk right up to the guards. Maglo says some things and holds out a card, and then they're ushered into the inner circle of the investigation. What are you doing?
So I was on the roof trying to get a better look. Is there a way that I can hop from roof to roof to try and get as close as I can?
Absolutely. I just need you to make an acrobatics check.
Naruto ninja this shit, let's go!
You can make it with an advantage because the roofs are very close here.
Woo! Well, that's a 20. Unnatural.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you very carefully move silently across the rooftops array, and you actually are in the greater part of the circle of the perimeter. Currently, you're on top of what looks like a stable that is used by the prison for the carriages that they use to transport prisoners back and forth. And there's a number of these carriages that are coming in and out of the main gates.
Do I see anything where the smoke is, like where it is? Anyone coming out of the smoke, or?
All you see on the roof are the griffins and the griffin riders who are investigating that part of the explosion.
Are they wearing the same uniforms and armor that one kid that I stole his uniform and armor?
No, these are the big hitters. These are much more important guards, and they don't just give a griffin to anybody. So,
all right, I'm going to keep an eye out for some sort of opening that I can possibly get into the jail.
You remember that you have the map if you'd like to.
I'll pull out the map.
Okay, make an insight check.
23.
Looking at the map that has been given to you by your contact outside of the Market of Stars, you are able to direct yourself to the hidden door that links in with the small ventilation and sewer tunnels that run within the walls of the prison. And you are able to enter in that area because it is outside of the scope of this investigation. It's a little further back. So if you backtrack, you'll be able to enter in through a secret door.
There's nothing closer that maybe isn't as secret?
Well, there is, like I said, a larger southern gate that has carriages, prison carriages, that are pulled by horse and these large steel boxes that are on wheels that are pulled back and forth with bars on them. Those are entering and exiting right now. There's the gate opens and closes for each passing.
Okay, are the guards that manning those, are they dressed like normal Waterdeep guards, like the armor?
Yes.
I'm gonna try and get in the stable as close to one of those carts that might be parked there.
Okay.
Is it all like, do I have to horse it, or is it all like horsed up and ready to go?
There is a stable boy that is currently unlashing a horse from one of the carriages.
Okay, I'm going to...
But you're to be clear, you're putting on this costume, correct? This
yeah, I mean, I have to do it in a safe spot, because if someone sees me putting on armor while I'm...
Make a stealth check, and you can duck into one of the horse troughs.
Okay.
And change in there.
Okay.
Or I should say pin, not trough. Trough is where they eat. Pin is where they're held.
Stealth? Okay.
Yeah.
15.
Okay, so yeah, the stable boy doesn't notice you.
Sweet. I'm gonna duck behind into this pen, and I'm gonna start getting all my stuff
You're disguising as a guard. Okay, so
yeah.
Here's what I want you to do, okay? I want you to make a performance check.
Yeah. Performance? Dirty 20.
That's, you look and are acting just like a guard. We'll come back to you. MacLeod and Hawk, as you enter into this circle, you kind of see everything going on around you. What would you like to do?
I think I have an idea.
What is it?
We'll tell them we need them to escort us to the explosion. We take a look around. We pop out if it's no big deal.
I don't want to get caught.
We won't get caught. Tell you what, we'll tell them to not interfere in your investigation.
All right.
Specialist, disaster specialist.
Okay, fine. Yeah, sure.
All right. Have the card ready. I walk up. Hello, gentlemen.
The woman turns and faces you.
Hello, ma'am.
It is curious to see you here. What is your business?
My name is Hawk. This is
Specialist MacLeod Mandorian. We're part of the first response unit, first responders. We're just here to investigate the explosion, just to see, help anyone who needs helping, and then dispatch people who need dispatching, and then reporting back to
She looks past you to the other guards that are on the perimeter, and one of them just shakily waves, and she nods. How can we assist you, Inquisitor?
I'd quite like to just see the explosion for myself, if that's okay. Also, if whilst we're going, if you could just tell me just like kind of what went down, what happened.
Well, first and foremost, currently that would require a great deal of walking on your part. We've cordoned off that section of the prison and are currently locking it down, so no one will be entering or exiting those corridors. That includes Inquisitors until such time as it is deemed necessary and safe. It is for your own protection, you understand. We wouldn't want your frail and pasty bodies being crushed beneath the weight of falling stones.
Thank you very much for making sure that prison is cordoned off. We don't want dangerous criminals escaping into the city of Waterdeep. Most importantly, we don't want this to happen again. Fortunately, the Inquisitor here is ready to make a full report to the Lords of Waterdeep, who are waiting at a moment's notice on this, unfortunately.
That's very kind of you, gentlemen.
So, what happened here? What cell was it? Who was in the cell?
We do not have that information yet, sir. We are still...
Like, we're quite well equipped to deal with whatever's going down. Like, this ain't our first rodeo, you know what I mean?
I do not know what you mean. I'm not familiar with the term rodeo, but you are clearly foreign. So I will speak to my superior, and we will see if there's something that cannot be done to put your aid where it's most needed. Give me a moment, please. And she turns and walks away with the other guard, who is, in fact, a gentleman. And the two of them walk over, and they start talking to another of the armored watch people, and she comes back. We will be ushering you in as soon as we understand that there is no immediate danger to your personage. You will have to wait just a few minutes to be sure that the perimeter is in fact safe. We can't have you walking in and having explosions and whatnot happening.
Okay. Well, we've got a few minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, have we got a few minutes?
I mean, I'd imagine. Do you have any first-hand witnesses to the incident as it happened that we could perhaps question?
No.
So you're saying that out of an entire prison and this entire crowded area, not one person was a first-hand witness to what happened?
As far as we understand, there was an explosion within the prison area just a few moments ago, and we have cordoned it off as everyone here says that there was, in fact, an explosion.
Okay,
right
so
there, and she points up to the explosion.
I appreciate what you're doing. I really do. I just a couple minutes, which is all well and good for making sure that things are all right, but a couple minutes is far more than enough time for whoever's plan this was to escape. Now, I'm pretty sure that you are not aware that the smoke that's billowing and also the explosion are two separate incidents.
Make a persuasion check, and I'm going to give you a straight roll. Hawk, if you wish to aid, you may.
So, advantage?
Yes.
That's... my persuasion isn't great. It's 14.
You know, the guard stands in front of you, and she nods for a moment. It does seem that you have abilities that may be needed upstairs. I will take you immediately. However, these are the rules. You touch nothing. You say nothing. You do nothing. Unless I say to, you are not there. Do you understand?
Absolutely, ma'am. I understand entirely.
You look, you observe, and you give those observations to myself and my fellow guards, and that is it.
Mm-hmm.
Understood?
Absolutely.
Excellent. And she grabs a halberd and a shield, and she walks into the gates with you both. Speaking briefly with other guards that are throughout the area, and you walk into the prison itself. Meanwhile, Juniper. June, you feel this crushing pain upon your back as you are flung into the stone, and the wind pushes you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
A 6.
Okay, so you do not stand up, but you are flung backwards, away from the gate, onto the other side of the wind wall. with the other guard, who is struggling to stand now, still bleeding from your previous attack. What would you like to do?
But I am coherent, though.
Your head is ringing, and you have an enormous headache. You are prone. You need to stand. Okay. Or you can attack with disadvantage if you so choose.
I think what I want to do right now, while I'm trying to get my bearings, I think, can I cast Cure Wounds on myself?
So you focus the healing energies of the power of nature, and this very faint, warm glow emanates from your hands as your wounds, you close your eyes and your wounds begin to seal themselves shut. Go ahead and roll to see how many hit points you get back.
2d8, it looks like 11.
Okay, so you have healed yourself for 11 hit points, which is exceptional. Where does that put you now?
17.
Still not great, but you're better than you were. All right, so with that, it is now the other guard's turn, and he stands, and as he sees you, his eyes narrow, and he tries to put a boot across your face as you're on the ground. You're receiving this. He gets an advantage because you're prone. He still misses. So he kicks at you, and his boot just kind of wishes in front of your face as it seems that he's still off kilter from the wind. The other guard is on the opposite side of the wind wall now on the ground, and you just see kind of a shadow, and currently the debris is starting to kind of die down back here, and you can see more clearly. You catch a glimpse from this room into the other room, and there's an enormous hole in the wall, and you see daylight where Doddle was standing, and you also see a great deal of rubble, and you see this like tattered red hat with this plume of feathers that is very badly damaged and lying on the ground underneath a pile of rock.
Jinky Scoob. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and try to Sacred Flame the jerk that just tried to kick me.
All right. He actually makes it this time, so he's going to take half damage. Or we'll round it up. Sorry. This figure, as you Sacred Flame the guard, stumbles back as the flame bursts in front of him, and he falls up against the back wall, screaming. He slumps down into a pile and is dying in front of you.
I'm gonna look around. Where is the other guard?
Still on the other side of the wind wall. So he was pushed out on the opposite side by the gate. However, you do think you see, now that the dust is starting to settle, you see other guards come up around that stone stairwell, and they are approaching the metal gate now.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Also, there's a halberd at your foot.
I'm gonna pick that up. June's gonna go ahead, and we're gonna try to struggle over to the dying guard.
Okay.
And he's he can't move, basically. He's
burnt and moaning, and half of his face is nothing but char, and the hair is all gone from one side of his head. His helmet has fallen off, and he's breathing very roughly as he bleeds on the ground.
Assuming, I'm gonna assess whether he can lift his arms, and if not, I'm gonna do what June does, and I'm gonna kiss the unburnt side of his face.
Okay. So he is as weak as a kitten and unable to do any harm to you in this moment, but you give him a kiss on the unburnt side of his face.
I'm sorry, my friend. He's the one with the keys, yeah?
The one with the keys is on the other side of the wind wall.
Okay.
I'll remind you, too, that you can at any point dispel the wind wall, if you so choose.
Yeah. Problem is, what's she going to do after that? You know what I'm saying? All right, I see those figures clear as day, yeah?
They're still some distance away from the gate. They're just moving up. You can physically see people coming up the stairs now.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and dispel the wind wall, and I'm going to run up on the guard with the keys and try to deck him.
Are you going to hit him with your fist or with the halberd that you just picked up?
Halberd.
Okay, so I don't believe you're trained in that. So it is going to be a disadvantage, but go ahead and roll the strike.
The lowest at a 16, not a 15. Good.
Lowest is a 16. You strike right across, like as the wind wall descends, everything settles in the room, and you're standing there with this blade. The guard has that dagger pulled out of his shoulder and is holding it. It's bloody and looks to you, and then drops the dagger and tries to turn and run as you strike. And you cut right across his chest. Go ahead and roll damage.
Am I gonna roll my?
Oh, no, you need to roll 2d8, please.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's wrong. No, it's 1d10 plus your strength. Just 1d10. Just do 1d10.
6?
Okay, so as the blade strikes across the other guard, he slumps into a pile and, exhausted, bloody, and battered, burnt from your attacks, falls dying to the ground, gushing blood out of his mouth. Looks to you and just wide, terrified eyes.
Once again, I'm really sorry about this. And she's gonna, again, take the bottom of her heel and just try to crack him across the face.
Okay, so you, I'm not even gonna have you roll. You kick him, and he is unconscious as he bleeds out on the ground. What would you like to do now? There are sounds from the gate.
I'm gonna hurry and do it quickly, but lean down, take those keys, and then kiss him on the cheek and run to the door.
You kiss him on the cheek as you grab the keys from his belt, and they unlatch, and you turn to the gate and you unlock it. Make a dexterity save.
Oh! Boy, it was a nat 1.
A crossbow bolt shoots through the grate and into your chest. Dead center. You take 4 points of damage. As you see the shaft, like the feathers, just buried right. You don't know what happened for a minute because you just heard, whoosh, and then you look down and there's a crossbow bolt underneath your rib cage, and you feel this piercing pain. But the door is unlocked, and you see a number of guards that some of them have raised their shields, and a couple of them have crossbow bolts or crossbows that are aimed at you. The others were not prepared. It is now your action. What would you like to do? There is a stairwell leading down that has guards on it, and then there's a stairwell leading up that has no one on it.
So either way, I'm cornered besides those 2 stairs.
You can go up. You can try to fight or run past the guards and go down. There's also a giant hole behind you.
That's very freaking true. Yeah, I'm gonna turn around and... No, I'm gonna run towards the hole first and then try to cast Spike Growth once again.
Okay, so you're casting Spike Growth behind you.
Yes.
As you run towards the hole that has been blasted into the wall, correct?
Yes, I'm kind of imagining it like as I run, the spikes trail behind me.
Yeah. So you do this and you cast the spell, and your eyes go white as you throw down your hands, and a growth of strange black vines erupt from all of the rubble and debris that's here. And you start climbing over rocks into this room that is in total shambles. The bars have been bent open and everything is splayed open. You do not see any other figures other than this hat that is on the ground. And as you enter into the room, you see the wide open sky, and you see the silhouette of a griffin fly right past the open gaping hole and circle around above you. And then off, as you kind of like skid to a stop, you look down and you're 8 stories above Waterdeep, and stones tumble down and fall into the street below. And you see a crowd of guards and onlookers that are staring upward. However, you also see a small hole that has been kind of protected by this strange rusted metal ring that is placed within the ground. And it's almost like a bear trap that has been sprung, and it is holding open a gap. And you see this little set of springs and there's a little device that has a wheel on it, and that wheel has a counter, and you just see tick 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 tick. What do you want to do?
Can I do a perception check on like that?
I can make a perception check for you. It looks mechanical, and you think it's holding open the hole. Tick 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 tick.
Your girl's gonna slide through the hole.
Okay, so you jump in. Just make a dexterity check as it slams shut.
11.
You make it through. Part of your arm gets scraped on the way through, and you take 2 additional points of damage as you kind of like fall roughly down the hole because you more or less just dropped, and you hit the ground, and off in the distance you hear scurrying feet further down what looks like a secret tunnel here. You're in the walls of the Waterdeep prison. Meanwhile, Doddle, your eyes are open and you're being carried, and you're on a plank of wood that has a number of other figures around you. You are surrounded by goblins, and they are carrying you and grasping at you and pulling you through this corridor. One of them is riding in a chair that is strapped to this piece of wood and is staring down at you, and this is the face that you see. There are white markings painted onto his face, and he has these kind of horrid green eyes that are piercing through you. And the figure says,
I don't even know if I speak Goblin. God damn it. I do speak Goblin. What the heck are you saying?
You do speak Goblin.
I do.
Okay. All right. So since you speak Goblin, and I wasn't even sure, I didn't even check your
No,
character
neither
sheet.
was I. So it's okay.
You hear this horrid, rough, heavily accented Goblinese, and the figure says,
Calm yourself. We will liberate you now.
I say this out loud. I'm like, I don't know how to emotionally respond to this. We're leaving the prison right now?
That is what I have said to you clearly. Yes. Sister, please calm yourself. You have great magics. We have come for you.
Yes, brother.
The humans have taken you, yes? We will save you.
Yes.
We have powerful allies. You will see. Come with us.
and it just like a dirty hand brushes across your face and smears muck across it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your assistance.
Quiet now. We are still within the human fortress. They do not know that we know the ways.
I'd like to take a nap, please.
Here, use my pillow.
Like, actually take a nap. Maybe now's not the best time to take a nap.
Do you want to take a short rest?
I mean, want and need are two very
Yeah.
different things in this scenario.
You are on a wooden plank that's being carried by other goblins as they kind of have turned this into probably the shittiest palanquin that has ever existed. It is ropes in an old chair, but they are like carrying you and this other goblin across all of these little tight passages. But because you're all so small, you fit fairly neatly. Yeah, if you wish to lie down on the plank, I don't, it seems like you're safe. I mean, ish.
I'm gonna sit down at the plate, but I'm gonna say, I apologize, brother. I think I have received some newfound trauma and things are a little fuzzy for me, but could you clarify something while I am in shock? When you say sister, is that like a cultural
Gromosh looks over all of us. We are all brothers and sisters.
Okay, cool. Alright, yeah.
We are all together, yes. One horde, one mighty fist to rise up from the dark.
Yes, one horde, one mighty fist. I'm saying all this in Goblin just to clarify my Goblin's not very good. I apologize. Please correct me if I get some grammar wrong or anything. I'm just from far away.
Absolutely. And I should correct something too. Like, I mean, I don't know how it works with you, Doddle. We've never really discussed it. I think for you now in this state, you have begun sleeping, but as an elf, typically you meditate. You don't truly sleep, although you could still lie in a bed and concentrate. It's not quite the same thing that humans do. It's a deep meditation. So there's some awareness there, and it is a shorter period of time typically.
Oh, how may I address you again?
You may call me Big Hat. Yes, Big Hat is my name. I wear many hats.
He has no hat on, by the way.
Big Hat. All right.
Yes.
How long before we are in the clear, so to speak?
We will be there shortly. Yes. Wait yourself. Be patient, little child. Sister, you will wait.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit and look a little wide-eyed and hope this is all over soon, I guess. I'm just gonna take a sit and you know what? We're gonna sit, and even though there's a lot going on, we are gonna meditate like I used to do. I know now that I do need to sleep. The first couple of times it happens, I woke up like, I thought I had died, but I got the hang of it after a while. But now I would just like to choose to just meditate.
Okay, so you begin attempting to meditate. It is a pretty rough ride. We will allow that to start to take effect, and we'll see how long you're able to maintain it, given everything that's going on. The goblins are very quiet. To their credit, they're being very stealthy as they move along. And this individual who has told you that his name is Big Hat is still just kind of like watching you intently, and not really doing anything else.
I'm just gonna try and just calm myself and just breathe in and breathe out and close my eyes and just hope that this weird turn of events is gonna make sure that I'm okay and just wait. I'm not gonna talk to any of the goblins because God knows I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna breathe and just wait for it all to be over.
Okay, so you're meditating and focusing. At that time, Saray, you have managed to put this guard's uniform that you have acquired on, and you have rolled a natural 20 or dirty 20, right?
Dirty 20.
Yeah, dirty 20 to perform as a guard would. What do you do?
So I'm gonna come out from the stall. Do I have? I still have the little booklet and all of his I literally took everything except his lunch and his money. You
have everything that this city watchman has.
Okay. Wow. Cool. Perfect. So I'm going to come out and I'll be like, hey, stable boy, can you help me? I'm supposed to be running some stuff and I need a cart to get into the jail so I can run this to the warden. Sorry, it's my first day in this part of Waterdeep. Usually I do street patrol, but this is a whole new thing to me.
She shakes her head. Rookies. And get resaddles the horse. Here you are, Mom. Here you go.
Sorry. That happens a lot. I get mistaken for a lady all the time, but no, I just have really good, genes, and I look like whatever fantasy genes are. And I look, I'm actually a boy.
I'm sorry. Yes, I see that now.
Oh, no, sorry. You guys are really confusing a lot of the time.
Very
Thanks.
well. Let me know if I need to brush the horses when you're done.
Oh yeah, I'll be sure to bring it back in pristine condition, cause I would hate to put any more work on my brothers in arms.
The stable girl looks deeply annoyed.
Sisters in arms.
All right. She shakes her head and goes back up to her work.
Okay. Thank you. And I get onto the cart and I and I go and I start following the other carts that are lining up to get in line to the jail.
Outstanding. Make an animal handling roll.
Oh shit. Okay, 8, 9, 9.
It's awkward, and the horses.
Oh gosh!
Yeah, they're just kind of like meandering across the road, and there's not a lot of control. You're going in the direction that you want to go, but you're like in the wrong lane.
Oh goodness! Come on, horsey! And I'm gonna try and play it off as being the bumbling knight that I stole.
All right. Yeah, you got a dirty 20. This is completely believable. Everybody.
All right. Oh, come on. Come on. No. Come on, horsey. Get going. You gotta go the right way. Come on.
You're kind of wandering all over the road. So you get closer to the gate, and a guard stops you and actually visibly takes hold of the reins of the horse. Whoa.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
Private, no. Where are you going?
Oh, you see, I'm here to deliver some of these goods to.
And I point back to the empty cart. I presume it's empty.
It's a metal box. That's
okay.
Visitors.
I'm supposed to be delivering these goods to the prison, specifically to the warden. Sorry, this is my first day here working in the jail area. Usually I do street patrol.
Son.
Yes.
Relax.
Hi.
Relax.
Thank you, sir.
You've not been on the watch long, have you?
Oh no. Usually I do street patrol. This is I got kind of I got in trouble, and now I'm kind of on this duty.
Well,
I don't think I can mess this up.
You'd be surprised, Private, what I see these days. Keep your chin up, though. I'm sure that with a little perseverance, you will prove yourself to be an effective guardsman. You know, at some point, we all were fresh recruits out of the academy, having spent our days with frivolity and irresponsibility. The most important thing that I can confer to you is duty. Is very important. Your duty to the city is more important to you and should be than anything else. So keep your mind focused. And is like pointing at you. Now then, let me just do the once over through the cart, and we will allow you to pass through with your very important delivery.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate the
towards
pep
the
talk.
back to check the back.
Okay.
He opens it. You hear footsteps on the back. He steps out. He closes the back of it. Walks back. Son, there is nothing in your carriage.
What? What do you mean there's nothing in my carriage? That's preposterous. Oh no. Oh gosh.
Well, you should take your carriage back and be sure that these stable hands.
Wait a minute. I see. I messed up on my first day, sir. I'm supposed to pick up things from the warden in the jail, like trash and all that, and dispose of it in the trash.
All right, I need you to make a deception check. I'll give you an advantage on this roll.
Okay.
Because you've been role playing the living hell out of it.
Oh God!
Did you really? Is that a natural one?
No, it's
No,
two
two fives. Okay, well.
Deception. So it's a 9.
He stops and
I'm really sorry, sir. My brain. I'm really nervous about today, and
Can I see your papers, son?
Yeah, of course. And I whip out the little booklet that I presume also has all of his
there's
paperwork and stuff in it.
And
here you go, sir.
He's very quiet while he looks at it. He then goes and he talks to another guard, and then they come back up to you.
I'm so sorry, sir. This is my first day here, and I'm usually I can't get demoted anymore, sir. I really need this job. My mom back home, she has like 3 other kids. They're all my siblings, and my dad left, and I need to keep this job, or else I'm gonna
gonna, be on the street, and all my family's gonna be on the street.
Private Severin, it's all right. It's all right. Please, we will get this sorted out. We, in fact, are going to give you a royal treatment here as we open this gate, and we're just going to guide you in and be sure that you and this cart make it safely to where it's needed, Private Severin.
Oh, thank you, sir. Do I get a feeling or like anything that they're...
make it into an insight check.
Fuck!
Everything is fine. Roll it again and see if you get another natural one. No. Okay. So it's not as well. I don't know how it's bad, but it's not that bad. Well, it's not as bad as it could be. We'll say.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
No.
I'm just here to pick up. I'm just here to pick up the jail's trash to, get it to the burn yard.
Yes. Well, remember what I said about duty to the city and about the importance of it. And he motions it in, the gate opens, and you drive through?
Yep.
Make an animal handling check as you do so.
Boop-a-doop.
Yeah, you guided the cart in, and the gate closes as guards block the way.
Oh, come on. Here we go, horsey.
The horse is stopped, and you are now within the gatehouse of the gate, surrounded by guards. Remove yourself now. We have seen through your flimsy disguise. You will not be passing this way, are you? Name yourself.
Oh, I'm
No more tricks. Name yourself and...
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I'm not tricking you. I'm supposed
raises
to be
his hand and crossbows are pointed at you.
Sir, okay, I'm coming out. And I come off the cart with my hands up.
Do not move. You're under arrest.
I'm under arrest. What? Why? Sir, I'm just here to pick up the trash.
Do not insult our intelligence any further. Private Severin has been attached to this outpost for some time. We know exactly who he is, and you are not he.
I beg to differ, sir. I am absolutely.
Shoot him in the leg, and they fire a crossbow bolt at your leg.
Can I try and dodge it?
That is what your armor class is for, and they beat it. Yeah, not exactly sweet.
All right.
Wait. 2 points of damage. Not bad, but there's a crossbow bolt in your leg. Lie to me again, and we'll fire again.
All right.
We'll come back to you. Okay, Maglo and Hawk. You are ushered in sometime before this happens. You're now inside the keep. She is very stern, and there are two other guards walking behind you, her in front of you, and you're moving quickly through corridors, moving upward. And as you get further up, there is a messenger, a younger teenage boy who's running down the stairs, and he's also wearing the same markings of the city watch, but is clearly of even lower standing than a private. And then it just kind of runs past, and the guard takes note of it and keeps walking up. Turning back, she does say to the other guards, "Prepare yourself. I'm not sure what we're going to find up here." And they draw swords and continue to walk. Or actually, she has a halberd. They have swords. They draw their swords.
MacLeod draws his gun and then nudges Hawk to draw his weapon.
I see. You're one of the foreign marksmen. Interesting.
Aye. We can small talk later, love.
What, Hawk, do you have anything drawn?
Yeah, I have my greatsword.
Okay, but it is not currently burning, right?
No.
Okay. But it doesn't, to be fair, this is a black, very ornate, strange-looking greatsword, correct?
Yes.
It's got all fancy chains and shit on it, right?
Yeah, it's got chains hanging off of it.
Yeah, there's like a chain wrapped around the hill.
You never said what your friend does.
Well, we work together.
I understand that you work together. Not all of us are investigators, but not all of us are stupid either. What is it that your friend does professionally?
Helps me.
Fine. All of you investigators and inquisitors are the same. And she keeps walking. And you start going up. And as you do, you hear sounds of shouting and chaos coming from the rooms above. And the guard who's walking with you immediately turns to the others. Keep an eye on them. And she runs up the stairs past you.
Is it just us and the guards?
Yeah, there are 2 guards behind you.
Are we going in?
Well, she told us to stay behind by a look at the guards. However, we can assist you if you need it.
Do you guys want to see some action?
We're fine here. We were given an order, and we're gonna stay with that order. You stay here with us.
That's fair. I am a professional medic though, so like I'm way better up there. And your man is look at him. Look at that fucking sword. I mean, he can do some fucking damage. You know what I mean?
Make a persuasion check.
Nat 20.
Oh. Go ahead and roll it again.
6.
Okay, so yeah, you say that, and he looks at you. You're one of the apothecaries.
In a sense, yeah. I used to be a war medic, and I moved over here, so I do a lot of doctrine.
Well, go use your fancy words now. Go do it. Go on. You too, you weird one.
Well, okay. Yeah, no, we were planning on. Are you good? Are you good? You
we'll
good
be
here?
guarding this area here as commanded. If you
Yes, sir.
disobey orders, they'll deal with you later.
There you go. Right, perfect. Mag's like not just hulking and runs upstairs.
Okay, so the 2 of you run up, and what you see is a wall from the back of guards that are standing in front of a gate that is swung open, and there's the remnants of smoke kind of billowing out, and there's a lot of guards that are kind of milling about in the area, and they're all kind of disjointed as 2 bodies are being pulled out. 2 dead bodies are being pulled out from the rubble.
Do I recognize either of them?
No, they're guards, but make an investigation check.
12.
Okay, you're not exactly sure, but their wounds are not consistent with an explosion, especially one that doesn't seem to have produced any fire. There are burns, and it looks like there might be blade wounds on these figures.
Okay.
I'd like to activate my Divine Sense.
There's nothing anywhere near you, because it was the undead that I kept forgetting about. It's undead, celestial, fiend. You don't sense any of that. In fact, it's you're so far up right now that it's much easier to sense this than it would be in the streets of Waterdeep.
I lean to MacLeod. Well, it's nothing fiendish.
Alright. Then he goes and explains like they're cut like with like swords and stuff. That's not an explosion. They didn't die through that. Excuse me. Speaks to anyone next to him.
A different guard turns, kind of a more portly guard who's like kind of ill-fitted in his uniform and has a pair of spectacles that are kind of smudged with grime. Yes,
I'm Specialist MacLeod Mandorian. This is my friend here, Hawk. Have you been here long? Do you know is there any prisoners that are broken out?
Oh, thank the gods. Oh, I am so sorry. I was guarding. This is bad. I've got to admit. Inquisitor Sternward was in that explosion. We found this, and he holds up a tattered red hat.
Oh no, does this mean he's dead? Oh dear. What a shame. Oh no, what are we to do about it?
Archibald, damn it all, and damn the bastards.
Wait, hang on a second. Why the fuck was Inquisitor Sternward here?
Oh, I am so sorry. You were friends, and he puts his hand on your shoulder because he's bought everything that you've just said, and it completely ignored the sarcasm of it. You probably worked together for years. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's unfortunate. He was here to
was the goblin that was found.
Oh fuck! No, stop! What are you saying?
Well,
Where was the goblin? Was the goblin in that fire?
I mean, because you're a specialist, I know you already are aware. But we think that the goblin is responsible. It's shown abilities and powers. We had to lock it down because it was very frightening. I don't think it was a normal goblin. There's talk about it being a demon that was in a goblin's body. And they were gonna.
MacLeod bursts out laughing for a second, just like, ha! Sorry, I didn't know. So amazing. I appreciate. Okay.
I know you probably already figured that out weeks ago, and here we are.
Weeks ago, I knew it ages ago, bud.
I mean, how else do you explain this? We should have seen it coming. I wish that you had been here sooner. And Inquisitor Sternward was a very good man. You'll send my condolences to his family.
Oh, absolutely, I will. Was there anyone else just like around that looked like suspicious that they were like gonna try to like help the goblin out or nothing?
Oh, look, we've had overflow at the prison now for quite some time while we were put onto strict orders. For whatever reason, this goblin had attracted so much attention. It's probably specialist business that I don't understand, but
of course,
the Watchful Order had gotten involved, and they had sent one of the magists here, which is really it was somebody that the inspector called upon, which I'm not sure why you would want a magist here, other than to say that the demon needed to be controlled or assessed. It's not really my business. And then as he's like laying it all out to you, the guard that you were traveling with, she clears her throat. Ernest, please, Ernest, enough. You've said enough. Let the specialist go about his business. Sorry.
It's no problem. Cheers, buddy. I appreciate it.
He kind of pulls back. The situation is currently in hand. There are 2 of our number that have been killed by the prisoner within.
The goblin?
She kind of shoots an eye to you. We do not know.
And they're not in the cage now.
There's no sign yet. We are currently picking through the rubble. You are welcome to help us move rocks if that's what you would like.
Check the cell. I'll go see who it is that's been killing these things.
All right. I tell you what. Whilst he does that, is there anyone that needs any help or anything? Anyone who needs help healing or is hurt, who's still alive?
There are no signs of survivors. Currently, if you would like to investigate the bodies, you may. Also, the rubble here is at your disposal. We will be moving through it to look for survivors, but you do what you must, specialist. You did say your actual name, right?
I said my actual name, yeah.
Mandorian.
All right, thank you. Mags goes to bodies.
Okay, so make another investigation check if you would like.
Please be good. Oh my god.
Boy, you're on fire now. Okay. Go ahead. Let's see if you do something spectacular with this. Nope. Okay.
I do not, unfortunately.
Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy.
Cha.
All right. So that's a natural 20, which means that you immediately assess exactly what happened. This is not magic. There are magical burns. These are not magics that have ever been produced by Dottle. For lack of a better term, Dottle's magic is fairly chaotic and destructive. This seems more controlled, and the burn marks are a little more. They're smaller. You've seen Dottle throw fireballs and flame strikes, and usually they're more kind of reactive attacks. This individual, whoever was fighting these 2 guards, was on a defensive and was kind of fighting against their own life, because the way that the wounds are positioned, they're all almost exclusively wounds that somebody would place in a defensive position. Also, all of the wounds that are from blades are from the weapons that the guards were holding. They seem to be standard issue weapons, halberd, dagger. So they were stabbed by their own weapons, effectively, is what you've just deduced. And whoever left started there's a clearance of area here where there was some sort of magical force that pushed all the debris back onto one side of the room. And additionally, that individual, it looks like they traveled back towards the open area, towards the opening that leads outside where the explosion was. So for whatever reason, they came in here, they killed the guards, and then they went back.
Is Inquisitor Sternward's body around?
There is no sign of any bodies other than the two that have been pulled out. But then again, there's a lot of rubble here.
Hawk.
Right.
We got a thing. Come on. We'll be back in a minute. Everyone. We just gotta go do a thing.
Thank you, Specialist. If you need any more information, I'll be here.
Oh man, you bet your ass I'm gonna come back to you for more info. Fucking open mouth, my god.
This person whoever killed these people, do you think it's Doddle?
It's absolutely not Doddle. No. Right, so these guards were stabbed with their own weapons, and this explosion wasn't her either. This is way fucking too, this is this is someone who fucking planned this. You ever seen Doddle fucking plan anything? This is...
Okay.
Yeah, however, the person... With all the stuff that went on, someone seemed to have, do something to push all the shit in the room to one side of the room, came back in, stabbed these guys, and then left. So I don't know if that's in any way related to Doddle, but I figure we should at least go see if they know anything.
Alright, so we find this person, interrogate him?
I guess, yeah. Maybe not harshly. Just see if they know shit. I mean, they're probably pretty shaken. I mean, by the looks of this, they definitely didn't get out fucking unharmed. So I bet they're probably willing to talk some healing.
Maybe, if they're on our side.
That's true. Right, yeah. Come, we'll be back in a minute.
Alright,
also,
so
I can't find Inquisitor Stoneward or nothing. So, unless he's being completely eclipsed under rubble, he's still knocking around.
Hey,
just keep your head on a swivel for people who know who the fuck we are.
Which of us has Inquisitor Sternwald's hat?
It's up to you two.
Mags wouldn't have taken it.
I just nudge Maglo. Hey, get a nice hat out of the deal at least.
That's true. That's fucking true.
You should put it on.
No, I ain't gonna put it on. I ain't gonna put it on here. You fucking kidding? No, get out. Get out. I ain't putting it on here, no.
I shove it in my bag.
So you two are horseplaying in the middle of this tragedy, and I would love for you to make another investigation check, and you can be assisted by Hawk if you so choose.
26.
Okay, so you do follow the trail. It's scattered, and it's clear enough that you're noticing through the rubble and the soot and everything that's here. There are clear footprints, and they are humanoid. They are fairly light on their feet. They are wearing one shoe and one bare foot, and they lead right to the edge and disappear. So they're staying right at the edge of this 8-story drop and then completely disappear.
Is there any bodies laying down at the base of the tower?
Nothing. And in fact, you see the scene that you came upon, and you see the guards cordoning off that part of town. You see some onlookers, most of which have kind of dispersed and are bored now and going about their own business. It is water deep after all.
The footprints end here, and I don't know where they go. I want to... Max puts his head kind of outside, see if he can hear anything. Because if he can't see nothing, he's gonna see if he can hear disturbances or shit which is unnatural.
Okay, I'll make a perception check for you.
I would like to use Flash of Genius if it's not a great number, which is +4.
You can go ahead. Oh, it's +4. Okay, so you hear nothing. And you're sure that you're hearing nothing. You're very confident in this. Whoever it is, it's like they disappeared right here. They did not go down that way. They did not fall. They didn't, as far as you can tell, they didn't jump. And if they did jump, they must have been able to fly. However, it's not Dawdle. It's a humanoid foot. You're assuming that it's female, and it looks like it is wearing a single makeshift sandal of some sort.
Fuck, I have no idea. She it's a female. They're wearing one, as you can see by that, they're like wearing like one shoe apparently. Genuine. They can fucking fly, or they can take a
The
hit.
moment you say fly, I grab you by the scarf, I push you to the side, I'm like, are you fucking sure?
What if she can fly? Can you not fucking hand me like that, first of all? Mario tries to pat his hand away.
Do that.
I don't fucking know. Look at that drop, you fucking kidding? If someone jumped off there, they're fucking dead. That's what I know. So if they can fucking fly. Are you good?
Yeah, no,
Like, don't fucking touch me like that again. Are you fucking kidding? Fucking asshole.
There's a chill that runs down your spine, Hawk, and off in the distance, you hear the dripping of water in a cave, and then it goes away.
Right, so we gotta find where
we need to
someone.
find what this person looked like.
Someone's gotta be at least around, saw what happened. Maybe not the whole explosion, but definitely saw someone fucking jumping out of a window.
While MacLeod's talking without registering, I would just walk back out to where the other guards are to find the one that was like willing to talk a lot to us.
Yeah, they're all moving about. I'm going to give you a 20% chance that guard is still on shift here, because they're doing a lot of activity. They're moving rubble. They may not be standing around here, and plus, it seems like the other guards know that this guard is a little too loose-lipped. You, in fact, do not see that guard. There's a number of other guards.
All right, I'm just going to go up to a guard. One of the guards. Was there anybody in the cells with the goblin? Other than, like, anybody else that was in jail with the goblin?
I wasn't, sir, no. I was just stationed here after everything that happened. No, sir. Are you all right? You look pink.
Side effect of some potions my coworker gave me. Listen, I'm going to need to have a description of the person that was in the cell next to the goblin.
Those specialists are weird ones.
Very weird. And very demanding. We need those descriptions immediately. Or would you like to have to report to the Inquisitor himself, sir?
No. Make an intimidation check.
That's a 2 plus 7, so that's a 9.
He looks like he's intimidated, and then he kind of stops, and you can see he's kind of like looking you over again, and you're pink and sparkly. Now, I understand. You take a deep breath there, sir. I'll get you your information. Pardon me. I'm just gonna go talk to my colleague here. No, please don't be blue. I'll be right back with you. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be green with envy that I got to have a conversation with you. No. Oh, look. Oh, pink is turning red with anger. He's like walking away.
I'm so close to using a spell slot to hex this man.
Yeah, okay, so he walks off and starts talking. MacLeod, make a final investigation check, please.
That is a 19. It's a 19. I'd like to use Flash of Genius to make it 23.
Okay. You're standing there on the edge, and you're thinking, you're surveying this entire situation, and you were listening very closely, and then you hear it. A tiny little pebble that falls somewhere beneath your feet. And it echoes. June, you are currently lying on the floor. You've fallen forcibly in, and now everything around you is dark. Do you have any version of dark vision or light spell?
I do have Yeah. I have light. I just have to have an object.
Okay. So it's pitch black here. You can see nothing. And it smells horrible.
I'm gonna take off my remaining sandal and cast light on it.
Brilliant. Okay, so you have a magically glowing sandal that you hold up in front of you, and the corridor is ignited in front of you, and you can see it kind of slopes downward, and it goes probably about 60 feet, and then it turns off sharply. It smells of sewage and old rot, and there are rats that are climbing around in the space above you, and thick, heavy cobwebs all around. Those cobwebs have been broken recently, though, so someone has gone in this downward slope.
Really? Okay.
You'd think there might have been a passage that had gone the opposite direction, but it is blocked now with debris. You almost do lose sight of the tracks because there are so many signs of movement, recent signs of movement in these corridors, that it's hard for you to follow it, but you do manage to follow along the broken cobwebs and all of that, and move yourself through. And you start catching up to the sound, very faint sound of soft footfalls in the distance, a lot of them.
I'll continue, but definitely gonna try to be stealthy here.
Okay, so go ahead and make a stealth check then for me if you're trying to remain quiet.
What is that? What the heck is that? A 10.
Okay, so you are moving through the corridor, and you place your hand on one of the walls, and there's a crack of stone as a rock falls to the ground. The footsteps in front of you stop.
Shit.
So Dahlia, Dottle, you are meditating, and you stop meditating the moment that your caravan, your palanquin, halts. Big Hat whispers down to one of his henchmen, and the other goblin takes out a very hooked-looking bone dagger and pulls up a hood and starts creeping along the side in the shadows as he kind of falls into the shadows and starts moving back the way that they came from. What would you like to do, Dottle?
What's happening?
Be quiet, sister. There are others here with us. Do not fear. Gromash has given us great powers. You will be protected.
Someone helped me in the prison cell. If it's that person, can you promise me they won't be harmed?
Ah, yes, you wish to kill them yourself.
No.
Amicable, no. You do not wish to betray the fools who thought they could ally with goblin kind.
Well, what I was hoping for is we could perhaps maybe reward them for protecting me when goblin kind was not there.
I am not understanding your words fully. Your escaped, some fool has helped you. Why reward them with anything?
You know what? Yes, I would like to kill them myself in my own time. Yes. Are you able to pass on that message, please? And I would like to describe what Juniper looks like. And
yes, quickly.
And he whispers down to another goblin. Do not take this. And a goblin, this is all in goblin.
Do not take the prize from our new sister. She wishes to slit this throat herself.
Make an intimidation check.
All right.
That was a 16.
Yeah.
Intimidation, so that's 17.
The other goblin kind of shudders.
Oh, yes, no, of course, yeah.
And they skitter. One of them skitters off after the other one in the shadows with another bone dagger. And it's all quiet for a moment. Juniper, you are standing in this corridor, and you've just dropped a stone in the middle of it, and it's echoed through the chamber. What would you like to do?
Shit. Okay. She's gonna take a deep breath And then she's gonna crouch down and kind of, still going kind of slow. She's gonna continue to travel along, but on the bottom of the floor.
Make a perception check for you. And you don't notice at first, but all of a sudden you hear a whoosh, and a dart shoots out towards you, but immediately it like kind of shoots off like it's the worst shot ever. And you see two goblins. One of them has just pushed a blow dart out of the other's mouth as it had blown, and the dart flies wide, just missing you. And one goblin is now arguing with another one. Do you speak Goblin?
That's a great question. Nope.
They both kind of look at you, and then they start moving towards you.
Hey, that was a great shot. She's gonna start getting up and backing away from them.
They put their daggers away, and they pull out what look like clubs.
Oh gosh. Okay. She okay, I guess I gotta keep fighting. She lunges forward and she goes to punch the smallest one.
You jump forward, and I'm going to have you roll initiative when we come back to you.
Okay.
So, Ray, the pain in your leg is piercing as the crossbow bolt is still there. The guards surround you.
Yeah, ow.
Remember what I've said, knave. Every lie, you earn yourself another bolt. And I'll have my men find more vital parts as the lies stack.
All right. And I'm going to spend a key.
Okay.
And I am going to okay, what's around me, first of all? So I'm in the center, I'm surrounded by guards. Is there any buildings or like something?
Let me be clear. You are inside of the gatehouse, which means that there is a gate right behind you. It is very small openings, metal gate. It's been closed. Okay. You have the carriage and the horses that are right in front of you.
Okay.
You were standing next to one side of the carriage. Mm-hmm. The guards have kind of repositioned themselves, but they're like a line of guards. Okay. They're not actually in this space with you.
Okay.
There is a door that looks like it's very heavy and closed off to one side. And above you, there is a grate of some sort. Yeah, a grate of some like metal grate in the ceiling.
Okay. All right. And then I'm going to, let's see what I can do. I thought I saw that I could, with my key points, I could use Step of the Wind, so I can spend a key and disengage or dash action as a bonus action this turn. And my jumping distance is doubled for the turn.
Yes, you could absolutely do that. In fact, the opening of the gate is about 20 feet tall, and the gate leading into the courtyard is wide open, meaning that you could effectively jump over these individuals.
The gate outside.
No, the gate into the prison.
Yeah, okay. Then I'm going to spend a key, and I'm going to try and backflip ninja style jump in past the gate and then book it into the jail.
Backflip ninja style jump sounds to me like an acrobatics check. And
yeah, obviously. Okay, so I spent.
Do you have an inspiration by any chance?
I do not.
Okay, go ahead and
I don't know if the keys don't give you bonuses, right? It just allows you to.
The key allows you to do it, so it doubles your jump range. It allows you to disengage. It gives you all these abilities to do the things that you're doing right now. You still have to make the acrobatics check just to see how you pull it off.
Okay. Yeah, I do it. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Yes, you leap with a startling amount of skill that none of the guards were prepared for. Over their heads, and in a tucked roll, you leap over them, landing firmly on your feet on the other side of them, and you hear crossbow bolts go as they miss you entirely as you jump past them.
Bye! And then I book it into the
Did you just yell bye?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you book it into the prison.
Yeah.
They seem deeply confused. But the guards immediately start to rally behind you, and you run into the prison itself. You bust through a pair of large double doors, and you're now inside what looked like a large antechamber with about 16 guards inside of it.
Oh, goodness, help! There's some people attacking me! They're disguised as guards! Oh, please! Stop them! And I'm gonna, like...
All right. Go ahead and make a performance check. Or no. I wouldn't say that this is performance. This is definitely persuasion.
Oh, fuck. Persuasion? What was it? 4? 4. It's 4. Oh, God! Oh, someone help!
They all draw their weapons.
Oh, okay. Never mind. And then I'm gonna... Can I spend another key? What else is in this room?
There's the staircase leading up. There's a staircase leading down. There's a chandelier. There is a large wooden desk that has a couple of official-looking older guards behind it. And there is a smaller cell that has a number of prisoners in it. And the prisoners, once you do it and start shouting at this and they draw their swords, you hear, "Fight! Fight! Ah, there's a fight amongst the guards! Get him!"
Does the prison door look like I could break it easily?
The prison door? The door behind you, or?
No, the door to the cells.
Well, it's definitely made out of like hardened steel, and it would require a lock. You might be able to like kick it or punch it or shoot it or something like that, but it's going to take some time. And as I said, there's a large number of guards in this room.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to I'm gonna spend another key, and I'm gonna do another jump and go for the downstairs.
You're jumping down?
Yeah.
Okay. So you run and you leap into the air and you tuck into another ball. How many key points do you have left now?
I have 2.
Okay.
After this.
2 total. Oh, 2 after this. Okay.
Yeah.
So you land in the stairwell as they start chasing after you. You're now running down the stairs.
And I'm gonna book down the stairs.
Okay.
And as I book, I'm gonna try and see if there's like a corner or like a something that I can tuck into, so I can tuck into and pull like the Scooby-Doo. They went this way and the other guy went that way.
Okay, so you run down this corridor, and there are a number of doors. They're all heavy with bars on them. Everything here is obviously fairly secure and well made. And as you're running down this corridor, you see an open door to your right and a few open doors further down. So the other doors are all closed, and you think they're probably locked. Just because
are they jail cells?
They're not jail cells. It seems like this is the supply stores, and the door to your right is full of what looks like a armory. There are weapons and suits of armor and other items within this space. And then there's other open doors down the way, but they all, for whatever reason, this door was partially open.
Okay. I guess I'm going to run into that one. The one that's open, armory.
Okay, so you're not going to go further down the hallway. You're going into this door?
Why do you double?
I'm just asking. I ask questions to be sure that I understand.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna keep running. I'm gonna keep running through this.
You're going to keep running?
Yeah, through this hallway. If there's nothing here, if there's no one here, I'm gonna keep booking it through.
Yeah, you don't hear anybody in that room.
Yeah.
You don't see anybody. It just looks like weapons and armor, and it does look like a dead end.
Okay. I'm gonna book all the way through whatever this hallway into whatever the next hallway is or whatever.
You keep moving down this hallway, and you hear from behind you, "Halt! Halt! In the name of the Lords of Waterdeep, I demand that you halt."
And I keep booking.
Okay, so you're bleeding as you run.
Yep.
You have a crossbow bolt sticking out of your leg. And you come on to there's a large portrait of somebody who looks very official, one of the main guards or someone, white-haired man with a big giant beard and kind of large belly, wearing a guard suit. You come across this portrait. There's a small table on one side. There are some cups and a tray sitting on there with like a half-eaten meal. And then there's a door to your right and a door to your left, both of which are cracked open. I'll make a perception check for you. From the right, you smell pipe smoke.
Okay. I'm gonna go left.
Okay, so you bust through the door to the left, and as you push in, you see halls and halls that are filled with shelves and wooden boxes that look like they're filled with scrolls.
Oh god, I really wanted to get.
There's another door on the far side of the room.
Okay, I'm going to. Okay, can I still hear them yelling
Yes,
and
they
running?
are coming towards you. They saw you turn down this way.
Okay, I'm going to keep booking it, and I'm gonna try and lose them.
You're going to go through the door. Go ahead and make a stealth check. If
Well,
what you're trying to do is hide.
what's yeah, I'm trying to find a good place to hide, not just like.
There are shelves, there are cabinets, there are desks. There's there's furniture here. There are pillars. There are sconces that have torches on them. You could hide behind a pillar there. There are candelabras with like burnt out candles. There's a lot of furniture in this room.
Sure, I'm going to find a place to hide in this room that maybe like some top like corner that's pretty high up that I can also like hide like a curtain.
You're like you're climbing up. Well, there's no exterior windows, but there are a lot of boxes. So you're gonna climb up onto a shelf and hide behind a box.
Yeah, I'm gonna climb up. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so go ahead and make a acrobatics check and then a stealth check.
Acrobatics.
The acrobatics you can do at an advantage.
Okay.
Nope, sorry, you have a crossbow bolt in your leg. You lose that advantage. You're just rolling it normal.
Well, that's 12.
Okay, you kind of clumsily pull yourself up the shelf. It's not graceful.
Oof. Stealthily is 9.
9?
Yeah.
Okay. You pull yourself up and you get behind a box and you realize that you've left a pool of blood and a trail of blood on the bookshelf itself. You are hidden for the moment, but you do not know how well that's going to pass their view as a large number of guards, about 10 of them, burst through the doorway and start passing by you.
Okay. While they're doing that, I'm gonna try and pull the bolt out and kind of bandage myself up so I'm not leaking blood.
Make a medicine check.
Okay. Fuck. Oh my
no.
god! What is... You gave me your luck.
I literally gave it to you and stole all the nat 20s. That's what happened. Yeah,
So
100%.
You have a +2 to medicine. That's a 4. You pull this bolt out and it's ragged, and you take 1 point of damage, and you inadvertently make a noise as you pull the bolt out, and the last 4 guards that were running out of this room stop and whip around immediately, and then start searching the room.
Okay.
And we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Hawk and Maglo. Maglo, you are standing on the ledge of the site of the explosion, and you're looking out over Waterdeep. And to be perfectly honest, it's a beautiful view. It sprawls out, and you're seeing really the scope of the city from up here. However, from beneath somewhere, you hear a hollow echo as a stone clatters across a stone floor directly beneath you. What would you and Hawk like to do?
Hawk's talking to the guards, right?
Yeah.
How big's a jump? 8 floors?
Uh-huh.
Completely cannot physically do it without dying?
I mean, you've seen a lot of crazy things, and you don't think that it would be fair to say cannot do it.
Hawk. Come here.
Hawk, is there anything else you want to do with the guards before you walk over there?
I tap the guy on the shoulder and listen, I need the description of that other person as soon as possible. Yes, Inquisitor.
Come here.
What's up? What's going on?
Someone's down there. I think it's them.
Down where?
It's just down there.
Underneath.
Someone's.
Underneath the floor?
I don't know. Just down on the ground somewhere. Someone's hidden and doing
I'm
something.
going to make you guys make an intelligence check. You remember Saray talking about her contact and about getting a map that detailed hidden passages within the prison.
Hey, I got a 12 altogether.
That is +1, an 18.
Yeah, both of you remember that.
Right.
So I think someone's hidden in those tunnels. I don't know if it's Doddle or what, but someone's down there.
How do we get in the tunnel? Should I smash it open?
No, I mean, I think we should... Is it, directly below us?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody in the room with us?
Yes. There are guards that are moving rubble that are trying to find survivors. It's a lot of work. It's going to be hours before they complete it.
MacLeod, tell the guards to take a break. I have an idea.
Oh, well, all right, guys. We kind of got it from here. You guys can take 5 minutes. We just got to do some Inquisitor stuff, and it's not that you'll get in the way or anything, but it might be kind of dangerous if you're knocking around still. So you can go take 5.
They all look to you, and then they look back to their superior officer, an older man who's been kind of walking around, kind of poking around, looks at you, and go ahead and make a persuasion check.
12.
I understand that you are from the specialist department, but I must assure you our job here is crucial, as there are individuals that may need medical attention.
Understand. In that case, I do apologize for what, if you see anything untoward or nothing, just don't worry about it. It's just, official business and stuff.
I'm going to go up to the guy running it. I pat him on the shoulder and I'm like, listen, boss, you're doing a great job, but do you honestly think anybody could survive this? Now, I may be foreman, but I'm pretty sure everybody likes a good ale break every once in a while, and you've been working pretty hard. The dead aren't going anywhere.
All right, make a persuasion check.
Come on, I'm actually good at this.
Yeah.
2 plus, but my persuasion's good, so that's a 9.
Okay, but still, it's a 9. He looks at you, and just it doesn't. You realize as soon as you say ale break that you're barking up the wrong tree with this guy, as he's very dedicated to his job and probably doesn't even drink, and looks to you. I appreciate the special work that all of you do, but we will continue on our task as ordered by the mandate that has been laid before us.
I understand. Hawk, just do it.
Okay. Is there a place where I could go around a corner away from the guards?
There really are no walls or corners here. You could step out and up the staircase.
All right, I'm gonna do that till I'm out of their view, and I'm gonna unsummon my greatsword, and I'm gonna try and resummon it, but as a warhammer,
Okay. Yeah. So you do so, and this kind of darkened, cold chill echoes through you as the sword disappears in a puff of black shadow tendrils and then reappears as this massive warhammer with a very, very finely crafted hammerhead that looks like a raven's beak on one end and the the wings spread backward on the other side, the striking side.
Oh, I hate that chill. I come back with my warhammer. Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, MacLeod, where'd you say it was?
Right here.
Right there? I just point to the ground?
Mm-hmm.
There?
Right.
Okay, I take the warhammer. I'm just gonna slam into the ground as hard as I can.
Okay, You strike the ground with your magical warhammer, your hex weapon, dedicated warhammer. You don't have to roll to hit it, but just go ahead and roll damage for me.
Okay, so for a warhammer, not as much damage as I thought it would be.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be pulling out some old school hardness damage rules here, so it's gonna probably take a while to bash through this.
Let's do it. I'm a backy boy. So that is 3 plus 5, so that's 8.
Okay. All right. So you strike it, and it doesn't really seem to. It shatters some stone, it breaks some stuff out of the way. It doesn't do any kind of like enormous amount of work to clear out this area.
Yeah, try and hit again.
I'm gonna chuck an acid splash on it.
Okay, so both
Just
of you
like a
can
little
go ahead.
potion, and
Yeah.
just
So there's no damage reduction on that. You can just go ahead and roll the damage for the acid splash. Go ahead and roll your hammer.
So that's 9.
Okay, so you strike it again, and hitting it where the acid is actually seems to be a little more productive. The acid does how much damage, Michael?
9.
Okay, so the two of you have made a thin crevice where the sound came from.
Wait, what the fuck are we doing? I'm gonna look to see if there's any way just to open it. Like any hidden switches or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Neither just has a sudden like, wait, fucking idiot, why are we trying to smash it open? It's a fucking door.
Okay, go ahead and make a sleight of hand roll.
Not brilliant. 10.
It is a bunch of rock, as far as you can tell.
Well, go on then, big boy. Go for it again.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I am not going to have you roll every single time, but I am assuming that the two of you are going to persist in this as you continue to bash away at the floor trying to get into this secret passage. That is going to take you an amount of time, and I will roll some dice to determine that. I'll do minutes, and I will roll...
Whilst Hawk is bashing away, I do want Maglo to... Because Maglo can't really do much. He is going to look for a way to open the door.
Okay.
So feel free to roll all that and whatnot.
Yeah, well, I mean, you made the roll, and you're not a rogue.
Oh, that's true.
So since you're not trained in it, I might have allowed you to get lucky because of being an artificer, but since you're not trained in, roguery, you don't really know what to look for as far as that kind of concealed door thing is. But you do understand mechanics. You just didn't find anything, and it just looks like rubble. And frankly, it's a giant mess. So, with that said, you are kind of at a loss. Do you help Hawk along?
No, Mags would keep looking, but even though he's not finding anything, he's stubborn. So
What you do find, however, is that the guards that are here are not finding any signs of any other bodies. And they do unearth a single sandal. And that sandal matches the sandal print that you found on the dust in the room.
Whose cell was this one?
It seems that there was a cleric of some sort, a holy person, a strange nature. We don't know who the witch was, to be honest, but she was held here to be kept in safe distance from the others. She did possess strange abilities that were being investigated.
Is that why she was arrested? She was just...
No, she was a murderer.
Fuck. Tell me more about that.
She killed someone. We are still investigating. If you'd like to read the full file, I'm sure that it could be provided to a specialist of your skill.
Aye, go on.
Okay, so Hawk is in the background just hammering away at the floor while you're trying to have this conversation, and rock is splitting and breaking. Hawk is like breaking a sweat as he's like desperately hitting on the ground, and he does seem to be making progress. It just seems to be fairly slow. 12 minutes pass, and we'll come back to you. Dawdle. There is a deep quiet within the passageway as the goblins all look to you. Everyone is almost holding their breath, waiting. And then there's the sound of combat. And Big Hat motions for the palanquin to be sat down, and it's sat down, and the other goblins start creeping the direction of the sounds. Are you muted?
Nope, I was just told to be quiet.
Oh, yeah. No, excellent. Good job, the goblins all. You wait there. And June, roll initiative. And Doddle, if you'd like to roll initiative too, you may.
I'm gonna really hope that these tiny guys won't take out my big, strong witch friend.
21.
Oh, you're going.
Yeah, she won't. Yeah, she's good.
Okay, so it is your action, Juniper. These two goblins are creeping quietly towards you with clubs. They've put away the daggers that they were holding.
Actually, I changed my mind. I would, in fact, like to roll initiative and maybe get over there.
You may do so.
That is 17 plus 3. That's a dirty 20.
Okay, so Juniper, you're still in the lead. Go ahead and tell me what you're doing as these goblins get closer and closer.
Yeah, I'm gonna run forward and split them like right between them and just like push them away and like keep going. Try to push past them.
Okay, so you can do that. That's a movement action. They both are going to get an attack of opportunity upon you, and they're going to swing at you with their clubs as you burst past them. You're 14, AC 14, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The goblins swing wildly at you, and both of them nearly hit each other as you run past them quickly. And you dart down the corridor, and Doddle, it's now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'd like to just be like, sorry, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go check on my prey, real quick.
Big Hat grabs you and presses a wicked-looking bone dagger into your hand. Take this and use it on your enemy.
Right. Yes, I will do that. Thank you very much for this kind gift, and I'd like to start going towards the combat, please.
Stab them in the genitalia.
Oh no part will be left unstabbed. Don't you worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm not overwhelmed by this situation at all. And we're gonna go towards the combat, please.
Yeah, okay, you start moving towards the combat. You immediately run into Juniper. Juniper, I'm gonna make a perception check for you. I can't make this shit up. So that's a natural 1. You didn't double crit, but you got a 2 on the second roll. So you do not notice it as Doddle. It's another goblin. What would you like?
Take my forearm and just her neck.
All right, unarmed strike.
My armor class is 13.
14.
It's okay.
Okay, so it's what? 2? Is it 2 damage or 4 damage?
2.
Okay, so Doddle, you take 2 points of damage as this elbow from Juniper just kind of like clocks you right in the neck.
Oh my ow!
Wait. Doddle?
Yeah, nope, it sounds like Doddle.
Oh my god. Doddle. Come on, we gotta get out of here. Come on, I'm so sorry. Come on, I don't have time to explain. There's like other goblin things after me.
A mass of goblins line up behind Doddle and flex.
May I look at the goblins? Do I see any sort of recognition in their face when my friend starts speaking common to me, or do they look like confused? I want to know if they speak common real quick.
Yeah. No, they you perceive that the goblins here do not speak common.
Excellent. I'm gonna be like, Juniper, I'm so happy to see you. I cannot wait to explain. I'm gonna hold my dagger and be like, I cannot wait to explain to you the whole mishap that has happened. But I'm gonna hold it right up to her neck and be like, these goblins think I'm their friend, and they think that I'm gonna kill you, but I'm not. And I'm gonna take you over there, and I'm gonna act like I kill you, but really we're gonna run away. Is that clear?
June just kind of stares at her, looks behind.
There's a bunch of goblins behind her, all with their daggers out, pointed at you, and they're all shouting things like, so it's like, yeah, it's a lot
and
of
I
noise.
look back at Doddle, and then one more time at them. Yeah, you know what? I think that's a great idea. Let's do that. I'm so scared.
I mean, I look back at the goblins and be like, in Goblin, I'm gonna take care of my victim now. Other goblins, if you will leave me be to the murdering, I would greatly appreciate it.
One of the goblins look at you. Can I have her leg?
I will save you her leg, but not after I'm done chopping it off while she watches.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank you. And they all kind of like move back. Just say the word if you need us to help stab.
I don't need any help. Yeah, your job is done. So much killing's gonna happen over here, so you better get going.
Make an intimidation check.
All right. 9.
They're not really scared. They're kind of amused, but they're like, yeah. The new sister's gonna try to prove herself. Let her do the stabbing. And so they don't really seem to be like scared of you, but they're definitely giving you your space as they start to back down the hallway.
Okay, so we're like out of eyesight of everybody?
Yeah, that's what you asked for. So they kind of move away.
Alright, I'm gonna put the dagger down. I would like to leave, please.
Well, I think your friends were in the only direction out of this place. So.
Well, we're in tunnels right now. I blacked out a little bit. I'm really shaken. I'd very much like to sleep. Are we underground somewhere? How'd you get in?
Long story short, I jumped through a whole, portal thing.
Portal thing. Alright. Can I look around and see if I can tell, can I knock on the walls and see if any seem hollower than the other ones?
You can. So you begin knocking on stone walls, and some do seem more hollow than others, as there are echoes that kind of emanate around.
Donald, be careful.
Why?
Earlier, when I was in my cell before this all happened, I kept hearing knocking, and I think there was someone else in these tunnels.
It's probably those guys, right?
Maybe, but if I heard it, they might be able to too, so we have to be very careful about our knocking.
Okay. Right. I mean, I could just, parade you. Juniper, here's what's gonna happen, and I'm gonna take her sleeve, and I'm gonna, push her hand out there. Put your arm, in your shirt. Perfect. Okay, right. Do I still have the berries that I got from, any of the berries I got from cat friend? His name is escaping me. Scratch.
Yes, you still have berries.
Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna take some of the berries and I'm gonna rub them all over my mouth. I'm so sorry. Are you emotionally? Does this shirt hold sentimental value to you? We're in our prison clothes. Did you want to keep them for any reason? You'd be like, oh, I was in prison once, and you can take it out at parties. Or...
Donald, I would just like to survive.
That's fair. And I'm gonna take the berries and rub them all over the sleeve of her shirt the arms inside. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not meaning to make a mess. I'm trying to make it look like I ate your arm. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to sell it.
And I kind of just take my arm and wrap it around my bottom torso. How's that?
I think that looks great. I think that looks really good. But you, how confident do you feel that you can really sell that I ate your arm?
Juniper just kind of buckles over and
It's so good! Oh my gosh! You could really be a bard. You could take this act on the road. You're such a good performer.
Can we please just move on?
Oh yes, absolutely. I'm gonna take her grab onto her clothes, and I'm gonna go the way the goblins were, and I'm gonna take my dagger back out.
Okay.
I'm just going with you in pain.
Okay, so you're moving along, and so you come back towards the goblins, and you see them kind of lined up, and they're listening in. You can see that they kind of have their ears open. In Goblin, you hear, "Is everything fine, sister? We did not hear any screams."
Everything certainly could. Oh, she's a tough one. She's not a screamer, but man, oh man, I sure do want her to be. So we're gonna take her out to where the sun shines, so that I can, so that she can clearly see the suffering I am inflicting upon her. Look, I ate her arm.
How was it, sister?
It was very yummy. It was pretty good. You know, it wasn't the best. I would have liked, you know, a little bit of seasoning. But, you know, times are tough at the moment.
Boil liquor has some spices if you would like, and we can show you how to make your victim scream.
I'm doing things my way. You get out of here. I didn't ask for your help. But I would like your help. Can you please show us the way out of this cavern? Because I think she would be a lot more scared if she could actually see, like, all the crazy stuff I'm doing on the way to murdering her.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion is 17.
Okay. They kind of like look, they whisper amongst each other for a moment, and then they nod. Yes, you are cruel. We have chosen wisely to take this job and to bring you back.
Thank you very much for your assistance. Come, victim. We're gonna go murder you somewhere else.
I'm just holding my arm and
There's a very
Nobody touch her.
Yeah, there's a very intimidating goblin that's sitting on a wooden chair that's like really ramshackle and tied to a board, and he looks like the image in front of you, and he kind of squints his eyes. Yes, this one will be very good to eat. You have done well, little sister.
Thank you very much, but I'm gonna be the one to see the light leave her eyes. You guys can eat her after that, but it's important that she sees me chopping her up. So we gotta get out of here first, and then we'll take care of that later.
Yes, of course. Let us complete our task.
Yes.
And the goblins pick up the board. Do you get back onto the board?
I would feel bad if I was on the board and she was made to walk. This whole situation is already humiliating enough. I feel like that's... So I'm gonna walk with her, leading her with the dagger, be like, move, you!
Big Hat rides on the makeshift palanquin, and you walk behind Juniper with the bone dagger at her back. And you and the other goblins continue down the corridor. Meanwhile, Saray, the guards have turned and are searching the area.
Oh, God.
I need you to make another stealth check.
Okay. Let's... Come on, baby. Oh my God. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay, so you do manage to stop any further noises from your area, and they look around. The first two guards go to the door that you came through. The other two guards are kind of walking around, checking things, looking behind boxes. One of them stops.
Hey there, I found some blood here.
And the other guard kind of walks up, and they look down at a pool of blood. Right, you have. Feels like our quarry is close. And loads a crossbow bolt. Where could they be? Come out, wherever you are. And he's looking around and starts following the blood to your general area. Saray, what would you like to do?
Okay, so I still have the high ground, right?
You are definitely Obi-Wan Kenobi in this situation.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to ready my spear, and so that way when they get close enough, I can jump down in.
Okay, so you pull your spear and I assume assemble it into one piece so that you're able to attack with it.
Yeah.
You have a spear at the ready. You need to roll initiative as the other two spot you.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
And you get a surprise round, so you're going to attack first, no matter what. What's your initiative then?
15.
Okay. So
so 18.
Okay, you still have a surprise round, so you're going to attack first, and then we'll see how you do.
Yeah, 15, 16, 18. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to use my spear, and I'm going to try and drop down onto... Can I drop down onto one of them with my spear, and then use Flurry of Blows and hit the other one, or do I have to do I have to use flurry of blows on the same?
As long as they're within your range, flurry of blows can be split up however you want.
Okay, cool. So are they within? If I drop down on one, is the other one within 5 feet?
Yeah, they're right next to each other. So you drop down, like they're right in front of you. In fact, your back is up against the wall at that point.
Spinning the key. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna drop down on the one.
Okay.
So that is. Do I have to roll to hit?
Of course, yes. You still have to strike.
Sweet. I think I strike. Hit +6. So.
Yes, you hit.
Sweet.
And then you want to roll all of them and then roll your damage, or?
Yeah, sure. Spear hits, and then for Fury of Blows, does that auto hit? I'm not sure. I've never.
No, you have to roll for every strike, so you just get additional attacks, and you should have a good number of them with Flurry of Blows.
Okay. Alright, so.
Okay, and again. Okay, you miss on the first one. What was your modified attack for the 2? I'm sure it's not high enough, but just to be sure.
+6.
Yeah, you miss on the first one. The guard quickly kind of like steps back from your punch, but then as you do, you cross and you hit again.
I'm gonna kick him. I'm not gonna punch him. I'm gonna kick him.
Okay, so you kick. It's fine. So you've hit with your spear on the first one. Your first kick, the guard dodges, but then you counter it with a secondary kick, and that second kick lands. So you have 2 strikes to resolve.
Okay, so the spear is 2 plus 3, so 5, and then the kick is 4 plus 3, so 7.
Okay, so you do strike both of them, and I'll have them see how they're doing with their footing. One of them is fine. The other one kind of stumbles back 5 feet as you've kind of pushed them back.
Okay.
So you do have an exit from this space. What would you like to do for your... Oh, you've already done your movement. Do you have any bonus actions that you want to do? No, I'm sorry. You did your bonus action. It is your Flurry of Blows. So I was mistaken. Your round is complete, and the 2 guards then rush back into you and try to. The one that has a crossbow is taking a step backwards, so they are moving out of your threat range, which means that you can attack once for the one that's stepping back with the crossbow.
Okay, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna pull up my spear because I presume the one that I kicked has the crossbow.
Yeah, the one that you kicked has the crossbow, but he's also the one that's moving back. The one that you hit with the spear is the one that got pushed.
I have a 20.
Don't forget you have a deflect missile attack reaction.
Right, but that I have to spend a key for, correct?
Oh, right. Well, if you choose to.
I have only 1 left. So.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to I'm gonna pull out my spear, and I'm going to try and whack the archer. I'm gonna get his crossbow out of his hands while he's loading it.
Okay, that's like a disarming strike, which I don't think you have. Yeah, you don't have that as a special skill.
Okay.
But I will allow you to make, at a disadvantage, I will allow you to make a aimed shot at the weapon, and we'll see what happens.
At a disadvantage?
Yeah, so you could do that, or you could just attack normal.
No, I'll just attack normally. I'll strike.
Okay, so strike with the spear as he starts to move back to try to shoot you with the crossbow. That's going to definitely hit. So you strike. You can go ahead and roll damage with your spear.
It is a 6.
Okay, so you do strike him, and he grunts as he pulls back, and he's bleeding as you just whack the spear across his face. He kind of levels his crossbow. He fires, and he misses you. The second guard has pulled out a sword and swings at you widely. The other 2 guards rush in and attempt to strike you as well. So they step forward, and one of them misses entirely. But the 4th and final guard juts forward with a sword and hits you for 3 points of damage.
Okay. Awesome. Do these guys look like beefy guards, or do they look like just normal guards?
2 of them look fairly strong. And like they're higher ranked. 2 of them seem pretty pretty wimpy. I mean, you don't think that they're high-ranking officials or anything like that. They just seem like they're run-of-the-mill guards. But two of them look like they might have, done some training. And,
Does it seem like this little kerfuffle has alerted the other, like the guards in the other room?
Having been in this situation far too often for your own good, you realize that it's not good to just stand around here. No matter what, this isn't going to end well if you stick around trying to defeat these guys.
Okay.
So that is their attacks. It's back up to the top of the round. Now it is your turn.
Okay, cool. So then...
Oh, I apologize. You get 2 attacks because you didn't take your attack on this turn because one was a surprise round. So take an attack and then take a second attack.
Okay. Well, I'm going to attack the one that is in the way from the door that I came into previously.
Okay. Well, they're all just kind of in a line, like a loose semicircle around you now. So you're going to attack the one that's closest to that door.
Yeah, that's blocking my way.
Okay. Yeah, it's the one that you kicked.
Okay, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna spear him. I don't know. Again.
Okay, you're gonna hit him with your spear.
Yeah, I'm gonna spear him.
Are these lethal or are you doing non-lethal damage?
Oh no, this is. I mean, I wanna knock the guy out.
So then you're hitting him with the flat of the spear, which is the same amount of damage. It's just non-lethal. Go ahead and go. If you were trying to stab him, that would be a different thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to punish you for trying to knock someone unconscious.
Doesn't matter. I probably don't hit him.
Yeah, you miss. You have a second attack? Nope. You have 1 attack per action.
Right. So I'm done.
Okay. So then you have your second attack. Go ahead and roll. This is the second initiative round.
Oh, okay.
Because we skipped you before because you had a surprise round.
Got it. Okay. So then I'm gonna try and spear him again and just get him out of the way. Oh wait. Yeah.
Same guy. So go ahead and roll a strike.
Fuck.
Okay.
Plus 6, so 12.
That misses. So you hit and it clangs across his armor.
Okay.
They then turn at you. You get 4 attacks coming at you. 2 of which miss. And you do have an armor class of 15. One of them does hit you for 4 more points of damage.
4?
Yep. As you get kind of slashed with a sword across the right side of your arm. You feel hot, wet, gushing blood as the strike kind of opens up a wound and kind of tears through your leather armor. Okay, and through the disguise you're wearing. Okay, so that is their attack. They are actually surrounding you now. You have an attack. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna use my spear to try and get that guy out of here.
Okay.
Out of my way.
Oh no.
Fuck me.
You are on fire. And I mean literally, you are on fire.
I'm about to be.
I am so sorry because I do genuinely feel personally responsible for, for your luck today.
It's okay. It's okay.
Roll it again.
Watch. I die. I've called it before. No.
All right. So you didn't do a super fail, but you did fail. So you are swinging wildly with your spear, and as you do, you kind of spin forward. You miss horribly, and the guard in front of you is going to get an attack with an advantage on you next round because you've opened yourself up.
Okay.
And so now it's their turn. The first 2 guards hit, and the guard with the advantage, strangely enough, misses. And the third guard misses. So you have 2 that have hit. And each of them does a collective 9 points of damage.
Wow.
This is starting to add up, even though they're city guard.
Okay.
Where are you at right now?
I'm at 20 HP.
20 hit points. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're taking a beating here, and you know that you're outnumbered. We're back at the top. What would you like to do?
Okay, at this point, I'm just gonna say fuck it, and I'm gonna spend my last key to get out. I'm gonna jump over the guy as best I can since I'm pretty haggard, and book it out the door that I came.
Okay, so you've spent a key. Just go ahead and make an acrobatics check. It's not to succeed. You will succeed regardless. It's how well you succeed. Yeah, you do fine.
Not great.
That's 16. You got a 16. Oh,
that's
a 2.
I got a 2.
No, 8. Okay, so yeah, it's not great. You jump and you land strangely on your leg that's wounded, and you don't go very far. You do start running down the corridor, but they turn and they're quickly on you, and you're now running the opposite side of the hallway back into the way you came. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so what's your movement rate? Okay.
40 something.
Yeah, so you're very quick. You're rushing through this, even with your wounds. You're dripping blood down the corridor as you run, ruining rugs, and just kind of like smearing it all over the place. And you're running through these corridors. You're back in the enormous alcove, and there are less guards in here right now. But there are about 5 of them. 2 of them are at the door that you came in. The door is closed and barred, and there are 2 guards standing on either side of it. They shout and they start to arm themselves with their crossbows.
I'm just gonna put my hands up. All right, fine, whatever.
And we'll come back to you. One party member breaks out of jail. The other one breaks in the wrong way. All right. So,
I'm so sorry, Saray, to go back. Do you remember that you have those boots of teleporting?
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, well now we know. So when I come back,
now we know. Just so
now
you
we know. We're fine. And it's I can teleport to anywhere I've been before within.
Yeah,
so many
15
feet.
foot somewhere you've been before. Yeah.
Fucking thank God. Okay.
Hawk, you are bashing this rubble, and it breaks open finally, and a small sinkhole kind of appears underneath you, and I need you to make a dexterity save as the rubble kind of like pours inward on the spot that you're standing on.
All right. Good thing I have +0 to my dexterity saves. That's an 8.
Total? Okay, so you do slide and fall. You catch yourself before you fall completely down the hole. You're going to take a single point of damage as the hole kind of opens up underneath you and you manage to catch yourself. MacLeod, you hear this as this sandal has been pulled out of the rubble, and Hawk just kind of like caves inward.
Whoa, hey bud, you okay? You good? You good? Okay, you're fine. Fucking hell. All right. You're right. Come on, get yourself back up. MacLeod helps him up.
Ow.
All right. The person who left, who we don't know what happened to them. They were done for like murder. They're like a cleric. I don't know if this means anything to you.
Cleric?
A witch who was done for murder. Does that mean anything to you, Norton?
No, I let myself get a little hopeful of something. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, I've asked for the file anyway, so hopefully we'll get someone for a lead. Or just basically, I wasn't really looking for a lead. I was just looking for how prepared we should be when we go in here, because
we got stuff.
I assume. Yeah,
we
we'll
got
be
stuff.
fine.
Yeah, come on.
That's true. Mag like follows, but very carefully follows.
Okay. So you're both dropping down into this hole?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The corridor is badly damaged, and it is very precarious. Make an investigation check, please, MacLeod.
24.
Okay, you know, just generally speaking, using your scientific mind, that this corridor is not going to take very much more stress. In fact, a lot of traffic might cause it to cave in from behind. So you shouldn't be in the area that you're in, certainly, for any amount of time. And if you walk down this corridor, there's a very good chance that it's going to collapse fairly soon, and that you won't be able to easily get back out this way.
This is one way, Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is definitely going to collapse on us if we keep walking. Hey, bud, with the file, have you got it?
You hear the voice of the guard that led you in here. Specialist, are you still down there?
Please don't come close to us.
You hear
There's
footsteps and then footsteps away.
there's some type of like secret tunnel here. If we walk down it, there's a pretty high chance that it's going to collapse in behind us. So can you just like move back, please? We've got it from here. It's all okay. Don't worry about it. Like,
What sort of tunnel?
just like a tunnel.
There's whispering. Is that so? We will need to report this immediately. You should evacuate the tunnel. We'll send down guardsmen.
No. I mean, we can't get out because
It's
it will
fine.
collapse.
We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
That's an asinine question.
Alright, so we can't get out. You can't bring people in. We're gonna walk down and it's gonna collapse. Like, that's it. It's gonna collapse one way or another. So we're gonna make progress. And then it's gonna probably collapse behind us. So I just want people to be safe up there. So make sure everyone's to the side of the walls and stuff.
Guards keep you. We will notify all of the guards. We will find a way to save you and the others.
It's truly fine. We don't need saving. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Actually,
Are they
no,
mad?
we don't need saving.
You-
We're fine.
Are they crazy? They must be mad. Are they? We don't. Why would they wish to be down there?
Oh no, I feel the rocks are sliding. Everybody
Yeah, we just go.
evacuate the room.
Thank y'all so much for the. We'll be in contact. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
So you two awkwardly proceed down this corridor. As you move down, I'm going to roll a percentile. And we'll see. if
Sprint,
it-
full on. MacLeod just like let's go.
Okay, so you are not moving carefully. You're just barreling down the tunnel.
Careful to a point, that kind of thing where it's like you're careful and then you're like and then
So let me explain what I mean. You can make a survival check each and try to move down without causing the collapse, or you could continue to run.
I kind of want to get out quick.
I'm gonna grab MacLeod and just start running.
Yeah, sprint.
Right.
Fuck it. Just
So that
get out before it
increases
collapses.
Your chances exponentially, which causes the roof above you to collapse. I need you each to make dexterity saving throws as you avoid the falling rocks above you.
Oh boy. Huh.
Okay.
Flash of genius there. That's
Okay.
a 15.
Okay, so you're gonna flash a genius yourself to make a 15. Hawk.
What is your score, Hawk?
Mine's
5.
a 5.
No, all together.
5.
Mine's a 5.
Fuck.
Nox, how does inspiration work again? Because I do have 1 point of inspiration.
You can roll a d8 and add it onto your roll. So you add whatever is on the d8.
That won't do much for me, probably.
No, it might do. Do it.
It might do enough.
Alright.
It's up to you.
Use my inspiration. Fingers crossed. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
And
Another
Flash
5.
of genius.
Good. Yeah, you're gonna flash a genius that.
I'm gonna
so
flash
that's
a genius that as well.
4, right?
That does make it 14, not 15. But I mean, it's not as bad. It's a little better.
The difficulty is 13. So you manage to escape the falling rocks just barely as you kind of like stumble forward. And then all of a sudden, MacLeod, you're kind of explaining the best ways to take steps on the rock and kind of like halfway pull Hawk into the right direction. And all of these rocks fall downward as the way behind you is now very much closed. And you two are in a pitch black tunnel inside of the walls of the prison in Waterdeep. June and Doddle. You're moving down the corridors. The goblins are surrounding you now, and you're going deeper and deeper. They whisper amongst each other, and they give you glares, Juniper. A couple of the goblins are licking their lips, and they have a hunger in their eyes.
May I speak?
You may, yeah.
So, Big Hat, you were saying that you took a job to get me out of there?
Well, we took, of course, the coin that they offered, but it was truly because we heard that a small goblin had entered into Waterdeep and was casting powerful magics.
Who paid you this coin?
Ah, yes. The eyes.
The grasping eye?
Those that wear the eyes, they smell of greed and stupidity. They wear the sash with the eye and the hand.
Big Hat, I'm not sure it's in my best interest to run into the grasping eye. Are we meant to be meeting up with them?
We will meet them at the rendezvous. There they will aid you and us and give us our pay.
Alright. Good to know. Onward!
Yes, to continue.
To continue.
You have promised a leg of this one to one of the others.
Yes.
It is a great kindness, which is a weakness that I will forgive.
To call it kindness would be an insult, sir. There's not a kind bone in my body.
I hope that is true. We have great...
Oh, I forgot my cookbook. They still have my cookbook. Of human skin recipes.
Yes. We have many ways to cook skin. We will show you, little sister. You will cook skin in new, delicious ways.
Oh, I can't wait. This is such a great day I'm having.
And they all kind of like continue down this corridor quietly. I do need Doddle and June. I need you both to make a stealth roll, please.
Oh, no.
Same.
Okay. Oh, +6 though, so that's 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so a 2. Okay, so you got a 4 and a 2. It's fine. You're being loud. Is really the only way to say it. You're stumbling over rocks and your footsteps are very loud. To be fair though, you're wounded, you're tired, you're exhausted, and you've been through a lot. Doddle, I'd like to remind you too that even though you have this dagger, your hands are still shackled. And you've got a collar
I also
around.
have no spell slots left. I am a little concerned.
So you do have a bone dagger, and you have your hands are manacled together, and you have a collar around your neck, but the collar is not functioning currently because of the actions that you and Juniper committed in our previous session. And
May I talk to Big Hat about that?
you may.
Mr. Big Hat, sir. As you can, I could murder someone with my hands tied behind my back. I really could. But, it's been a while, and I feel like my enjoyment of it might not be at its peak while I am shackled like this. Do you have anyone here that could perhaps take care of this for me?
Yes, we have the capabilities.
There's some whispering amongst the goblins, and a smaller goblin steps forward. She's really mangy looking.
Peahead, come here. Come to me.
And the small,
beautiful name.
The small goblin with these like kind of crazy looking eyes. One is very large, and the other one's really small. And she looks at you. And she gets closer, and so she starts like poking her dirty little hands all over you. And she's like drooling, and she looks at your hands, and then looks back at Big Hat and points to your thumbs. And she smiles with this real big teeth.
No.
And he reaches into a pouch and hands the smaller goblin a series of what look like spikes. And the little goblin takes them and starts picking at the locks at your shackles.
Thank you very much, Peahead.
And there's like a snapping sound, and one of the locks breaks, and you're free. But there's a broken shaft of a tool inside of it, and it falls. And Peahead stops, terrified, and Big Hat starts laughing and points. And one of the other goblins pulls back a short bow and shoots Peahead in the back. Peahead drops dead to the floor at your feet.
You are now free. Shall we continue? Yeah.
I'm just gonna look up at Juniper. Yep. Let's continue.
The goblins, as they walk by, they just step over the body or on the body. They take no notice of it. They pick up the makeshift palanquin and carry Big Hat along. And you continue on your way. Now your arms are free. Saray,
I'm back.
You are standing with your hands raised in the main alcove of the entrance to the prison proper. There is an enormous desk, there's a chandelier, there's a staircase leading up, the staircase leading down, which you've just emerged from, and 2 guards at the door, and what looks like the 4 guards are running up the corridor behind you, and there are 2 guards on the opposite side. The 2 guards behind the desk. The 2 guards at the door have crossbow bolts loaded and are pointing their crossbows at you.
This is the door that I entered to get into the building.
Yes.
Okay. Not the door that where I was fighting.
This is the door that you rushed into after being in the gatehouse.
Okay, so there's like the desk and...
Yeah, the desk and the chandelier and the staircase leading up.
Got it. You got me! Uh-oh! Oh no!
That's right. We got you. Place your weapons on the ground and we will hold you until the others arrive.
Oh, there's others? There's others coming? What? I was working with
You're in a prison, knave.
Oh, you mean the other of those grasping eye people? Oh man, they're horrible.
What
All of a
foolishness
sudden
are
they
you
sound like...
speaking of?
What?
What foolishness are you speaking?
Oh, there's that gang called the Grasping Eye. I would assume you're talking about them.
Assume nothing. Speak.
Oh, I'm speaking. Hello.
You are working with the grasping eye.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, what else would you be doing here?
The 2 guards behind the desk also have crossbows leveled on you. All 4 are now circling around you. The 4 guards that you attacked come out, and they're bloodied and a little bashed up. And they're like, "There she is!"
Excuse me. I am not a lady. I'm a sir.
That was the game master. I apologize.
That's
like,
fine. I'm still gonna say that.
They obviously do not see past these guys.
Okay. So just so I can see it. So there's the door to the gatehouse, the door that goes downstairs, the stairway downstairs, the stairway upstairs, and then the jail, obviously, or some of the.
There's a jail. It's like a holding cell. That's
Got it.
In this general area where you think that they put low threat people. There are some other criminals that are still back there that are shouting, and they're like, "The grasping eye."
Okay. Do I see anyone in the gatehouse or?
Well, you can't see the gatehouse from here because you're on the other side of a locked door.
Okay. Does it seem like a lot of those soldiers that were in the gatehouse prior when they were chasing me are now in this room?
Well, that was the courtyard, and there seemed to be a separate group in that area. You know what I'm saying? So, like, with the door closed now, you're assuming that there's probably an equally large patrol outside. They probably have people both inside and outside.
Okay. Great.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
Come on! Wait, what? Wait, hold on! Okay, shit. Alright. Boop.
Okay, so,
16.
The first one, they've surrounded you. 2 of them are still lagging behind. The 4 that just entered are kind of closing the distance. 2 of them are getting closer to you. One of them has pulled out a club and has put away their crossbow.
Whoa, hold on there, buddy. I'm surrendered here. My hands are up.
Exactly. And swings at you. And you dodge out of the way as they aim for the back of your head and swing over you with a club.
Okay.
It is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna teleport out of here. I think I'm gonna teleport outside to the gatehouse.
You can teleport 15 feet, which is not enough to get you through the wall.
Not? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you can teleport out of this circle and then make a run for it, but the door is locked. There's a staircase leading up, the big desk, the jail cell, the chandelier, and the way that you came that leads downward.
Alright, I'm going to... I'm gonna teleport upstairs. I guess.
You've
to
never
the
been
stairway.
upstairs.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you can see that stairwell though. So yes, you can teleport 15 feet onto the stairwell
Okay.
because you can see it. So you're gonna teleport there.
Yeah.
Okay. So with a pop of smoke, you immediately teleport.
Do I need to roll for that? Or is it just work?
I don't believe so. I believe that it's you make the move.
Yeah,
so
it's just a feature.
Yeah. So you reappear on the stairwell. You land, and they immediately start swinging, and they look confused, and they're looking around. They are surprised. So what would you like to do?
I'm gonna run upstairs.
Okay. So you take a full dash action all the way up, which means that you book up the stairs. They shout and they start following after you. You make it upstairs long before they do. You enter into a hallway, and it is a long, another long hallway with about 16 doors leading one way, and the opposite side, a long hallway with 16 doors on the other side. Some of them are open, some of them are closed. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run through this hallway and see what's on past this hallway.
Are you going right or left?
Right.
Okay,
Right
it's as you turn to your right and you begin running, you hear a bell that's ringing. It's a long, slow, droning bell. So you're running down to the right. There's a number of doors. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run. I'm not gonna run through any of the doors. I'm just gonna run through the hallway.
So you are charging through the hallway, just all the way down. So you see the crowd from the staircase runs up, and they're following after you. They're a distance away, and you are running. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
MacLeod and Hawk, you are now in this corridor. You both have escaped the falling rocks. What would you like to do?
Hawk, can you see in dark?
I don't think I can see anything in here.
It's pretty dark.
Here, one second. Let me do a thing real quick. I'm gonna unsummon the Warhammer. I'm gonna summon my greatsword again. I'm gonna cast a green flame blade on it.
Yeah. So your greatsword reappears with this tenderly blackness that you can't really see, but everybody can feel the chill in the air as you summon and resummon it, and immediately it bursts into flame with this unearthly green light.
I mean, I was just gonna, and I'm gonna cast light, but as an artificer, I'm gonna say that's literally just a flashlight. It's a torch.
Yeah, so you hold up this small device that you have that looks like a little crystal ball, and you turn it, and it shoots a ray of light out.
I figured this would work as well.
And then you place it into this holster that you have for it, and it's effectively like a flashlight.
Right.
Mine's bigger.
It looks great. No, it is. No, sure. I mean, it's fine. Okay.
Hit people with your flashlight, it doesn't make them burst into flames. So I mean, I'm just saying here.
No, but I'm not walking around with a fucking massive sword for no reason.
No reason. How often do we get into fights? Literally.
I mean, kind of. All right. You know what, Hawk?
Yeah.
Saying the time, is it? We're trying to find Darling.
Sword.
So
this is the perfect time for a flaming sword. You don't know what's in these.
I mean, it's not the time for this, you piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Oh god.
Through the wall, you hear some shouting of guards on the other side.
Okay.
And you hear guards, stop, halt right there.
Is that for us?
I don't know if that's for us.
Where is it?
I'm gonna hold out my sword. Is there like a doorway or anything nearby?
No. All that you see are stone walls, and it's very cramped. And by the way, you are carrying a greatsword in here. You don't think that you would be able to swing it if you wanted to. You're like scraping it along the stone, and just after bragging, almost like in perfect time, about how mighty your sword was, you realize what a horrible idea it is in close quarters like this. So you're kind of pushing your way through, and you both can make dexterity saves. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, make them stealth rolls.
Stealth. Roll
14.
Okay.
Also, because I know that these are these. Well, I can assume anyway. These are secret tunnels used to with secret doors and stuff. Can I try and look for like a peek hole or something? Or like, are there any symbols that's slightly easier to see because this is the way you open things? See if I can like open a wall or just a slit slightly so I could look through. I don't really want to draw everyone's attention into here because leaving with Doddle is not going to be good for us. But I just want to see.
Yeah. So again, not being a rogue, it's a little difficult, but you are mechanically inclined, and as an artificer, you can make an investigation roll, and I might be able to tell you something.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So the dirty 20 immediately tells you that there are definitely passages here. You do not have the skills to be able to find them. They are very well hidden. You guarantee, you know for a fact as well, you guarantee that there are also some sort of spy holes. The best way to do it is probably to start kind of searching around on the walls because they're not going to be very obvious. So I will allow you to make a single sleight of hand and we'll see if you get lucky.
Nope.
Okay, you stumble around and you start pulling at rock and you make a little bit of noise, but you can't seem to find any triggers or anything like that, even though you know very well that they're there. Hawk, I'll allow you to make a perception, or here, I'll make a perception check for you. Yeah, you hear real clearly like an echo that seems to be coming through the space through the wall. Hey, it's my first job here, and I've never done this before, and I'm sorry, and whoa. As like somebody on the other side of this wall is having a real bad day.
Oh, it's just some rookie guard person.
Oh, I tell you,
really,
I tell you what, I have so much respect for Sarai because I cannot figure out how you do this. If only she were here, like honestly.
It would be so great if Sarai were here.
I tell you what's going to happen? I tell you what's going to happen. We're going to find Doddle, and Sarai's going to already be there, completely fine, and everything's just grand. I tell you, like, 100%, like, no doubt. It's
like, she smooth-talked her way through everything.
Like, everyone, you know? Absolutely. Like, we gave her, like, stuff to be like, oh, it might be dangerous. You didn't need a single bit of it, I tell you.
Okay, she's the one that...
I gotta move on.
Okay, let's go. And you know what? This sword's ridiculous. I'm gonna unsummon the greatsword and resummon it as a longsword.
Okay, so you do so, and you find it's much more suited to these confines.
There we are.
All right.
Feel good now, dear.
Footprints or anything?
Do you wish to search for tracks?
Oh yeah. Now that we've decided that we're going to move on, I want to look for tracks and shit.
Go ahead and make a survival roll for me.
Survival?
Yeah, it's a little different than just...
That's a 17.
Oh, well, you still did great. You do notice like a lot of little footprints. In fact, it looks like there are at least 6 goblins here.
Hawk, you know a lot about Doddle, right?
I mean, I know a bit about Doddle.
Does she have the ability to, like, multiply herself?
Oh, I hope not.
Because there's a fucking load of goblins here.
That sounds like a very bad
Does she have, like, a realm of knights, all of whom are goblins? Is that why she's a goblin?
No, she's an elf.
I know she's an elf, but, like, is it like a sneaky, like, kinda, I'm gonna stay in high... I don't fucking know. Basically, there's a lot of fucking goblin tracks here, is what I'm saying.
You're the one that knows everything about Evermeet.
I thought I did, and then I was walking around with the fucking princess, and I didn't make the fucking dot connect that Doddle was Doddlina, like a fucking idiot.
Right. I mean, yeah, to be fair, yes, you were kind of being an idiot for not action the way
that was really bad of me. I'll absolutely take that on the head. That was my own fault.
I have a question. Which one of you has the goldfish?
MacLeod does.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just need to know.
All right, listen. Let's go through here. We'll find out. Let's follow these goblin footprints. I mean, honestly, I have no theory theories right now on what this could be.
Oh, I mean, oh yeah. All right, fine.
So
Let's just go
like
for it.
little weird little weevils. I'll just scare them off, and we'll go hightail it out of here. Okay?
Oh, Captain.
All right. Also, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. This place gives me the fucking creeps, and I hate it in here.
I mean, it's not great.
No, I hate it in here.
We will. No, we will. We'll get out. All right, go on. On with you. Go first. Go first. Fucking keep moving.
Why do I have to go first?
Because you're the one with the big sword, dickhead. Go first.
My sword's smaller now, dickhead. I'm gonna follow the goblin tracks.
Okay, so to be clear, you are leading Hawk, is that right?
Yeah.
Hawk does not want to, but he is leading.
All right.
I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here.
There is a spark in front of you, Dawdle and June. As the goblins are continuing down this corridor, they open into a larger, more spacious chamber. It is still fairly small by any stretch within this prison. It's about 15 by 15, but the goblins kind of pour into it, and as they do, there is a circle that has been drawn on the ground and candles that are burning currently, and the candles themselves are red, and the flames are flickering wildly, even though there's no breeze to be seen in this room. There is salt and other herbs that have been scattered on the floor, and there is another goblin waiting here, a very old-looking goblin with a very long nose and a white kind of weird fur coming up off of her face that kind of hangs down in braids, and she's missing most of her teeth, but she has one that kind of juts through her upper lip, and cataract eyes that look completely dead, and her hands are out, and she's kind of wavering as you enter, and you can hear a rattle in one hand, like some sort of small rattle, and in the other hand is a staff, a wand, by normal means, but it's about the size of a staff for this small goblin. And on it there is a bone that has been tied to it with twine and these little dangling bits. And this strange goblin is currently standing on the outskirts of the circle. And as you enter, there's a spark in the center of the circle and a whirl of magic. And a pair of figures emerge from a teleportation portal that has rent open in the space. You see the silhouettes. One is small and squat, a dirty, strange-looking dwarf with a ruddy complexion and shaggy hair that is currently shoved underneath a metal helmet that has many little appendages that look like eyes on eye stalks that are shooting everywhere, and a single eye on the center, and a very luxurious looking cloak that is kind of dirty and greasy, but is clasped with a very rich looking brooch, and is wearing finery, but it looks like it has been poorly kept. And there are steel-toed boots and big grubby hands, and the figure has a horrible bruise across one entire side of their face, and they're holding their arm in what looks like a makeshift sling. In the other hand, they have what looks like some sort of staff, but the staff has like a little net on the side of it. And behind that figure is a larger humanoid shape that is fully cloaked in black robes, and you are unable to see any of their features underneath it. Their hands, their face, all of it is wrapped in this deep velvet black cloak.
Oi there, what do we have here? Oh, you've done your job rather well, haven't you? Oh, good. Good old Art Steel Toes is going to be back in the business again, and the master will know none of the better. None of this will be a problem, I'm sure.
You're like a big hat and say I thought you were taking us to the surface.
I was taking you there. Yes.
through the portal that they create.
I thought you were supposed to meet them at the rendezvous.
And here we are.
Look at June. Real scared.
The strange dwarf, who has called himself Ott Steeltoes, stops, pulls out what looks like a strange pocket watch and opens it, and immediately it's spinning and clattering as this click, 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 echoes through the chamber. Oh, it is close. Very close. We have a new task for you. You and your tribe. Do the bad tongues agree? Will they do the work for the grasping eye? Yes, of course. We have gathered the small one. We would like silence. You will be paid as agreed upon. According to this little bubble right here, my greater prize is on down this corridor. Immediately, the goblins begin pulling their weapons. Leave this one with us now. And they point to you, Doddle. Everybody can roll initiative.
Alrighty then.
Me too?
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
That's a 9.
How did you do, June?
21.
21.
Yeah.
And you got a 9, Doddle?
Mm-hmm.
And how did MacLeod do?
5.
And Hawk?
18.
Okay. And Saray?
16.
All right.
It's okay, I'm the dedicated healer. I should go last.
Juniper. These figures are standing before you. The portal is still open behind them. The strange goblin shaman, whatever she is currently aiding in the spell clearly. What would you like to do?
If I'm correct, that little clickety clock was the same one that I jumped through, kind of, right? Like somewhere. And like the hole.
Right. So it was similar to that. Yes. It was not the same thing. It was a handheld, almost like a pocket watch, but it opened, and it's definitely made by the same people. You're sure of that?
Doddle? Remember what I said that I jumped through a magic portal thingy? It was very much like this. I don't know what your friends are doing, but I can tell by your face that's probably not good.
Juniper, they're not my friends. Juniper, they're not my friends.
Either one, we're gonna have to kick some ass, dude, or we're gonna have to maybe stop that chick or jump through. What do you want to do?
I think the people that are my friends are close, so, Juniper, I don't know what to do.
Hey, are you brave, dude?
No, I'd like to be.
And Nox, so I'm understanding this is like, the thing is like already open, right? That they're doing.
The portal is already open. It's what they walked through. So the two individuals have emerged from it, the dwarf and the humanoid. The goblin was here as you entered into the chamber, and the circle is unbroken and around them currently. Around you, the goblins stand, and the strange dwarf with this metal, strange-looking hat, his helmet, held up this device, and the device was spinning and pointing furiously down the corridor behind you. You also, to be really fair, June, you didn't understand anything that was said in this room because it was all spoken in Goblin.
Right.
Sorry, could I tell that the little clickety-clack was pointing down the hallway behind us?
I will make a perception check for you just to be sure, but yes, you notice that it is definitely pointing down the hallway behind you.
Okay.
Listen, this all seems sketchy.
Juniper.
They're not your friends.
Juniper, no, I am not brave, but I'm gonna do my best.
I'm gonna need you to run and look for an elven warrior and some scrawny boys down that way, okay?
You want me to run without you?
Mm-hmm.
Down the way we just came?
Mm-hmm.
For some scrawny boys.
I have never had a plan in my entire life.
I don't.
But the scrawny boys, they're a lot tougher than they make it out to be, and one of them is like really smart, but the elephant warrior, like, she's got it covered. Like, she's like, I am not worried about her at all. Whatever predicament she's in, she can handle it. I know that. Like, but they can help.
Okay, you're gonna take me by your shoulders. I've never been spontaneous before, but I'm not leaving without you. And I straight up just like pick up Doddle and fling her over my shoulder, like the one that's not messed up, and just take off.
Okay, so you grab Doddle and you turn. And your full action is to grab Doddle and to turn around.
Yes.
And to start running down this corridor.
Like
I understand this?
Yes.
Okay.
Get the hell out of Dodge!
You do not see what happens next. But Doddle, you are hanging over the shoulder of Juniper, and you have a perfectly fine view of the figure that is wrapped in black, reaching up and pulling its hood back as a mass of tentacles splays out. Yes. Goes through your mind.
Oh God.
Matt, is this your favorite thing that you've talked about a lot, and it's like your favorite D&D monster?
Well, Mind Flayer.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah!
This is before your action, Doddle, so you can take an action after this. But you are currently being carried away. So, June, you have succeeded and are running away. But as you do so, as you're running, you escape down the corridor. The goblins there's a number of them that are going to get an attack of opportunity, and I'll make those rolls. As you run past, they're confused, so not all of them are going to attack you. But as soon as it's clear what you're doing, I'm going to say that roughly half of them are going to swing, and we'll see how that works out. However, the creature that has revealed itself with these tentacles that are flailing about has a slick, horrid face and these black eyes that drink in the light around it, and it has a collar that ridges up, and these tentacles splay outward, and you feel this horrible droning echo in your head as if discordant music were screeching through the room, even though you know there are no instruments anywhere to be found. And I need Juniper and Doddle to both make an intelligence save.
Oh.
That is 17. Because apparently my intelligence saving throw is +8.
You are a wizard, and that
I am
helps.
the smartest, stupid person you will ever meet.
Juniper, I'm hearing some discomfort over there. How did you do?
It's my first not so great. 8? Not the best.
Not good. Okay. How many hit points do you have left, June?
Not enough. Hold on. 16.
You take 11 points of psychic damage. As your mind feels as if it's being pulled apart, and there are these horrid echoes that shriek through your mind, Juniper. You stumble forward and almost drop Doddle. I need you to make a dexterity save.
That's why I hate my players. Okay. That's 11.
You drop Doddle. She hits the ground as you buckle forward, and your escape is slowed. You did make it the full distance, so you are actually in the further corridor. You just feel these echoes through your mind as it feels as if someone has taken your mind and ripped it in half. In this moment of pain, everything disappears for a moment, and you find yourself back in that grove, praying around that ring of stone on the inside, blood on your hands, images moving past you intuitively. You feel the gods surround you, and you feel connected to the earth. Nature echoes all throughout. And you feel something pressing on your mind. There is a warmth that rises through you, and where you know you should fall in this moment, feel a divine blessing upon you. And your eyes go completely white as the energies of the beyond fill you. And you are able to act normally this round. The second individual in the room shouts out, "Stop it! No! No! Get it!" And all of the goblins activate. Now, as you pass by them, 4 of those goblins did get to take a swing at you, Juniper. And I am going to make those swings. Remind me how many hit points you have left.
5.
It's not good.
Oh no.
You get hit once for 4 points of damage. You have a single hit point. You are bleeding. You still feel this rising tide of divine energy within you. Your eyes are white. Dottle, it is now your turn. You are on the ground. What would you like to do?
Cry. First and foremost.
It's a free action. You cry.
Okay, am I getting the impression from these people that they want me to kill me, or do I have information that they need?
Make an insight check.
Do they think I have information that they need? Oh, sweet. All right. There's that dirty 20.
You know that they could have killed you already, and that if they wanted to, you don't think that you would have made it this far. You believe that they want you alive for whatever reason.
I'm almost not good at D&D. I'm gonna take. I still have that dagger that the goblins gave me, right?
You do.
I'm gonna try and straighten my posture first of all, and take a deep breath in. I'm gonna take the dagger and put it against my chest, and I'm gonna scream at them to stop.
Okay, make an intimidation roll with a disadvantage. Yeah, you're crying.
And it's intimidation?
Yes.
It's 8.
You don't think that they're going to listen to you as the goblins begin pouring after you, and you don't see, but you feel this presence filling the chamber behind you. Hawk, you're up. You turn the corner and you see the back of a small goblin and someone you do not know. They're facing away from you, and you hear Dottle crying.
I immediately bring out the greatsword.
Your longsword disappears in a puff of black smoke, and the chill air reforms, and the greatsword is in your hand.
Do I see the other goblins?
You see other dark figures with red glowing eyes coming closer and closer to where Dottle and this other figure are, and Ravenwing in your hand begins to hum, and you feel cold pain rise through your fingers as again you hear the dripping of water in a cavern somewhere in the distance, and the scream of Amara echoes through the dark.
All right.
You still see everything as it is, but something is horribly wrong.
I would like to try and make as much distance as possible to Dawdle and the mysterious figure.
Okay.
And if possible, put myself between them and the creatures approaching.
It is possible.
All right. So
You can push your way forward as long as they don't perceive you as a threat. Both of you need perception checks. I'm sorry, you're at a disadvantage, Juniper. You are in a horrible state. You do not hear the person coming up behind you. Dawdle, you do hear somebody, footsteps behind you.
Turn around, please, if I can.
You do, and you see Hawk and the glowing green sword in his hands as he appears behind you.
I'm just gonna cry again because God, I'm so happy my friends are here.
Okay.
That doesn't seem real. I'm a little shook at the moment.
So when I put myself between them, I'm just gonna look at the creatures coming forward and scream for them to run. Hopefully scare them off.
Okay, go ahead and make an intimidation check, please.
It's 14 plus 7, so that's 21.
Oh, nice.
Okay, that's good. So you shout, and this flaming blade is glowing in the space, and the goblins immediately skid to a stop. The entire force of goblins has stopped in their tracks, but they have not turned and are not running away. They are slowly stepping backwards, their strange bone weapons held outward. So you are up next, actually, Saray. You are running through this corridor. What would you like to do? The guards are approaching. They're further back. You've won some space, but they can clearly see you, and crossbow bolts start firing around you.
So I'm in that hallway with all the doors, right?
There are 2 hallways with a lot of doors, but you've gone down the right, yes.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. Keep booking it. Just booking it.
You're just going to keep going straight down the hallway?
Keep running, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make a, let's make an athletics check, and then I'm going to fire some arrows at you, depending on where you get.
That is, I think it's a +6. Yeah, so acrobatics or athletics?
Athletics. It's a
Okay,
+5.
So +5.
Yeah.
So that's 11.
Okay, so you're starting to become winded from all of this exertion, plus you're wounded. You do manage to move forward. Some of them catch up a little further, and they fire at you. One of them is definitely striking you.
Okay.
How many hit points do you have left at this point?
I have 20.
Yeah, that's good, because you just took 6 points of damage as a crossbow bolt strikes you in the back.
Okay.
The others miss, though, as they fly around you. They're still at a pretty far range. All right, so at the top of your round, are you still just running down this corridor? Because you are running out of space. You're headed into what looks like a turn.
I'm going to take that turn.
Okay, so you turn to the left, and you realize you're running on the outskirt of the building. There are slits for windows, but they're very thin. You couldn't get through them at your current size.
What do I see? Do I see like the ground? Do I see a roof? What do I see through the slits?
You see the roofs of Waterdeep off in the distance. You're about on the 2nd floor, so just low roofs.
Is there any? So there is like a roof below me, or is there a roof below me?
No, not directly below you. Across the way. If you could somehow get through the wall, you'd be able to jump onto the roof.
Is it 15 feet?
You can travel through the wall using the teleportation spell to get out and onto the roof across the way, yes.
Doing it.
So as you turn the corner, immediately you use the boots, and you are teleported with a puff of smoke onto the roof. And make an acrobatics check.
Amazing.
Acrobatics?
Yeah.
So +5. Oh my god!
Is it a 1?
Yes!
Oh my lord.
Make another. And then you roll a natural 20 to confirm.
I hate everyone.
you land on the roof, and immediately you fall through it.
Okay.
The roof collapses. Like the weight of your body on this patch was just in the exact wrong place as the thatched roof collapses inward, and you fall down into a room, toppling out of sight, and you land very firmly onto a very large feathered bed that explodes outward, and feathers fill the room. You hear a scream as an old lady who's working at a weaving loom turns and sees you in her bedchamber.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to drop in on you like this, and I'm still gonna try and keep up the act.
Never drop the bit.
You are bleeding everywhere.
There was this rogue guard that attacked, and oh gosh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'm trying to get as far away. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna get up. And I'm gonna try and find like a.
You take 2 points of damage from the fall.
Ow. Okay. Fair. So I'm at 12. Oh god. And I'm gonna get up, and I'm gonna. Is there like a door or some back door?
This room does have a door.
Great.
And it leads out into a hallway, and it looks like somebody. Yeah, it's someone's private home. You're walking down the stairs,
I
and
don't know why you live right next to the jail, man, but maybe next time.
there's a hearth, and as you walk down, you see a lot of pegs on the wall, and they all have city guard cloaks hanging on them.
Oh, how awkward! Oh man, you must you're part of the guard, or do you make guard cloaks?
I do outfit the others, the guards and the city watch here. Some of them house here, and I care for them. Should I call the constable?
Oh no! I'll be fine. I'll just hobble my way over to the infirmary, and
you really should get that looked at. That looks really painful.
I'm gonna head to the infirmary right now. Oh god, and I open the door and I to leave.
You bleed all the way through this old lady's house, and you exit. And you're now in the streets of Waterdeep, as there's a great amount of chaos still outside because of the explosion, but it seems like it's died down considerably.
I'm gonna try and hobble my way to somewhere that is unseen, like a alleyway or something somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get into an alley and you kind of collapse into a pile of garbage.
No.
All right, we'll come back to you.
Okay.
All right, Maglo, you have caught up now. Hawk charges forward, and you see him screaming at a group of goblins. You see Dawdle, and you see someone you've never met before, standing next to Dawdle, horribly wounded, bleeding profusely, and holding their head as they seem to be in a great amount of pain. Dawdle is on the ground crying, holding a bone dagger in front of her. With her arms are free, but there's a metal collar around her neck, and she's dressed in rags. And you come upon the scene as Hawk charges forward. What would you like to do?
All the goblins have stopped, right?
They have. In fact, they're moving back slowly. They're not running, but they're retreating.
I'm trying to figure out what the biggest big boy damage I could do is. Mag's gonna run toward Juniper. He puts his hand on her shoulder and then turns to face her and is like, Jesus Christ, you look like a fucking mess. Hi, my name's Maglo. Take this. And he's gonna hand her an experimental elixir and be like, I don't know what it does. You're right, Dawdle. You look shit. I'm gonna deal with you in 1 second. And then he's gonna put his hand in his bag. He's gonna pull out this small bomb. Be like, Hawk, move it. And he's just gonna lob it down the hall and cast Flaming Sphere on the goblins down the hall.
Okay. So the first thing you do is you thrust this potion into the stranger's
which is a
hand.
free action. It's an action
totally.
drink, but it is free.
Yeah, totally. So she now has a hold of this elixir, and you rifle through your bag. You look at Dawdle. You then grab this round ceramic orb that's black and sooty, and you spark your tinder twig and you light the wick and throw the bomb down the corridor. You don't miss the corridor. Let's see how you do. Are you trying to hit the goblins or just the wall?
They need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
It's 5 foot, so it'd only be one of them. But I want to do it at the one so that if anything is going to come in, they have to go through it.
So that doesn't change anything, but you do throw it forward, and it bursts into a ball of flame that's 5 feet. So it's going to hit one of the goblins if they do not make a saving throw.
Hopefully, like the closest one again. So if they try to charge us, they have to go through it. If that's a possibility.
Yeah. So the one thing I want to check though is the damage type.
It is fire damage. I believe. Yes.
Is that all that it does?
2d6 fire damage on a successful save. On a failed. Sorry, on a successful one, they take half as much. On a failed one, they take 2d6.
Right.
However, it's specifically 2d6 plus 4 for me because it's alchemist supplies, which is a weird artificer thing. But apparently, I get plus 4 to all spell damage.
Very weird. Go ahead and roll your damage. And then you can move the sphere.
I can move the sphere as a bonus action, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 9 plus 4. That's 13.
Okay. So immediately this bomb ignites and the walls shake and dust and little bits of stone start falling from the ceiling. And the goblin in front of you, how much damage was that?
13.
Explodes, and a smear of black blood is all that's left as this flaming sphere stands where the goblin once was.
Brilliant.
You already used your bonus action, so that's the end of your round.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are going back up to the top, which is Juniper. You have 1 hit point. You've been given a vial from a strange man who's talking very quickly. What would you like to do?
At this point, can I even really make coherent sentences?
No, it's as if your mind has been torn in half, so you are in a deep amount of pain, but you do coherently know that whatever's been handed to you is some sort of potion, and you intuit that it probably is not to harm you, as this individual hasn't hurt you and could have just stabbed you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna weakly let it drip in my mouth and see what happens.
Brilliant.
Roll a d6.
Yeah, I was gonna say, please handle this because I have no idea what it does.
Gosh darn it, I dropped my d6. Let me get my other one. Or I can just go. 2?
Your walking speed is increased by 10 foot for 1 hour. That's all it does. Nothing else. I told you I don't know what it does.
You feel faster, and you do feel as if you could move a little more quickly. There's something like you're highly energetic, and you're kind of twitching as if you've just imbibed a large amount of caffeine. So it's not really doing a whole lot for your nerves, but you do feel like you can move faster. All right, that is Juniper's action. There's a cold emptiness in the space, Hawk, as you feel something behind the goblins, a dark, shadowed figure that steps into the light of your green flame blade. Echoes through your mind.
It's not real.
I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh my god. 6 plus 1, so that's a 7.
You take 11 points of psychic damage. You're immediately hit with the wave of this psychic attack as it echoes through your mind, and for a moment all you see is that cavern, the Underdark. You're surrounded by the lichen and the moss, and you see the dead bodies of the mercenaries all around you, and Amara is screaming as the Mind Flayer is holding her by her chin up off the ground as she squirms and kicks trying to escape his clawed grasp. Tentacles flail outward as he pulls her closer and closer, his tentacles wrapping around her face and pulling her into an embrace with a thick, horrid, crunching noise. You are stunned. You will operate as stunned for a period of time. So every turn, you're going to be able to make a saving throw to see if you can end the effects. All right.
All right.
You're standing there, and everything else around you has disappeared, and you're seeing this scene as your sister is dying at the hands of a mind flayer in front of you. That is the creature's action, and the second action, there is the sound of click, 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 as more goblins kind of push through, and you see a dwarven figure with ratty finery pushing forward with a billowing cape and a strange metal hat with all of these strange baubles hanging off of it, like a splay of eyes on his head. Wait, what? Oh, no. Oh, dude. And he holds up this device, and it's wobbling very, very strongly, pointing directly at MacLeod. It's there! MacLeod, make a dexterity saving throw.
16.
Okay, so you step out of the way as the strange glass vial is thrown out, and it hits the floor in front of you, and webbing just kind of like throws out right in front of you. You manage to avoid it. You are currently, the person that is in front of it is Hawk, and Hawk is standing, not moving. There's the webbing, there is you, and the rest of the party. All right? After that, it is Doddle's turn. Doddle, you see your friends around you now. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna lift my hands to my face and wipe away my tears because I feel a lot stronger now that my friends are here. And I'm gonna run over to June and I'm gonna grab her hands. And I'm gonna say, "Are you all right?" And then I'm gonna try and drag her away and make a medicine check. I don't know. Are there
MacLeod
wounds I could close?
Also, like, right next to June, and we'll probably try and grab her and be like, "I got her. It's fine."
Okay, I'll give that interaction to you guys, no problem.
Fling through his bag.
Do you want to make a medicine check, Doddle, or do you want to do something else?
Does that mean you're like holding an action for when you're gonna help her?
No, it's just going to be my action when it comes my turn.
Yeah, it's not his turn yet, so you could go first, Doddle, if you choose.
Okay, I'm gonna breathe in, breathe out. I'm gonna grab my dagger and I'm gonna run at the closest goblin to me. I'm gonna jump on him. I'm gonna stab him and cast Shocking Grasp. Shocking Grasp. Goodness.
Okay, go ahead and roll the strike.
I will do that. Do I add anything to that?
So you would add, you're attacking with a dagger, so I think you are trained in that, so it would be...
The dagger was just like
the
flavor.
closest
I
goblin
mainly
to
wanna...
you, wouldn't that be past Hawk, which is past webbing, and also past the flaming sphere?
That's a good point. The flaming sphere is in the center. It's 5 feet, so...
Okay.
Yeah, so she could jump to the side, but it is jumping over the webbing. So if you
I'm feeling brave. My friends are here. What could go wrong?
Okay.
That's fun.
You jump over...
Cowabunga, dude!
Yeah, you jump over the webbing, and you land on a goblin. Quickly, just make an acrobatics check for me, just to be sure.
That's 17.
Okay. You do manage to leap across the webbing without a problem, and you descend down upon your opponent. Go ahead and roll, and add your strength bonus if you have one onto your attack.
do we have to choose between Shocking Grasp and the dagger? Because the dagger was just like to make it look cool, and I was like, maybe it's like a conductivity thing.
Yeah, just roll for your Shocking Grasp, and then we'll just add the we'll add that in as flavor.
Okay. I rolled 20 to find out if I hit, yeah?
Yes, roll a d20.
Mad spell. Oh, I got it. Spell 7, 8. That's hi Lucy. That's 15.
Lucy. Okay, so you roll 2d8 damage as you strike down with this dagger as lightning sparks off of your weapon. It is bone, so it's not as conductive as it might seem, but it is very, very intimidating as the goblin shrieks as your weapon comes down. Actually, you roll, 2d8. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Wow.
3 points of damage. You slice across the goblin as lightning strikes, and the goblin shrieks and moves back, and black blood bellows out of their chest, and the goblin looks at you. Betrayer! Betrayer! And
I'm gonna tell him to suck my dick in Elvish. I don't say that, but I do say I'm gonna say something in Elvish, probably along the lines of like, I'm not one of you, or like,
okay.
Like that.
So whatever you say in Elvish falls upon deaf ears, as they do not understand Elvish, but they get the idea of it. And filthy language in the filthy mouth of the betrayer.
How dare you? Yeah, I am gonna bonus action hide. I'm gonna go under the like platform thing they were carrying us on.
Okay, you roll underneath the palanquin, which is sitting off to the side, as you see that Big Hat is stepping off of it for the first time, stepping off of that palanquin. You roll underneath it and now are hiding. And immediately the goblin that you struck, hey, come back here! That's not fair! And is offended that you would hide and act like a goblin. All right, that is Doddle's turn. That moves us over to the other goblins. They are immediately taking this advantage to try to strike at Hawk, who is stunned, so they are attempting to gang up on him. You can't move, and you can only speak falteringly. You automatically fail any dexterity saving throw. Attacks have advantage.
Right.
So I am going to make a number of... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's not good, Hawk.
Oh, no.
They all focus on you, and they start pounding on you with either clubs or daggers. It's about half and half. One of them hits you with a club and just wails directly into your kneecap, and you hear a horrid crunching noise as the wound, you think, shatters your knee. You take 10 points of double damage to your knee. Where are you at right now, Hawk? Because I have more damage to roll.
I am at 35.
Okay, so you're not doing too badly. So the rest of these are regular damage. So in total, you're going to take 14 more points of damage as all of them descend on you. And the goblins just are tearing at you as you stand there.
I not leave the Mind Flayer, and I'm just staring daggers at it.
So you actually, at this point, you get to make another intelligence saving throw to try to break away from the effects. So, Hawk, let's see how you do.
Not good.
Oh no!
7.
The creature drops your sister's corpse onto the ground, and there's a wet splat as all you see is her limp body in silhouette as the figure turns to you. Its voice echoes throughout your mind.
You cannot escape us. We are everywhere. Do not run. Your fate has been sealed. I will find you. We will find you.
And that is your action. Moving down, Saray. Is there anything that you'd like to do?
I'm gonna, do I feel like anyone's following or catching on to where I am, or?
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
What's the total?
Investigate. Ooh, 12.
It's good enough for you to feel confident that you have, because of the teleportation, most likely escaped their immediate search.
Okay. I'm gonna try and. Okay, I'm gonna try and bandage my. No, I'm just gonna try and get out of there as best I can, and not be seen. So I'm gonna throw up my Cloak of Elven Kind, and I'm just gonna try and hobble my way out of here as best as possible.
You hobble your way through the alley.
And I'm gonna try and head toward Rosie's shop.
Okay, so that's not too far away. You start moving into the Court of Stars, and immediately the mercantile area is crowded, and there's a lot of people moving about. You are trailing blood. Make a stealth check to see if you're able to do this without drawing suspicion.
Okay.
I mean, you are bleeding pretty profusely, but you do know. Yeah, with your bonus is like +5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you actually managed to move through the streets without drawing any suspicion. And you stumble into the Court of Stars, and as you burst into Rosie's shop, you see that flag, that sign that's hanging outside of her tent, and it is a gem, a pink gem with a face on it that's winking, and you stumble in and collapse into the arms of Bone Splitter. And the last thing that you see before passing out are a pair of huge blue eyes and a shock of crazy pink hair. It is now Maglow's turn. Maglow, what are you doing?
Maglow's like looking Juniper over, and after she drinks the thing and she just like starts juddering slightly, he's like, shame, I didn't want her to do that. Grabs the small needle out of his bag, filled with this weird green liquid, and just shoves it into her neck. And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level. So it's 2d8 plus 8.
Go ahead and roll the 2d8, and let's see how much she regains.
That's 11. It's 19 altogether.
Not bad. You immediately feel better, June, as this shot in your neck waves through your body with this strange burning sensation, and your eyes shoot open as immediately the throbbing pain in your head is extinguished, and that weird echo is gone. You immediately feel better, and you're aware of your surroundings. Do you have anything else you'd like to do, MacLeod?
Yeah. He's good. As soon as Juniper like looks away, like, feel better, and Mag's gonna look behind. I imagine he can see Hawk not looking great.
Hawk is just standing there. His weapon is slack, and he's just standing there limply.
Can Maglo see the source? Like, can he see a mind flayer there?
Down the corridor, you see a dark figure with strange tentacles waving in silhouette, and a small figure with some brass device that's kind of glowing, and it's clattering and pointing directly at you. There are goblins here too, but they are surrounding Hawk, stabbing and clubbing at him.
Are they 30? Is the mind flayer 30 foot away from my flaming sphere?
So no, the mind flayer and the dwarf are further back down the corridor towards the entrance of where June and Doddle came from. The goblins and Hawk are within 30 of the flaming sphere.
Mags is just going to command the flaming sphere to ram itself into one of the goblins.
Okay.
Yep, which it needs to make a dex save or take damage. I imagine he's like...
Fails. Yeah, go ahead and roll your damage.
Has a little bomb casing, but the bomb casing is like constantly sparking the flaming sphere, and it has a little wheel that...
Yeah, okay. So as you're maneuvering this flaming sphere, the goblin turns at the last minute and doesn't even get a chance to move as this flaming sphere rams into it.
That is 11.
11 points of damage. The goblin shrieks and falls backwards, horribly burnt and dying on the ground. Did not explode or anything like that. You still see a goblin on the ground, but they're very badly burnt. Shrieking in horrid pain.
Cool, that's me. That's me done.
All right, and that brings us to the end of the round, which I think everybody has gone now. So we're back up at the top. Juniper, what are you doing?
Just to be safe, I'm gonna use my last slot here. Where is it? Yeah, your girl's gonna cast 2d8 for Cure Wounds. So
Okay.
Boop. Boop. And then my plus 3. All right. Right. Can I do math? Yes, 10.
So again, this holy glow emanates from your hands as you restore life back to your body, and the cobwebs shudder around you as you feel refreshed and healed further. Would you like to take a move action or a bonus action?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Is Doddle still on the ground with me? Doddle, are you still on there?
I'm hiding.
Yeah, Doddle jumped over a patch of webbing and attacked a goblin, and then rolled underneath a board that has a chair strapped to it.
Right. All right, all I'm gonna do is pick myself up, and I'm just gonna get in the defensive mode.
Okay, so you pick yourself up, and you're defending yourself. I think actually with a defensive stance, you're going to get maybe advantage. You do get an advantage on an attack if it comes at you. Or if it requires a saving throw or anything like that. Go ahead and okay, no bonus action?
No.
Okay. That brings us over to the other figures. The strange dark figure in the corner looks to you, MacLeod. There's an echo through your mind, and you feel something encroaching upon you as a dark chill runs down your spine. Make an intelligence check, please.
16.
You feel this splitting headache form at the core of your mind as it feels as if your mind is being torn in two, and there are flashes of building Busby and your sister working together in that cramped workshop as you hammer the brass and put the pinions and the gears together, and then there's that spark of yellow light as the gem is placed into the center of it, and for a moment you feel as if you're going to be enveloped by this thought. But it passes, and you're still in the space. You have succeeded. The dwarven figure throws another vial, however. Make a dexterity save, please.
That was 8.
Immediately, the vial explodes around your feet, and sticky webbing explodes outward. You can make a strength check on your turn to try to escape, but you are currently entangled, and you're at a disadvantage for any sort of physical attacks until you're free.
Does that count as restrained, sorry?
Yeah, it's restrained. So you, attack rolls have advantage, and you have a disadvantage.
My attack rolls. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, your speed becomes 0. Actually, you do not have a Oh, yeah, you do. You do have disadvantage on your attack rolls. My apologies. Okay, so that is the end of that. It moves over to Doddle. Doddle, you are underneath this board. What would you like to do?
How close is the mind flayer to me?
It is 30 feet away currently. You can see this robe off in the distance with a dwarf in front of you, and between you and it.
Alright, I'm gonna crawl out from under the boards, and I would like to wave my hands around and cast Firebolt at it. Please and thank you. Lucy, I need this dice.
Okay, so you shoot a firebolt.
That's 16. 16.
Sorry, why did I? There it is. Yes, you strike with your firebolt. Go ahead and roll damage.
I would also like to use Fury of the Small, please and thank you, because I am quite upset.
Use Fury of the Smog.
That's plus blip, 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 2d10. Blip, blip, 2d10. Boop. And that's plus 7, so 20!
Excellent.
Yes.
So you do 20 points of damage.
Look at me, I used a D&D thing. Are you proud of me?
This is very good. This is very fucking good.
I forgot I had that until I found it.
Immediately, the creature, you can hear it in all of your minds, shrieks. And the tentacles wave in this pained look as fire rakes across the figure and you stand. Doddle, would you like to take a move or a bonus action?
I'm gonna hide again. Crawl back under the board.
Okay, make
safe.
a stealth check, please.
Oh no.
20 fucking damage with a cantrip? Fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's 7th level wizard play.
Yeah.
And I rolled that is 22, I believe. 16 plus 6. That's 22, right?
Okay. So you hide underneath the board, and you're certain that no one can see you.
I rolled a 22. Who the fuck would see me if I rolled 22?
So you're standing on the board, and immediately this bone blade shoots down the board right next to you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
With a 22?
This is a very sneaky, big hat.
Oh no! What's saved again?
It's a
Sorry.
dexterity save. You're rolling out of the way as this bone dagger shoots down.
8.
You get caught by the bone dagger.
Oh no.
6 points of damage. Where does that put you, Donald?
18.
Ugh. Okay.
Good thing wizards are known for having a lot of health.
Yeah, so this bone blade shoots down from this stone, and you hear a voice.
I is very proud of you, little sister. Come out and play.
And the bone dagger pulls back out, and you feel the pain of it as it pulls out of your wound. Yes. So, with that, it moves past Doddle. Hawk, I need you to make a saving throw, please.
Using no boss battle dice.
Was that wasn't concentration, was it? The mind player's thing.
Oh, that's
because it would have broken with the 20.
Yeah. You're
That's what I was
absolutely
going
right.
for.
Well, I just
check.
20.
You got a dirty 20 anyway? Well, okay, let's do this narratively because it just seems to make sense.
Yeah.
So regardless, the blast, you see your sister's cold, dead eyes staring at you, Hawk, as blood issues from her face, where whatever is underneath all those tentacles has ripped into what looks like the back of her skull, and blood is issuing out in a pool in front of you. And you see the figure moving towards you in this weird, jerky, unreal motion as it teleports in quick succession closer and closer to you, its claws out, its mouth open, and then immediately there's a spark of flame and the creature catches on fire as you are drawn back into this moment. The green flame blade is limply held in your hand, and you see a burst of fire as the creature shrieks. All of your companions are around you. You hear Doddle scream somewhere behind you. What do you do?
I let out a really, really loud, ungodly scream and drop my necrotic shroud.
Would you like to explain to everybody at home what a necrotic shroud is and how it operates? Because it's pretty twisted.
So, what little light in the room that's still there kind of dims as my skin, which was until recently sparkly and pink.
Oh, by the way, there's that for anybody who hasn't seen Hawk in a moment.
Yeah. Now grows to a ghostly pale, and my eyes turn into turn to jet black pools of darkness. And with the sound of cracking bone, skeletal shadow wings erupt from my back. as I take the cursed form of a fallen Casimir.
I'm sorry, Mike. Could you remind me? Has Doddle seen this before? When other time have you done this?
I've done this once when we were in the water saving Greta, but I'm not sure if you guys were able to see that or not.
I don't think we were.
I don't think we saw it.
Okay. For my bonus action, because that's my main action, but for my bonus action, I would like to use my Hexblade's Curse on the Mind Flayer.
All right.
Which gives me, let's see here real quick.
Some sort of sick, horrid damage.
Yeah, it gives me once per short rest as a bonus action, one creature I can see within 30 feet to curse it for 1 minute, and I gain a +3 to damage rolls and score a critical hit on 19 or 20.
Okay. The only thing, like your necrotic shroud is activated.
Yeah.
It only automatically works on creatures within 10 feet of you.
Yeah.
You're going to have to close the distance if you wish to do that with the Mind Flayer.
Okay. For the fear that it uses, or
yes, just the fear. Yeah.
But the goblins.
All the damage and the goblins I'm going to roll here, and I do not hold out a lot of hope for them. Big Hat is a little tougher than most, but actually 2 of them are okay.
And I think it's anything, so including allies have to make a...
All right. Doddle, you're within that range, so go ahead and make that check for me, please. The DC 15 or be frightened.
Lucy's sitting on my dice.
Oh, come on, Lucy.
Come on.
Lucy.
Lucy. Lucy. Lucy.
Is it, Constitution?
No. It is Charisma.
Oh, well, 6.
You were frightened. So currently, as a frightened individual, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of fear is within line of sight. You can't willingly move closer to the source of your fear.
Now, is that on anything against me, or is it against all in general?
No, it's just the source. Well, no, it disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls just while you're within line of sight. So everything that failed is going to be frightened of you while you are within their line of sight.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, yes, and so what happens with that is half of the goblins are immediately running away from you. There is currently Big Hat is turning towards them and screaming in Goblin, which only Doddle understands. Which is pretty much Doddle for your information. Big Hat is, "I'll kill you all," as they run away. Big Hat, perhaps unwisely, is still there shouting into the dark. And that was your necrotic shroud.
Right.
There are 2 goblins in Big Hat remaining. There is the dwarf and there is the Mind Flayer, both of which are outside of your range currently.
Do I still have my movement?
You have your movement, and I believe that doesn't take an action. Is that an action? Yeah, it is an action. So popping your necrotic shroud is your action, but you can take a move action.
All right. For my move action, I'd like to close the distance towards the Mind Flayer, but closer to the goblin that's been attacking Doddle.
Okay, so you want to close the distance towards the Mind Flayer. It's really kind of an either or, because you're either going to move sideways or you're going to move forward.
Okay, I'll move forward.
The Doddle and the Goblin are here. Forward is towards the other 2 enemies.
Okay, yeah, I'll move forward.
Okay. So you push forward. Do you take your full move action?
Yes.
And your move is 30 feet, which puts you directly into their range. Okay. Nothing seems to happen as you get closer, except is it when you walk within the range, or is it just once it's popped? You until the end of your next turn for one. Okay. So everybody until the end of your next turn. So this is still your turn. You move forward. The Mind Flayer is fine. However, the dwarf, seeing you, his eyes go wide and he stumbles backwards and attempts to flee back into the room that he came from. The device in his hand falls to the floor. Okay, so then that brings it down to, I believe, the goblins. 2 goblins are remaining. They were attacking you. They don't want to attack you, so I'm going to make a morale check to see what they do. Okay, they don't flee, but they're not going to attack you, Hawk. They immediately turn and try to help Big Hat catch the other goblin. So they're going to try to find you. They do. Oh no, you rolled out. So they both strike then, and they both miss. So there's a club and a dagger dottle that kind of like swing at you. A blade slashes in front of you as 2 goblins push themselves into your range, while Big Hat is standing on this makeshift palanquin board, shouting at the other goblins as they run away. That then brings it down to you, Matt. So what is it that MacLeod would like to do?
The dwarf is frightened, correct?
Yes, the dwarf is terrified of Hawk.
Does that mean that I get advantage on attacks against him?
It does.
Even though
they have advantage on ability checks.
Oh, neat. Okay. Even though Mags is restrained, there's bigger fish to fry at the minute, and he's gonna take out his rifle, chuck out a little vial from his bag and put it in, and he's gonna fire it at the dwarf, and I'm gonna cast Ray of Sickness at 2nd level on the dwarf. Me being restrained means that I get disadvantage, but him being frightened means I get advantage, so it's just a straight roll.
It's a straight roll. Yeah, they negate each other. So go ahead and make that roll. See how you do. As you take aim with your weapon, and
that is a 19.
Okay, so you definitely beat his AC, and there's a sharp crack throughout the space, and dust falls from the ceiling from the report of the rifle as the entire cavern shakes from the shot that you've just issued from your gun. And immediately this dart of magical scientific alchemical energy shoots out from your weapon and finds its home in the chest of the strange dwarf, who was toppling backwards away from Hawk anyway, and now is plummeted backwards from the strike, and in fact fails, tripping over a rock, falling to the ground. You can go ahead and roll your damage.
He also... Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do this for now. It's 3d8. That's 18 plus 4, which is 22. He needs to make a con save or be poisoned.
So he shouts and struggles and is bleeding on the ground, but you don't know whether or not he is poisoned. You just know that he has taken an immense amount of damage. How much was it total?
It was 22. He also has disadvantage on ability checks, and that would be an ability check.
Yeah, so he is on the ground. You don't know whether or not he's been poisoned, as I said, but he is on the ground. He's struggling. His metal hat has fallen off, and you see this wild hair now. It's sticking up as he starts to clamber backwards.
And then Mags is gonna move his flaming sphere just to hit another goblin. Actually, could I use the flaming sphere to carve through the webs that Mags is in?
You could burn them away. I mean, yes, you could do that. If you're not going to ram it into yourself, you're just going to run it into the square that you're standing in.
Just run it around. So
if you want to it'll take 2 rounds. If you want to do it just in 1 round, you could take the damage, suck it up, and you could free yourself right away.
Yep, I'll suck it up. I'll take the damage.
Okay. So you pull the flaming spear back into the space that you're standing. Go ahead and roll damage against yourself.
That's 7 plus 4, which is 11. But I have 10 temporary hit points thanks to Hawk's thing. So I technically only take 1 point of damage.
Okay, so where are you at right now?
51.
Okay, so you're actually doing fine. So yeah, these flames kind of wash across you, and the web burns away, and you're now free from that and any sort of restraint that it was placing upon you.
Is there any cover because Max is going to either try to hide behind a table and then reload, or some kind of third-person shooter-esque, waist-high.
There is only a chair in this space, and it is on a board. And Doddle is fighting a clutch of goblins around it. Everything else is just like a thin stone hallway, and there's shouts and explosions and all of these things happening within these walls, and the walls are shaking very slightly. You know you're making a great deal of noise as all of this is happening.
Yeah, he'll just reposition himself like 10 foot away from the sphere.
Okay.
Actually, no, he'll go behind it. He'll hide behind so he's out of the Mind Flayer's line of sight.
Okay, so you step behind the flaming sphere and use it to conceal yourself. As you do so, it ends your round. I believe that puts us... Have I forgotten anybody? No, I don't believe so. Back up at the top, Juniper, what are you doing?
Okay, at this point, everyone's gone forward, right? And I'm still farther back.
That is correct. They're now the only... Well, actually, I would say MacLeod is back with you. In fact, MacLeod has now moved behind the flaming sphere. And so the two of you were kind of in the back. In front of all of this, there's a patch of spider webs. And then Doddle is currently fighting with some goblins. And then in front of that, Hawk is standing with a green flame blade.
All right, let me see what I can do here, since I haven't really had a rest.
I'm so sorry. Can I have MacLeod grab his pistol and throw it to Juniper?
Did you have a bonus action left?
Oh, I didn't have a bonus action. No. Shit. Never mind.
Okay, so I would say no.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can do it as a bonus action next round. It's cool.
Hold on, looking here.
Is there... You fire those at a disadvantage if you're not trained in them, correct?
I think you just don't add proficiency. But maybe. Who knows? I mean, it's like proficiency. You just don't add proficiency if you're not proficient in them. But these are like very specialized, so it's like if you don't know what they are, I guess.
Guns are pretty... I mean, they've been balanced fairly well now, but at least in my experience, which is mostly Pathfinder, it's the sort of thing you always want to temper a little bit so that it doesn't break anything.
I'm gonna... 'cause I'm definitely more, loyal to Doddle since I even know who she is. I'm gonna run over to my little green pal and try to thorn whip these jerks out of her face.
Okay, there are two smaller goblins and one bigger goblin that are kind of surrounding her and closing in. Which one would you like
We're
to
gonna go for the smallest just to get him out of the way.
Okay, so go ahead and roll to strike with your thorn whip.
All right. 13.
Okay. You're gonna strike. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Alrighty. Six.
You do 6 points of damage, and the goblin shrieks and flips. Doesn't flip you off, but flips their head around, looking directly at you. Their eyes shocked that somebody has managed to sneak up upon them, and growls at you with broken fangs and an open mouth. You wrap these these vines across them as blood gouts out from the thorns on them. They shriek. Would you like? Did you move in closer?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Would you like to take a bonus action?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I want to use that action to actually just jump in front of Doddle very protectively.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you jump in front of Doddle, and you are now guarding Doddle. Immediately, the creature who is still burnt, flailing, looks back, eyes narrow at you, Hawk, and you hear an echoing call.
You cannot escape us.
And with a flash of light, the creature disappears. Leaving the dwarf lying on the ground, scattered, pulling themselves backwards, away from you.
my turn? Or
It is your. Actually, I'm sorry. It is Doddle's turn.
Alright, I still got Big Hat doing some bullshit up above me.
Yes, and one goblin that is paying attention to you, the other that is turned towards Juniper.
Okay, I guess I'm just gonna, like, crawl out awkwardly and, like, climb up to Big Hat. He doesn't get an attack of opportunity or anything on me, does he?
No, you're not disengaging. You're engaging. So it's
Excellent.
Yeah, you
Just stab him.
Okay, go ahead and roll to strike.
Ah! Boop, 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 boop. That roll was a 16, and then, I mean, it was stupid of me to, wow, that was really dumb of me to stab him. What are the stats of a dagger?
It's 1d4.
I really should have used my magic. That's a thing I can do.
I'll allow you to pivot to your shocking grasp if you
I
want.
would really like to do that if you don't mind. Like, Toddle gets up there, she's like, wait a minute.
So yeah, just for flavor, you stab him, and then you're like, oh yeah, and then you shock him. So go ahead and roll.
I'm gonna shock him. But I did. Can I keep that 16 though? Because it's pretty good.
Yeah, I know. I'll allow you to keep strike.
16 plus 8, 124.
I mean, you definitely hit. Yeah.
I'm just making sure you got a fucking 26 or 22
yeah.
stealth roll.
He has a really high.
This is truly the final boss of our conquest here.
It gets worse as things go along. You're all 7th level now, so you're doing pretty well against a mind flayer and a couple of higher level characters right now. So
that's 4.
4 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of like shirks backwards as the electricity kind of rivets through his body, and he snarls at you. Do you have a bonus action or a move action that you'd like to take?
Disengage?
Yeah, you can do that for free.
I understand that a little less than I do hide.
It allows
Hide
you to
seems
move 5 feet back, so you can step out of range, and he'll have to move to you.
I mean, sure, fuck it, yeah. Like, take a few steps back.
Okay, so you move out of the way, and so like at this point, if you had a move action left, you could run away.
No, my friends are here. Like, we're good. We Gucci, fam. Like, there's no reason for me to run anymore.
I'm just pointing out that that is why the disengage allows you to get out of an attack of opportunity, more or less. Okay, so with that, let's see. He moved back. There are 2 goblins left. There is Big Hat. There's the dwarf on the ground. It is currently Hawk's turn. Hawk, what are you doing?
I look where the mind flayer used to be, then I stare the dwarf directly in the eyes, and I just look at him for a second.
Not good. He's terrified.
You'll do.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the strike.
8, so that's 26 to hit.
Yeah. You hit the prone, stupid dwarf. This frightened, disadvantaged dwarf. You definitely.
So damage is going to be a bit of a clusterfuck right now.
Do you want me to come back to you after you add it up?
What's that?
Do you want me to come back to you after you add it up?
Here, it's just 2d6, so that's 8 plus the 5 for my source, that's 13, plus 7 from my necrotic shroud, so that is
20.
It's not bad.
Okay, strangely, as you strike, there's a glimmer of strange magic that seems to dispel around this dwarf as your sword cracks something unseen, and immediately it pushes through, and there's actual blood on the and burnt, charred cloth now on the very fine but poorly kept cape of this dwarf as it kind of like shuffles on the ground. And in shock looks down and then looks at you, even more frightened than it was before. Still there, though. Okay. Would you like to take a bonus action or a move action?
No bonus action, but for flavor, I want to put Hawk's boot on his chest with the sword pointed at him.
Okay, so you're going to step on the dwarf and then point the sword down. Okay, so you do so. Let's make that an athletics versus an acrobatics check to see if it occurs. And if so, you will have held the dwarf in place. That is a natural 1. I am not shitting you. Well, and it has a disadvantage, so I was going to roll again, but it doesn't matter. The dwarf is so terrified by you that it just happens. Okay, you have the dwarf fully, absolutely held down.
It is not moving. You think it's urinated itself. And it is just like, terrified and shaking as you look down at it.
I just glare at it and I whisper, "Call them off."
Stop it. Yeah, don't do anything that I say. Don't do it. Just let them go. Let them go. The goblin Big Hat looks at this and snarls, "Coward," and swings at Dawdle. And misses Dawdle. He then looks about and has stepped forward to try to re-engage with Dawdle because Dawdle did step back. So he spent his move action moving forward and is now standing in front of Dawdle again, but missed horribly. The other goblin is going to attack June, following Big Hat's lead, and does strike for 4 points of damage.
Okay.
As the goblin strikes out at you, Juniper, and hits. The second goblin rushes forward and tries to finish what Big Hat couldn't do and strikes at Dawdle and misses. So, these goblins are surrounding. They're swinging at you, Dawdle. You keep ducking and covering, and you're able to duck away from the blade just as it occurs. That's the end of the round. We're going to go back up to the very top. I didn't skip you, did I, MacLeod?
Yeah, just now?
Yeah, no. So
yeah.
It's your turn last. So go, MacLeod. What would you like to do?
Okay, so there's a series of goblins. How many goblins left?
Just two goblins. There's Big Hat and the other goblin. And at the end of the round, they're going to be making a serious morale check.
How far away is Big Hat from my flaming sphere?
Within 30 feet.
Okay. Yeah. Gonna just rocket it toward him.
Okay, so that's a dexterity save?
Yeah.
He does not get out of the way. He's so focused on Dawdle cursing and in Goblin.
"I'll cut your gizzards out and wear them as a hat. You'll see why they call me."
And then turns as this flaming spear comes in.
12 damage to him.
And immediately bowls across Big Hat as he is burnt horribly and knocked to the ground. Big Hat is screaming on the ground in front of you, Dawdle.
For flavor, can I lean over and say, "I'm sorry, what was that?"
Absolutely, you may.
And then... Oh, fuck it. Gonna chuck a little... a tiny little catapult that gathers up some rocks and then poof, and flings the rock toward the other goblin. Can I make a dexterity check?
Yeah, I can try. No, these goblins. Okay, no. Yeah, the goblin gets hit. So you have throw these rocks directly on them. How big are the rocks? These are just little rocks, right?
It's 16 damage, but yes, is just like jump down and chuck them at him.
There's a smear of black blood as the rocks just bowl over the figure, and Big Hat is now the last one on the ground. And
No, mercy. Little sister, remember how kind I was in freeing you.
Are we waiting on me to make a decision? What? You are really a terrible, horrible person.
Thanks.
But I don't... No, I'm not finished. I don't want to see any more killing, so... Yeah, can we just put a sword to him like we are with the other guy? Because I'm really done. I'm ready for this to be over. And if it can be over right now, I'd like for that to happen.
you are the closest to them, Juniper.
You want a sword, Dawdle? Is that what you want?
No. No, I want to go home.
You have to make a decision. Do you want me to end it here? Or do you want to walk away?
I want everybody to walk away. I realize that's probably not the most logical decision in this case.
Do me a favor, Bottle. Turn around.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around.
And even though she thinks that June's about to just like wipe this guy off the face of the earth, instead, June's gonna do like this. I hope it hits this pretty cool like backward spin with her leg and like clock the guy and to knock him out.
Nah, you've earned this. I'm giving it to you. So immediately some teeth kind of shatter outward from Big Hat as you kick him across the side of the face and he falls unconscious onto the ground.
That's that sweet stuff.
MacLeod, what are you doing?
MacLeod gets out a small vial of this blue sand and then chucks it at the flaming sphere, and it like disappears into nothing. And then walks over to Hawk the dwarf and the little navigator thing and picks it up to like look at it.
As you approach Hawk, there is a black energy that is issuing from him, and you step into a pool of coldness, and there are echoes in this place. You hear water dripping somewhere in a cavern underground far, far away, and you hear screams. You hear the screams of a woman that you do not recognize, and you hear a voice.
MacLeod? MacLeod. Help me. What's happening?
Do I recognize the voice?
You do. It's your sister.
Willow?
Max, where am I? It's cold.
I don't know. Where are you? Where? What?
And it echoes further and further away, and these wings are in front of you, and they're black, and these horrid, ragged, skeletal, undead things. It's all that you see for a moment as black feathers surround you. And in that darkness, you see a strange, ragged palace on a cliff, with ravens flying overhead. And that's where we're going to end it tonight.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
So, like, next episode, let's go to a bar and just, like, hang out, maybe?
We were so close to a soft, nice episode last time because we just hung out and ate tacos.
Yes.
It was pretty good, our taco party.
It was cute and soft. It was nice.
Like, oh, what are you drinking? Oh, I don't know. I'll have whatever you have. Oh, okay, let's get some wine.
Oh, that was very good. That was very well done. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, good job, everyone. I honestly was, I knew that your resources were down, and I was really fairly concerned, but you kind of wiped this threat, and that was impressive. So, well, good use of your strategy, good use of your character sheets. Well done.
Is this like a mind flayer?
Mind flayer.
Shit.
Oh my god, I was just so aware. I was
I'm
like
glad I
clicking.
wasn't there.
So I know, right?
In my last campaign, they were like, "Oh, mind flayers. Oh, and there's the entire hive." And I was like, "Another one?"